Good evening. Welcome to the first annual Scares That Care virtual Halloween party. I am one of your hosts, Brian Keene. I am a member of the board of directors for the Scares That Care 501c3 charity. Right now, I'd like to bring on as well our CEO and founder, Mr. Joe Ripple.
Wait, we're live now?
We're live now. Do you want me to take you out so you can go change and then we'll...
No, this is my normal going to Walmart wear. So how you doing, Brian?
I'm good, man. It's good to see you. You know, I'm surprised.
About what?
Well, we did our live stream back in August, the fundraiser back in August, much in the same format. And at that time, everyone had a quarantine beard. I'm rocking my quarantine neck beard. Stephen Kozanowski had a quarantine beard. Everyone had a quarantine beard except you. And I thought, you'd have a quarantine beard by now, surely, but you've gone a different route.
You son of a bitch.
Tell us about that getup you have there.
Well, you know what? First of all, I am devoid of bodily hair for the most part. I cannot grow a beard. It looks like a bunch of stuff like a cat would have when it comes out. But the last time we were on, people were complaining that, Joe, you didn't dress up. We wanted to see you in the corset. You didn't do this. You didn't do that. So me being a man of an individual that likes to work with our donors, I wanted to make sure that they got their money's worth today. And hopefully this will spurn some new donations.
Well, you know, you brought up the corset and donations. That's a great segue opportunity here, almost as if you and I had planned that, even though we didn't. Of course, every year at our conventions, on the last night of the convention, you wear a very generously sized corset.
Yes.
And you walk around the hotel, and our attendees and fans stuff it full of cash, and that is always for our breast cancer recipient. For the charity. Unable to do that this year, obviously, but you still can donate. There's two ways to do it. Online, just go to scaresthecareweekend.com. Some of you are there already watching this live stream. Right above the stream, there should be a big button that says donate. Just click that, fill it out, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Or if you prefer your phone to donate via mobile phone, simply text V Care. That's V as in V Castro, our first guest coming up. Care, C-A-R-E. What are you doing? Oh, you're making a V. I see.
I'm making a V. It's a V.
You want to text V Care to the number 91999. That's 91999, and just follow the steps. It's that easy. Joe, there's a lot of chaos. In addition to wrangling you, I've got a dog here behind me that is just excited to hear your voice, will not sit still. I've got a cat over here howling in the window. So there's all kinds of chaos here at Casa Keene tonight.
Well, it's typical then, isn't it?
It is.
The only thing is, instead of dogs and cats howling, you don't have a bunch of authors there drunk on bourbon howling it back and forth at each other. So, I mean, that's...
Yeah, honestly, that's been one of the nicer parts of the pandemic, is that I don't have a bunch of authors passing through and crashing here for the night, drunk on bourbon, spitting it out like you're doing with your coffee right now. I hate that it had to take this to get that to stop.
Well, we all know that there'll be retribution coming, some point in the future.
Exactly. But, no, I miss my friends. I miss going to shows. Obviously, I miss our show because it's not only near and dear to my heart, but it's like a family reunion every year. But I miss shows in general. I miss bookstore signings. That's the thing I miss the most is meeting the folks who not only support this charity, but support the genre, both the professionals working in it and the fans who make all that possible. So we're very happy to bring you this show tonight. I guess we should talk about some of the things we have coming up. One of the things we're doing tonight that's a little different from our last live stream is we are incorporating the silent auction. Always a big popular aspect of our live conventions. We're going to do it tonight. Joe, tell us a little bit about how that's going to work, because people kept asking me and I told them I don't know.
Well, it's not going to be Yeah, sure. It's not going to be a lot. It's not going to be a silent auction. Obviously, with a live stream, we can't have a silent auction. There's no way for people to write down their bids. So it's actually going to be a live auction. So I'll hold up the item. We only have 5 items tonight, but they're really, really cool items. Items, one of them I wish I could keep for myself, but I can't because it was donated to the charity for charitable purposes. So I'm going to hold up the item, and I'm going to start the bid at a price of like $10. And then do I hear 20? Do I hear 40? Do I hear 60? And I'm going to monitor how people bid over in the chat box. So if I'm up to $40 and somebody says 100, then I'm going to jump it to 100. And then 120, we'll give it about 10 minutes or until the bids stop coming in. Boom, done. That person wins. They send in their donation. I send them the prize.
Okay. And we should make sure people understand we're not doing all 5 items at once. We're going to intersperse them throughout the show tonight. The first one coming up within the hour, last one in the last hour. We are, of course, going to midnight East Coast time tonight. Can you tell us what the 5 items are? I mean, I know, and I personally think they're very cool, but
I mean, I have a Theater of Blood original 1-sheet poster that's signed to Jim from Vincent Price. So it actually has Vincent Price's signature on it. I have a signed book from Stephen King that's signed by
Jim.
I'm sorry?
Did Steve sign that to Jim as well?
No, he did not. It's just Stephen King. Back in year 1, when we had our first show, Heather Langenkamp was a guest, obviously Nancy from A Nightmare on Elm Street. And she actually had her hair cut at the show, and we have clippings of her hair with her autograph. That'll be up for auction. I have a dual signed Funko Pop duo packet of the Frog Brothers from that vampire movie. I can't remember what it is. I think it's The Lost Boys. Yeah, the Lost Boys. And that's signed by Corey Feldman and Jameson Newstead, who were the Frog Brothers. And then last but not least, also from the Lost Boys, I have a signed 8x10 of Kiefer Sutherland as David from the Lost Boys. And if you go to the Facebook page of Scares the Care Charity Week in Williamsburg, I have photos of them up on that page so that people can check it out there.
Very, very cool. Which one is going to come up first? Do you know? You're just going to do it at random, or?
I'll probably start with the Kiefer Sutherland 8x10.
Okay. Cool.
Get things going, and then I think I'll probably save the Theater of Blood poster for last.
Nice.
That'll be the last item. So.
Okay. Nice. So I'm looking in the chat. We got a lot of people watching already. Special shout out to Clayton. It's 1 a.m. in St. John, NB. What's NB? New Brunswick? No, that can't be New Brunswick. Where's NB? What country is that?
That New Zealand?
No, that would be NZ, wouldn't it?
Well, we'll wait for him to answer because
this is what you tuned in for, folks, to watch 2 old middle-aged dudes fail at
geography. Try to do geography.
Well, anyway, it's 1 o'clock where Clayton is, and he is looking forward to tonight's Splatterpunk reunion. He is, of course, North Bergen. Uptown Horror says NB maybe. Oh, New Brunswick, Canada. Isn't that what I said?
Yeah, but it shouldn't be 1 a.m. there. Not New Brunswick.
I don't know. And it's 1 a.m. wherever Clayton is. I don't know. Maybe Clayton's had a little help.
Hey, we're just thankful he's here. Thankful he's here.
We're thankful all of you are here. And the Splatterpunk reunion, of course, we're not really calling it a Splatterpunk reunion because it's not all of the Splatterpunks. But it is Joe R. Lansdale, David J. Scow, and John Skip together on a stage. I'm honestly not sure the last time that has happened anywhere. All 3 of them in the room at the same time. So that's going to be very, very cool. We hope you folks will stick around for that. But I'll tell you what, Joe, if you don't have anything else to get to yet, I'll go ahead and bring on our first guest a little early because she's in London. I don't know if it's 1 o'clock there as well, but I know she was a trooper for staying up late.
Bring her on.
All right. Of course, joining us now all the way from London, as I said, is the author of Rigor Morbid, Switchblades and Hairspray, and the forthcoming Goddess of Filth. I am, of course, talking about V. Castro. Welcome to the stream.
Hi, how are you?
Wow, look at you.
Let me fix I'm all dressed up like you, but you're prettier. I think, Joe, you're prettier than me.
No, I highly doubt that.
Let me take myself off the screen here for a minute. I can't decide. You're both pretty.
No, I defer to her.
So V, what time is it in London right now? Because as you heard, Joe and I are clueless when it comes to geography.
It's 10:10.
10:10. Oh, that's not too bad.
No, not at all. It's not late at all. I'm not that old.
Are you a night owl? Are you like a person who's up writing all night, or?
No, I have small children, so I'm up early, and unfortunately.
All right, so you have a new book coming out, correct?
Yes, actually, next year I have 2 books coming out. So, Goddess of Filth in March, and then also the one I will be reading from Flame Tree Press, Queen of the Cicadas, La Reina de las Chicharas, which is why I'm dressed like this. Okay. So, kind of get into the spirit of the book and the feel of it.
All right. Are you ready to start?
I am ready. If you guys are ready.
We're ready. Okay, Joe, I'm sorry, go ahead, Joe.
No, why don't you mute me? That way everybody's attention can be on Miss Castro.
Yeah, I'm gonna take you and I off screen, and V, you take it away.
All righty then. I'm gonna actually start with chapter 7, and we will be in Mictlan, which is the Aztec underworld. Here we go. May I tell you my side of the story? Sometimes the dead deserve to be amongst the living, and some of the living should be long dead or never born at all. But that is not the way of life. Just ask the women who have died in childbirth. They are my handmaidens down here, in Mictlan, the place you call the underworld. I reside here to preside over the bones of the dead with my king, who's been enjoying his retirement from worship. He never recovered from the deep sorrow that invaded his soul after the slaughter by the boat people on horseback in armor. He's a pussycat, really, even though he is more of a dog person. I am the one they should have feared. On this particular day, I walked upon a road near my home. A single drop of blood stained my robe. With one finger, I brought it to my mouth, tasting its essence. Its sweetness was familiar to me. When I looked above, there was nothing more, and I continued on. Later, as I sat reading in the twilight, a small cry alerted me to a crime I could not ignore. And so many heinous acts of evil I have watched since the inception of time. I traveled through the eye of a spider to a ceiba tree where I found the voice that filled me with such despair. It was a young woman about to perish by the hands of other cruel, hate-filled humans. There was no need for me to look into their hearts to see their wickedness. To say I was displeased is an understatement. I was furious, and in my fury I poured my power into the earth, the tree, the creatures of the land to take vengeance on my behalf of this innocent. Their venom would be more toxic, their will my own, because this innocent was special. She had the blood of magic. Her ancestor Ikal was a great priest that worshipped me with such fervor, all his sacrifices pleasing. In fact, he died protecting my divine countenance, chiseled in stone as it dripped in the precious blood of those that sailed upon the wind of greed and domination. For a time, they cowered before the ferocity of our warriors, dressed in vividly painted armors as jaguars. They knew we sacrificed our captives. Milagros' noble priest ancestor refused to be a slave, and in his final act of defiance, he was cut down. That is why I heard her call. The currency of loyalty and blood surpasses anything that can be exchanged by hand. I clipped a string of my heart muscle and gave it to a spider to wrap in a parcel of webbing for the chichara to feed upon. My essence, once inside the little insect, perched upon the dying woman's collarbone. I asked her what she wished of me. In a voice that was silent to everyone but me, she said she wanted blood for blood vengeance. She wanted to live on. I should visit her twin, Concepcion, to tell her what has happened. Together they were special, strong. Her heart wanted to make love to the devil so she could sell her soul for life or revenge. In that moment, I wanted to kiss her forehead and stroke her head like a mother would console a small child after a bad dream. I explained I could not bring her back to life as she was dying. That is final. The particles of her soul were already beginning to disperse and make their way to my kingdom. I granted half her soul to remain on the world, while the other stayed with me for a cost. Blood, worship, life. I informed her there was no such thing as the devil. The closest she would ever come to such a monster stood in front of her. If she wanted to peer into the skull of the grotesque, she should open her eyes and see her tormentors. One of them tried to flee. I say try because that little fish would not escape my hook. She saw my image, and it was my intention for all to see me once more in my horrible beauty painted in wrath. Feeding this power of justice over the ages of time would require a sacrifice by everyone. Punishment has a dear price. Both she and her twin would have to give of themselves in blood and spirit. And I wanted punishment too. The men on boats must have thought themselves God, but they were not. It is because of those invaders long ago I am no longer worshipped. All that blood spilled in the name of another God forced me to return to my universe outside of this one. But let it be known once and for all, the known space beyond is like a string of polished jade stones, tightly coiled so that each one densely touches each other. Each stone is a different universe with unique beings, gods, and laws. When these stones touch, there is nothing to stop an exchange of energy. When universes collide is when you feel and see those things that you fear. The shadows move. The hair on your body raises. We are there. The legends of the humans say my visage is flayed, and this is true. All you see when you gaze upon me is striated ropes of muscle as taut as the strings of a violin's bow. My veins are prominent with their shades of blue and dark red. Mostly they beat steadily, except when in the throes of sex with my love. But in our universe, no one is tethered by such a delicate thing as skin. Being skinless has given us a freedom that humans do not enjoy. During sex, our bodies intertwine, making the experience so much more intense. There is nowhere to hide or fake, as every muscle spasm can be seen and felt. Slick with blood, we move in and out of each other until our bodies resemble a sheet of flesh that is truly two beings becoming one. It is quite a sad thing to see so much misery caused by skin. As much as I hated to leave this bauble of paradise, once those boats set foot upon our chosen home, I knew it would only be a matter of time before we would be forced to flee. The God of the boat people is a jealous God. It is also true the home I share with my husband is a windowless box. The walls and columns that keep my residence standing are made from the tightly compacted bones of the dead. The hallways are made from skulls that look outward, whispering to me their deeds and their life, for their song of praise for allowing me their presence in my home. There is one single room without anyone at all. Looking after souls is a deafening job. We need a place to retreat for solace and quiet. If I had not been at rest in my dark and windowless room, I might not have heard the cry of Milagros until it was too late. And her cry made me ache. It made me think of all the screams of my devotees as they were murdered. Powerlessness is a horrible thing to fear. Constant fear is a rope, a sword, a whip cutting into flesh and consciousness until you become a walking dead thing. I called upon the chichara, the cicada perched upon her neck, to collect half her soul for safekeeping until the time comes for her to change form for good. The cicada cell with her soul would rest in my womb. When she feels her vengeance is full and my belly has grown large, I will bring her back. She will be my daughter in the other world. With you. With us. For now, she will be the legend, La Reina de las Chicharas. I would be lying if I said it didn't feel good to be halfway into the world of the living again. The tales of our existence have been denounced. We are things of fiction, dusty artifacts preserved behind glass, characters created to explain what science can now prove. But next time you hear that scratch or howl or have a sensation of unease, it is not science in the room. It could be one of us passing through your realm. Worlds, universes colliding. The other world is closer than you think because eyes are like skin, soft barriers that prevent enlightenment instead of bringing you closer to the truth. to the beautiful nightmare. Thank you.
Wow. Let me bring Joe on as well. Sarah pointed out there was a line that really grabbed my attention, and I see Sarah pointed out the same one in chat. My beauty painted in wrath. My God,
Yes.
that should be
Thank
a tattoo.
Well, these will go away.
Yeah, those will go. How long did this take?
Probably about 20 minutes. They're like tattoos you cut and then you put water and you just press them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it takes a while to cut them out individually because they're small. But yeah, it was pretty fun.
The one thing I want to ask each of our celebrity guests as they're on tonight, and you can pick which you prefer. What do you like most about Halloween, or what is your favorite Halloween memory?
Oh, well, I mean, I love
I can
Halloween.
spell for you if you need.
I love everything about Halloween, but mostly I think it's because, I've always grown up with the idea of the supernatural, growing up in a Mexican household. And, there's always Dia de los Muertos, sugar skulls. You always have that every year. But you get those supernatural tales from when you're very small. So for me, it was a time to really celebrate those stories, and I wasn't abnormal. Everybody was interested in the supernatural and ghosts and demons and creatures, and it was nice to be able to say, yes, you want to know more? Well, let me tell you about La Lechuza and La Llorona, and let me tell you about all of these different things. And in San Antonio, where I'm from, there's a place called Espada Park, which are old missions,
right?
And they're supposed to be very haunted. And I was that strange kid. There are railroad tracks where supposedly you put your car in neutral, you put baby powder on the back window, and you wait. And apparently, the hands of small children will appear and push you over the railroad tracks, because that is the site where there was a huge school bus that was hit by a train. You don't get creepier or more macabre than that. So I grew up with all these urban legends and tales growing up in South Texas, and Halloween was a time to feel normal about those things and having an interest in the darker side of life.
I dig that. You have time for a question or two from the audience before?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, folks. If you have a question for V, pop it in the chat. I will probably just pick the best one. But while we're doing that, let's see what you thought.
I have a question.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Go ahead, Joe.
Is the cicada a part of the Hispanic? Is that like a part of the underworld?
So, well, chicharras are basically, they're huge in South Texas, and they make a lot of noise.
Yeah.
And the reason I chose the cicada is because they're everywhere. And they used to really frighten me as a child, because we would have fights with their skins. They would just cling to the tree, the shells, and we'd throw them at each other. But the noise, it can be very loud and just unnerving. But also, spiritually, when it comes to Aztec mythology, everything is connected: the creatures, insects, plants, and so I just used something that was a huge part of my childhood and brought a new mythology to it, and also the transformation.
That's awesome.
I love the transformation, and that's kind of where it came from.
That's awesome. I really like the way you tied the two things together.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, the excerpt was a hit.
Thank you.
I'm looking here. I'll put some of them up.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you,
everybody.
Clapping.
Thank you.
Yeah, lots and lots and lots of applause.
Thank you.
I think probably the best one here that you'll like. J-Bog says, I came for V. Castro.
Thank you. Thank you.
So when does that come out?
That comes out June next year. So June 21, and then
Okay.
Goddess of Filth is March.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and then in 2022, Flame Tree Press has picked up my short story collection, Mestiza Blood, which will give you all of those creepy urban legends.
Nice.
Wow.
Now, is
I gotta
Don
get that.
Daria your editor there?
Sorry?
Is Don Daria your
Yes.
editor of Flame
Yes.
Tree? Is it cool for you as, a next generation writer? Now you're starting to make it big. Is it cool to work with Don? I mean, the guy
He's wonderful.
he pretty much brought horror back at one point.
He's wonderful. I mean, he's just been, and what I like is he's really made an effort to preserve the story.
Right.
And I can he's made there's nothing I have to change to make it more palatable or acceptable, and I love that. And all of my stories are unique in that way and express some part of being a Chicana, a Mexican American woman. So I love that I've been able to express that freely, and I can give that to people.
Cool. All right, we're gonna go. Like I said, folks, we'll probably have time for just one question, so I'm just going to pick one. I think this is a good one. Snowcone72 asks, what is your favorite scary story of Mexican culture? I think that's a good question.
Well, so I would have to say the obvious one, La Llorona, just because I'm actually writing something, and I have a novella about La Llorona, but I think she's a really misunderstood woman, almost like Mary Magdalene in some ways. She's been labeled, everybody has a different story, and the idea of a woman, feeling so desperate to take the lives of her children and herself, I think that's something that can be explored, especially when it comes to mental health. And I find that just a really interesting, especially now with a lot more women writing horror, expressing feminism through horror, and trying to express even trauma that they've experienced through horror. I think something like that is interesting to explore. But also, as I said before, La Lechuza, because I have a lot of interest in curandismo and witchcraft,
right,
and to kind of go beyond the surface of what it all means. For me, it says more than just creature. There's substance there, and
right,
to express the real horrors of the world. And that's what we do. We, as horror writers, we see the world, we take it in, we digest it, and we make something else for people to either connect with, and I think horror is powerful in that way. There's a strong connection because the emotions are strong, and the horror community is the best community.
Amen to all that. All right, well, V, I see a lot of folks in chat, wondering how they can find out when the book's up for pre-order, etc. Where can folks find you online? Where are the best places to track down V Castro?
Well, I am really active on Twitter, and Instagram. So it's at V Latina London. So V Castro, you can, but yeah, Twitter and Instagram really. Goddess of Filth, you can pre-order, and Queen of the Cicadas is up for pre-order as well. And again, V Latina London, Instagram and Twitter. vvcastro.com is my website. But yeah, I'm relaxed. I'm willing to say hey. I'm around. I'm around a lot these days, as everyone is, I think.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I apologize if I misspeak here, because this wasn't planned or scripted or anything.
Yeah.
But I want to thank you personally as well.
Oh, thank you.
Jesus Gonzalez was just my best friend in the world, and as I worked to bring his stuff back into print, obviously his generation of fans are there and they're excited for it, but you have really gone above and beyond to help me introduce a new generation of readers to his stuff, and I am so grateful for that.
Oh, thank you. For me, this is the thing. I think culturally, you should, some voices should not be forgotten, and and paying homage to ancestors, to people who've done good things, big things in life. They should be preserved. And there are so few Mexican Americans writing horror that it would be a disservice to him, to his children, his widow, and to his memory to not. He was put here to write those stories. Yep. I think as storytellers, there's something more there, and it's significant. And the best way to honor his memory is to just keep it going. That in itself is keep his legacy going, and it also honors our culture. And for me, that's very important now more than ever.
Absolutely.
So I was like, let's get it out, because just because someone isn't here doesn't mean they're not here.
That's right.
That's right.
Well, V. Castro, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Happy Halloween, Dia de los Muertos. Have a great night. Donate, guys. And I will see you later.
All right.
Thank you, V.
All right. As she said, donate. And there are two ways to do that, folks. For those of you watching the live stream, live scream.
Yeah.
We ain't even an hour into this, Joe. If you're watching at scaresthecareweekend.com, you should see a big donate button right above you. Just click that and fill out the form, and you're all done. Or if you're watching via your mobile phone, text the word VCARE. That's V as in vampire care to 91999 and just follow the prompts. And we appreciate it. Right now, as we said, we're going to be doing some not so silent auctions throughout the evening. Joe, I think we should start with our first auction item, and let's see.
Let me just piggyback on what you said a second ago.
Okay.
All right, look, we did not have any conventions last year. We didn't get a chance to go to any conventions last year. And because of people like you watching this live stream, and with the efforts of our board of directors, our state reps, our volunteers, we were still able to meet in the middle of a pandemic, still able to meet our goal for the three families. That is amazing. Okay. Now, I know we didn't get a chance to really do a whole lot with people last year. So really wanted to do something this year. Brian was kind enough to do the first live stream. So we wanted to kind of do a Halloween party. But as Brian said, we're going to do a not so silent auction. Brian, here's where I need your help. I need you to help me keep an eye on the comments.
All right.
First item up is going to be a signed 8x10 of Kiefer Sutherland as David from the Lost Boys. Now, if you're seeing this, sometimes these cameras show things in reverse. And for example, this is my right hand, but you're seeing it on the left side. So the autograph is straight, okay? Straight meaning it's not written backwards, as you might be seeing it. It also has a PSA DNA certification that this is a legitimate autograph. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to start the bidding at $20. Okay. So do I have 20?
And what we'll do, folks, again, if you're just joining the stream, you type your bid into chat. I'll see it pop up. We will let this go for a few minutes till 5:40 maybe. Somebody's got to check with their partner, make sure they can spend the money. We have a bid of $25, Joe.
25. Do I have 30? Brian, let me know if we got 30.
We have 50.
We have 50. So we've jumped from 30 to 50. So do I have 60?
$60 from Danielle.
I got $60. Do I have 70? Do I hear 70?
75.
What was that?
75 from
$75. Do I have 80? I have $80 for Kiefer Sutherland.
Okay, and folks, while you're bidding, Joe, because we're doing this live, when we announce that we're closing the bids, I'm gonna let the chat update because there's a lag between the chat and us, and I want to make sure we don't close it at like a dollar amount and then somebody bids a higher dollar amount. So right now we are at $80.
We've got $80. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when I was undercover in the police department, this is what I wanted my hair to look like. I wanted to emulate this character. Never could do it. Never could do it. So please make me feel better. How about 90? Do we have $90?
90. And we should mention, while we're waiting to see if we're getting any more, just like the donations that you're making at the scaresthecareweekend.com page or via our text to donate, whatever you're donating tonight will go to the charity, will go to help next year's 3 families. I used to have hair like that. We are now at $100, Joe. Timmy G 1962 at $100.
We've got $100 for the lovely and sexy Kiefer Sutherland. 100. Do I have 110? Can I get 110? This is why I like to fool everybody and make them think my screen froze.
While we're waiting, Danielle wants you to know, Joe, that you would look so good with that hair.
First of all, let's be honest. I look good in anything. Okay? Anything. I am a veritable stud muffin. And, I am secure enough in my manhood to dress like this for you all tonight, because you all complained last time that I didn't. So I even put on wings. And look, Victoria's Secret is going to call me any second. I have a feeling. 110?
Speaking of honesty, one of my favorite Scares the Care supporters, John Jack, you'd have to have hair first.
And John Jack can get the first official shut your ass tonight on this live stream.
All right, folks, I think we're going to close the bidding at the count of 10. We are currently at 100, and that is at Timmy G 1962. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Look at that face. 2, 1. All right. Bidding is closed. Winner is Timmy G 1962 with a bid of $100. Now, Joe,
Yes.
Explain to Timmy and everyone else, because as we said, we're going to have 4 more auctions throughout the evening.
Yes.
How does he go about securing this?
Great question, Brian. I'm glad you asked. So, Timmy G, what I need you to do is go into PayPal. You can click one of the links, donate the $100. Make sure when you're using PayPal, though, that you also include in the notes section your name, your full address, phone number in case I needed to call you to discuss about shipping. Once I have the donation and your address, this goes right out into the mail on Monday.
All right. Timmy says, cool beans. I tell you, this, remember
John
in
Jack.
August, remember in
John
August?
Jack. Did you see that?
Yeah.
John Jack.
John Jack, for the record, back in August, I lobbied to have you co-host the live stream with me, and that was vetoed. But this is why. This is why we need to have John Jack on the stream.
I tell you what, John Jack's going to get something, all right.
All right, Joe. We're going to completely change gears now. Folks watching, if you have kids at home, as I do, this pandemic has been hard on families, particularly on children. Halloween's coming up. Some communities aren't going to have traditional things that you do on Halloween. Some still are. We're not passing judgment here. That's not what we're here to do tonight.
No.
But me personally, I've been wondering, what can I do with my kid to make Halloween fun during the pandemic? So joining us now is Child Care Center Director and Scares the Care volunteer, Pam Blasi. And Pam is going to demonstrate some easy crafts for kids. Welcome, Pam.
Hi. Hi, I'm here with Laura. She might be a little off screen there.
Hi, Laura.
Hi.
Brian, why don't you mute me and that'll give them more space?
Yep, I'm gonna take us both off. There goes Joe. All right, Pam, I'm gonna turn it over to you. Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right. We're gonna try to do 2 different things. So the first one we're gonna do is make monsters out of paper plates, either tissue paper or construction paper, and glue. That's it. You'll obviously need some scissors to cut some stuff. And then we're also going to try to make cloud dough. I know it's not the favorite of many parents because slime and dough gets everywhere, gets messy. But during quarantine, we actually made cloud dough a lot. And I personally, as a mom, find it to be the best solution we have found to needing something sensory, but without it kind of getting everywhere. I've just found it stores great, so you can put it in Tupperware and it stays for like weeks. Yeah. And you can just kind of add a little bit of stuff to it to make it easier to use. And it's only 2 ingredients. So for the cloud dough, you just need cornstarch and conditioner. And food coloring is optional. And you can do food coloring if you want, but in all honesty, if the conditioner has color, like we don't have it right now, but we used a lot of this, like the cheapest strawberry conditioner that you can find anywhere. It makes the cloud dough pink and it smells awesome. And it also keeps the smell. So we will do our little monster craft first. I already cut out some eyeballs and some ears and some mouths. But for the actual monster face, Alora and I are each going to pick a color. I'm going to use purple because purple is my favorite color.
I'm going to use pink because that's my favorite color.
Okay, Alora's going to use pink. And we are just going to cut some strips out of here. You could also just rip tissue paper. Kids love to rip tissue paper. They will rip it like forever and ever into the teeniest, tiniest pieces ever. You can also, if you wanted to, if your kids are maybe a little older and you want to practice some scissor skills, you could always put lines on construction paper and then they can cut the lines. And then once they're all cut out, then they can move on to do the glue. You could do the same thing if you wanted them to practice cutting out different types of shapes. You could draw the shapes, like these are going to be little ears. You could draw this also on construction paper and they can try to cut this out. So I'm also a big fan of like process art. So that means that we know we're making a monster, but you'll see ours will look like monsters because we're older. But I do work in a child care center and we have, toddlers and preschoolers. And if they made a monster, their ears might be in the middle and their eyeballs might be on the ends. But I say, if that's how you want your monster to look, then that's how you want your monster to look. So it doesn't really matter to me how it ends up looking. If they have pride in the piece that they have made, I think that is much better than it looking like what you think it should look like as an adult. Kids will come to you all the time with something. Okay, if you have kids, it could be they will draw a picture or they will make something out of Legos and they will say, Mommy, Daddy, Grandma, Aunt, whoever, teacher, do you like what I drew? And then they'll say, do you know what it is? I have learned, don't guess. Just don't guess. Let them tell you, what did you make? Because I will tell you, even a 2-year-old who has literally done nothing but scribble will give you a story about something. And hearing their little, creation is a lot better. So sometimes it's better not to put your adult head in it. Just let them tell you. So we've cut a bunch of little squares here. Now, easiest thing to do, take regular glue, put it all over the plate.
Plastic plate, of course.
All done, easiest way. And then
use real plates, use paper plates.
Yeah, paper plates, Alora says. Don't use a real plate. That would not be a good idea to try to decorate dinnerware that you're actually going to eat off of. Not a good idea. Yeah. So then you're just going to stick all these on here. You can use one color. You could use 2 colors. You could make a rainbow monster. You could make whatever you want. Sometimes kids like to just put them all on one spot. They just really like a tower of construction paper. just got to encourage them to spread it out a little bit so that it
I did that one.
takes up
Listening.
a little bit more space. And luckily, you know, we're going to do this quickly because we're used to crafting. And like I said, Alora's birthday is on Monday. She'll be 10. So we are a little older and a little bit more experienced with crafts. But if you've got some littler ones, this is definitely going to take them some time. And they're probably definitely not going to want to make one. They're going to want to make
Like
a family. They're going to want to make, who knows. I mean, you could even do like multiple layers on here. If your monster is really furry, he might need to have, you know, 2 layers of stuff. If you're using tissue paper, you have to be a little bit more careful when you're putting stuff down because it tears a little easier than construction paper. So once we have that, I need a little bit more for my monster here. My purple monster.
nice pink, of course. Because I love pink and it's
Yes, so Laura loves pink. She's gonna have
my room is pink.
her room is pink. She's gonna have pink birthday party. So
It's true.
lots and lots.
It's true. And you love
Pink.
purple a lot.
Pam, while you're doing that, a lot of comments
Sorry,
in the chat
I only saw
about your,
one because I'm.
well, there's a lot about your nails. People love your nails. Talk about your nails.
These are actually Color Street nails. So they're like a nail sticker. I forget what this one's called. This is actually one of their Halloween sets from last year.
I think it's spooky, something like that.
I don't know. I'd have to look up the name. But they're super easy to apply. So it's got like, I got spider webs. I got some bats on here. I got this one looks like a little jack-o'-lantern. I know they're kind of hard to see, but yeah, they're they come in all different. They have like ones this year that actually glow in the dark. I don't have those, but yeah, they're really easy to apply. Laura likes them too. Like they're great for kids. They go on like
and they stay on
super
for
easy,
weeks.
and they stay on forever. Hers
Not
stay
so
on
much
longer than mine
because you wash your hands a lot because you
Well,
work at a daycare.
Yeah, I do wash my hands a lot. Plus, my nails are longer, so I just find that.
But like, this nail was up to like here.
Alright,
So
I am going to put some eyeballs on my monster, and he is
Can you
going
give
to
me-
have really big eyes.
Oh, this is really big.
And then I also kind of pre-cut out some little mouths too.
Put that right there.
Put some. Do you want the little mouth or the big mouth? The little one?
Yeah, 'cause I'm little.
Because you're little. You're not that little.
No, because you think
She
I'm
keeps-
so old.
She keeps getting bigger.
You think I'm so old.
I'm going to use the antenna ears.
Okay. Where did I need to go?
Also made triangle ears. You could make any ears that you want.
Make as many as your heart desires. It's really
Whatever
fun.
your heart desires.
Just make
We need to grab maybe a Sharpie so we could give him, some actual eyeballs. But he needs, some little circles in here so you can actually see his eyes. Let me see if I can. Let's grab some paper real quick. And we'll make him some little parts for his eyeballs. And then we'll
takes
move
like
on
5 minutes.
to the cloud dough, which really doesn't take long, but it's
It's fun.
super fun to make.
If you have a little kid, I recommend you probably do it.
Laura says if you have a little kid, you should probably do it, which is
Yes.
probably right.
It's
Cornstarch
messy.
is a little tricky because it's very powdery.
And they might think it's like food.
But the conditioner part is fine. Although this is a dough I wouldn't suggest eating, obviously. So if your kid needs something edible, I wouldn't have to make this because it's made with conditioner. Although I'm sure there's tons of recipes out there that if your child needs something edible, you could find, something that didn't have conditioner in it. Or some of you are creative, and I'm sure you know something different than a conditioner that you have in your kitchen that you could use. You need eyeballs for yours? Yeah. Okay.
I can't cut properly.
She can't cut eyeballs. The easiest way for me to cut a circle, I fold paper in half and then just.
I've done that before with to make a card. I made a little heart. So actually, I'm super into arts and crafts.
Arts and crafts are fun.
Yeah, but sometimes.
All right, so Laura's gonna finish gluing her eyeballs on here, and so these are our little monsters. So they just need to dry.
And you just put them.
So we're just gonna move them up here, and then we're gonna
make the cloud dough.
Move in our cloud dough. Super easy. So we got a bowl, we got a spoon. We have a giant thing of cornstarch. Don't ask. It's a huge
2 cups of cornstarch.
Huge container of cornstarch. So it's really 2 parts cornstarch to 1 part conditioner. And
you probably need a spoon for this.
This giant thing of cornstarch.
2 cups. And I recommend you use a spoon for the first 5 minutes of mixing.
All right.
Because it can get messy.
All right.
Okay. That way So
we're just using this kind now. We didn't go out and get the good smelling stuff. This stuff smells all right, but it
smells alright.
It's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same as I'm just telling you, the cheap strawberry. Is that enough to start with? All right. Yeah. Laura's like a professional at this. So it looks weird, like it's not going to do anything when you first put it together. So it just looks like this weird
white powder.
It just looks like a lot of powder.
But trust me, at the end you'll love it.
So you just keep stirring and mixing, and we might have to add some more conditioner in here.
Whoa.
But it's kind of like if you're making slime, you want to start with the minimum, and then you can always add, but you can't take it out. Because I know slime can just get out of control.
Yeah, it
can get way out of control, and then you've got colored stuff and smelly stuff, and so we're gonna.
John Jack wants to know, just hair conditioner?
Yes.
Yes, it's literally just hair conditioner, from the shower. So.
And it's coming together.
And Mary asks, Pam, do you make pumpkins, jack-o'-lanterns with the same technique?
The same technique of what? Just.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe the monsters from before.
Does she mean put paper on the jack-o'-lantern? Does she mean that?
Maybe. Snowcone wants to know, can you use quick drying cement?
I would not suggest that with children. That is probably not a good idea. Might be a fun experiment for you as a parent, but I wouldn't suggest.
Flowers probably good for kids because
we just carved jack-o'-lanterns last night. I don't know. I just kind of wing it. I have a general idea, I guess, when I want to do crafts, and I try not to get too into the planning because then it's just, then your monster just they all look the same.
Yeah, and Dad's was one, so he's fine.
So last night we did pumpkins, and we just kind of drew a face on it and cut it out, and they all look different. And some years we use a pattern, but it just depends. This year we just all wanted our jack-o'-lanterns to have faces.
Yeah, and Lee's is actually kind of cool because it's not orange.
Yeah, we've got a green pumpkin,
And
which they're very cool to look at to decorate with. But he tried to carve it.
And they're so thick.
Parent tip: no, you can't do that.
It's this thick.
It's
so thick.
5 times as thick as a normal pumpkin. Getting through it was something. We barely made it.
We had to.
And then he couldn't even. Yeah, we had to use a giant knife, and it
didn't work out.
It made a big mess. It smelled really good though, so it smelled kind of like a cantaloupe.
And you ate it.
So I did try a little bit, just for fun.
But you didn't buy that.
So I'll just show you a little bit of this. So
it sticks together, and then to use your hands to get into it.
So once it gets a little sticky.
And if you want, you can use food dye. It's optional though.
So this is a little too sticky for me. I would probably add a little bit more cornstarch.
A little bit.
Yes, can you put a little bit more in here? And we won't dye anything this time just because I don't feel like dyeing my hands. But like I said, if you get conditioner that is colored,
They just use the spoon.
it already stays that way. So I actually saw, like, we've used a strawberry. I saw at the dollar store yesterday an orange conditioner. So if you did that, then it would just smell like oranges.
I'm gonna put in this and mix it with the spoon because
Oh, you want to mix it with the spoon?
yeah,
Okay.
just so it doesn't get all over him.
Okay. Well, now it's all over my hands, but I'm stuck with it.
You can go wash your hands. It's fine. Somebody asked a question. The dollar store has many of these items.
Oh, yeah.
Good price point. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be.
So this is the sticky version. She's gonna we added a little more cornstarch, and she's gonna add some blue food coloring. But yeah, anything here. Years ago, they're not super into crafts anymore, but a couple years ago, like, these are things we would have had standard in our house: paper plates, construction paper, glue, scissors, and I always have cornstarch and conditioner. So these are things that you probably already have in your house, or you can get.
I like the Dollar Tree for
like this cornstarch can be made for $2. And like I said, it lasts forever, and it smells like whatever conditioner you use too. So that's great, and it keeps the smell.
What's that?
Sorry, that is my dog. Apparently needs some attention.
He thinks it's food, by the way.
He thinks everything that we do in the kitchen is something that he needs to eat.
He's eat plastic.
And that's just not the case.
Using your fingers. Don't dye your fingers.
I'm probably gonna dye my whole fingers here because I'm trying to speed up the process, and I'm using my hand.
But it looks good. Or you can just.
This smells really good because this is like an oatmeal.
It does smell good.
This is just good smelling conditioner.
And at the end, you're gonna want to play with it. You parents are gonna want to because it's so good.
Because it's so good.
And your kids probably not gonna let it go.
We need to mix some of this cornstarch in here too. So it doesn't have to be sticky if you don't want it to be. You just add more cornstarch, and then it's not as sticky.
Your hand's gonna be diced.
I know my
Be
hand.
like a smurf.
No, it wanted to be alright.
Like a smurf. Maybe smurf.
No, it'll be okay.
You
I won't be a smart. So
can just put it in temper. It's that easy.
Yeah.
Where's up?
He was supposed to be in a bedroom, but I guess that didn't
He got
work out. I guess he got out. So we just got some blue in here, and you can just keep going. So like if your kids like it like super sticky, then that's fine. But then next time you can save this, and then you can add cornstarch the next time that you go to use it, and then you can make it less sticky. It just depends on how your kids like to play with it. But again, it's natural ingredients, so I wouldn't recommend eating it, but
Please don't.
it's not really gonna hurt them that much. It smells good.
All right. Well, Alora, happy
Yes?
birthday early.
Thank you.
I gotta ask, what is your favorite part of Halloween?
Getting candy.
Getting candy?
I mean, it is.
Yeah. Laura loves scary movies, so she can often be found in the living room asking to watch
Freddy and
anything.
Michael
Yeah,
Myers.
anything scary. She'll definitely pick the scary movie over
Funny.
the kid funny version. So
It's true.
there you go. Can you turn the bowl so they can see it? It looks.
And that's the one that looks like kind of finished. Just blue goo.
Just blue goo. It's
Blue
very
goo.
fun to play with. I
All
have
right. Well,
found
Pam, how about you? What's your favorite part of Halloween before we let you two go here? Let you go clean your hands off.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I also really like the candy.
Yeah, because you steal all of it.
Because I do. I take all the good stuff. That's the mom tax.
Yeah.
And
It's so stupid.
I really like trick-or-treating. I just have to say that is just one of my favorite things is because we all dress up, our whole family. Like, it's not just the kids. We don't do like the themes. It's kind of whatever anybody wants to do is what we dress up as. And yeah, we just kind of walk around our neighborhood. Again, things are probably gonna be different this year because everything's different this year. That's Reeve's hand in the background. But yeah, I just really like trick-or-treating. I just think it's such a neat little community thing that happens every year. I mean, you get to see people that you never see, and they give you treats. So I mean,
I
what's
think
not to
it's
love?
finished. Look, I added
All right,
some
well,
more stuff.
Pam, Alora, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah. Give our best to Reeve, and I guess to Matt as well.
Yeah, will do.
Eh,
All right, take care,
Yeah.
guys. Happy
He's right
Halloween.
here.
All right, folks. Joe, welcome back. Did you learn
Yes, sir.
anything from that?
I actually tried to do that Play-Doh one time,
Mm-hmm.
and instead of using conditioner, I used shampoo, and it did not turn out
I can't imagine so.
at all, because the bottles, they all look the same these days. I mean, it's not my fault. The bottle, and this was when Lauren was younger, and she was just like, I want Play-Doh, and I was like, well, we're trying to make it, and it wasn't. Well, whatever. Story of my life. Grabbed the wrong bottle.
All right. Well, just want to remind folks, if you're just joining us, this is the Scares That Care Halloween Party live stream. To donate, if you're watching this at scaresthecareweekend.com, it's very easy. Just click the big donate button above where you're watching this right now and just fill out the form. Or via your mobile phone, you can text the words VCARE. That's VCARE, all one word, to 91999 and just follow the prompts. Joe, joining us now, someone that really needs no introduction. He's a Scares That Care favorite, a Scares That Care staple, I dare say at this point, clairvoyant medium and psychic paranormal investigator. I am, of course, talking about Dakota Lawrence.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good, man. It's good to see you.
I know. It's a very crazy, at home, Halloween-a-thon. I wish I was with you guys.
What is this?
What is
this? You agreed that we were going to dress up tonight.
I didn't.
I'm wearing my Halloween costume. I'm Dakota Lawrence.
Yes, you are, and fabulous at it. You are, sir.
Always.
Well,
see, no, I'm wearing my better hair than yours.
Again with the hair.
It doesn't get old.
For the record, I took the high road, Joe. When you brought up conditioner and shampoo a moment ago, I had a log jam in my brain of all the different jokes I could have thrown out there, and I didn't.
I'm sure you could have. So with that, we'll turn it over to Dakota.
All right. I'm sure you want to stick around for this, no?
Yes.
Okay. So Dakota, you and I had talked offline. We wanted to do something a little bit different. We wanted to learn more about your journey and about what you do. You discovered pretty much as a kid that you had this gift, this talent, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I was actually, I was raised as a psychic kid. So my grandmother was a very talented medium. My mom's also intuitive as well. So the whole world of the metaphysical and the psychic phenomenon, all of that was such an integral part of my upbringing that I never really had, that big coming out experience. Flash forward to February of 2001. This is actually, if you look up Psychic Kids on YouTube and you just put in Dakota Lawrence, the story's there in detail. So I'll keep it abridged here because we are having to watch time. Was back in February of 2001, I had a dream about 9/11. And in that dream was that both the towers had caught on fire and and of course we know how the story goes on. And that was when I actually realized, was at that age, that not everyone had this gift. Being an only child, most of my friends were my mom's age and things like that, because only kids are weird. I embraced that a long time ago. That it wasn't until then that I really realized that, hey, not everybody has this gift. So I spent, the next almost, 20 years of my life now going out there helping debunk psychic ability and helping demystify it and what to look out for and what to watch for and how to grow the natural gift that we all have.
Do you ever get, when you're debunking, do you get pushback from others? Like is there psychic drama in the community?
Well, for me, it's one of the things that I hate to see is that I'll be the first one to say is that you have three classes of psychics. You have those that have no ability and know they don't have any ability, and they take advantage. You have those that think that they are, but they aren't. And then you have those that truly are gifted. And for me, this path is about helping others, helping people get back in touch with their lost loved ones, helping people, get back on their own spiritual path in their direction. When I first started this, I started touring the nation at 18, almost 19, doing the events, running the circuit, and that kind of thing. So I wasn't well liked in the very beginning because back then I was really skinny and cute. And I was just as much of a sassy, I won't say this name because I'm sure there's little ears listening, that I am now. So I got pushed back just for that. But for me, yes, thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. But for me, it was about really helping people understand what this world really is about. So yeah,
Now,
people don't like it.
Now, there was a famous magician, the Amazing Randy.
Mm-hmm.
And he would go around and offer a reward. It started small and then it grew and grew and grew.
Mm-hmm.
And he debunked a lot of psychics who were, in fact, taking advantage of people, which I think is abhorrent. In your travels, have you run across the same mediums that he has? And if so, what was your experience like?
Well, I want about Amazing Randy first, is that the test that he had people go through was almost impossible to complete. And then there's the big question of the validity of the time of the $1 million prize. Later on, that was taken away because it was exposed that he really didn't have the $1 million prize. I will never out and out say someone is a fraud. I'll never out and out say that someone isn't who they claim to be, but I give people the signs to watch out for. I think that, the Amazing Randy had good intention. I think that the way of going about it was wrong. But the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So
absolutely. Now, you just mentioned that there are certain things that people should look out for. Yes. Do you feel comfortable in sharing those with the audience?
Well, if I didn't be able to share it, I'd be kind of hurt.
Well, okay. No, if it can help somebody protect themselves,
yes,
then that's all the better.
Well, for me, number one, the one thing I tell people when they say, and I'll use myself for an example and not use another reader, is I don't want to hear your life story. I go and I say, I don't have a degree in therapy. Don't give me your life story. When a client sits down for a reading, they should, number one, have a list of questions. I always recommend an order of priority that they want to discuss. But the questions should be very basic. Joe, purely for an example, because I know you, the question should be, how do you see my relationship with my wife, Michelle, going? Let's just say that for an example. Okay. It shouldn't be, me and my wife are having a great time, or me and my wife are in total hell or total chaos. It should be a very simple, straightforward, here's the question type thing. When a reader starts to ask you open-ended questions, which is where they're looking for you to give them some kind of information, they'll take that information, they'll spin it around a certain way, and they'll regurgitate what you told to them. For example, when I do my mediumship sessions, what I say is, give me the person's name and their connection to you. Mediumship, for those that are unaware of it, is connecting to lost loved ones. You'll notice with people, they'll allow, certain readers will allow you to tell 10, 15 minutes of what's happening to you. And they'll take that information, spin it around, change up the word a little bit, and give it back to you in a certain way. When a true reader needs very little information to start the session for you.
I see.
So number one is be careful of telling too much information, number one, and then the reader going and asking you open-ended questions.
Now, when I was in the police department, and I was assigned to criminal intelligence, one of the factions that we constantly looked at were, and I don't know if this is a derogatory term these days or not. I don't intend it to be, but the gypsies. And the gypsy psychic reading houses, locations you can always identify them by the red hand that's up on a sign out in front, at least up here in the Maryland area. And we've done a few cases where, they would do the trick with rubbing the egg on the body and then breaking it open, and there's something rotten on the inside. And, now you've got to pay this money to appease the spirits. and things like that. Is that kind of what you're alluding to?
Well, no, that's a whole different topic that we'll discuss too.
Okay.
When someone talks about any kind of spell work or any kind of work like that, you know, some of the greatest voodoo practitioners, being in Louisiana, of course, I'm going to know a few hoodoo practitioners, you know, then of course your Wiccans, your pagans, your 10,000 different belief systems like that. I've never known any true worker to charge over 50 to $100, and that's just because of their supply cost. When someone says, I can bring back your lost lover, or I can go and bring you bountiful things and things like that, what you have to ask yourself is that, number one, if you follow a Christian point of view or any real world religion point of view, we have a thing called free will. If we could make a person come back to us, or if we could force those things like that, that goes against the number one fundamental law of the universe, which is we have the rights and the ability to make choices. So number one, whenever somebody tells you, I can do this for you, I can bring back your lost lover, I can make this man or this woman fall in love with you. Number one, that should be the first red flag. Secondly, when it comes to curses, when it comes to things like that, you know, it's one of those things that a simple salt bath, some simple sage bath, I mean, there's 10,000 things out there you can do at home for yourself that can go and cleanse the body, cleanse the aura, cleanse the energy field. It's not going to cost $2,000 for that. If someone promises you, oh, okay, well, if you give me, you know, $1,000, I can guarantee that, you know, you're going to live a rich and bountiful life. Well, then I have to go and ask myself, and maybe this means I'm being the word I won't use because there's kids watching. You can mouth it for me again, Joe. Is that if someone's doing that, then why don't they have that themselves? If we all had the ability to attract, you know, that one person that we want, we'd all be married to some rich A-list celebrity in Hollywood. We all would have won Powerball, you know, those kind of things like that. So you have to look at it from a common sense standpoint as well.
Now, and please help me, because you mentioned about sage baths and salt baths. The thing about that I find fascinating is there's a level of mediumship in virtually every type of society, every type of religion. And what immediately pops to mind would be like in the Indian religion about the chakras. Is that all? I don't mean to say is it all encompassing, but is it all along the same line of work, or is the chakras more of a balancing of the body?
Chakras are going to be more of a balancing of the body. It also goes into, you know, if someone has been through a verbally abusive relationship, you said their throat chakra is more closed off or something like that. To me, I always tell people is that every world religion, every single one, to some degree, has spell work in it. You know, the book of Psalms in the Bible is truly a spell book, is what it is. You know, your book of Revelations, you know, that is 100% a book written on psychic prophecy.
Right.
You know, so it's always going into that energy.
Now, when you approach people and they find out that you are a psychic medium or a person who can potentially foresee things, mediumship, however you want to address it, do you get ultimately the question? Like, for example, the questions I always get when people find out I run a charity. The first thing is, well, can you help so-and-so? It might not come right out of the gate, but it's pretty much when you first meet people.
Yes.
Do you find that to be somewhat annoying, or is it?
Well, I mean, and I've taken into account that for me, this is normal. For a lot of my friends that are in this field, this is normal. I realize when I step outside of my little comfort zone of people, oh, what do you do for a living? Well, I'm a professional medium. I get that you're not going to meet one of us every single day. We're kind of like this weird mystic unicorn in a field full of miniature ponies. So I know people are going to have questions, and I'm content with that. I've never shied away from somebody asking questions. And when they say, oh, will you give me a reading? Well, no, you know, you don't go up to a doctor and say, oh, will you look at this mole for me? Or, oh, will you diagnose this problem? You know, you don't go up to a hairstylist and say, oh, will you cut my hair for me? You know, and I think that people forget that that, you know, when I'm away from this, it's the last thing I want to be doing.
Right.
You know, I've been Dakota Lawrence now for 19 years professionally. I'm kind of sick of him. You know, I'm kind of sick of that guy. No.
Well, let me ask you this: in what it is that you do,
Mhm.
if you get a premonition that
Yes.
something bad is going to happen,
Yes.
and perhaps the people or the person is not aware that you have it, do you tell them?
For me, I try not to invade. Like, if I was talking to you, I mean, it's not like I'm walking around like some weird, you know, it's not like it is in the movies. You know, if I call you and I just have a weird feeling, be like, hey, dude, be careful. It's not going to be, I see a white Toyota pulling out in front of you at the intersection of this and this kind of thing. That's not how it is. I'll get the feeling to just reach out, you know, to a friend and check on them. I'll get, you know, it can come in a variety of ways like that. All of those things are intuition. You know, what people have to understand is, you know, you have the terms clairvoyant, clairaudient, empath, medium. You have all of these different terms and all these different labels because we very much are what I call a labeling society. Is, you know, you need to wear all of these labels, all of these titles, all these things like that. When you really boil down the sixth sense, okay, let's just use that term. You know, because that's what it is a psychic sense. When you really boil it down, all it means is a sensitivity to energy, is all it is that you are sensitive to energy. When I look at what I do, you know, you being, you know, in law enforcement, Brian being an author, you know, anyone that works within that mind aspect, they're going to pick up on certain things sometimes. They're going to have that intuition awaken. When you look at animals, you know, you'll see the birds go and take cover into a tree when a storm's 30 or 40 miles away. You know, they don't break out their little birdie iPhones and pull up the Weather Channel app. You know, they sense that energetic change. Animals, you know, the Native American people learn most of their medicine and learn the most from watching the animals in nature because animals are highly in tune and highly intuitive. So you have to look at it as we don't want to think about ourselves as being animals because we view an animal as our cat or our dog or a guinea pig or a deer or a cow or whatever.
Yeah.
But what we do is we still have that innate sense there. It's just listening to it. And that's the key to intuition is just shutting up and listening.
Now, again, you know, a lot of this is a question that I have. How do mediums feel when they hear about, you know, there was some time back in the 80s where I forget his name, but there was a church preacher and he was busted because he had an earphone or an earpiece in his ear and people were feeding him information about members of the audience. How do mediums feel about faith healers, especially on the grand stage that is religion?
I personally would love to be able to slap people on their foreheads and get away with it, yet alone be paid for it. So good on them. I think with any field, it doesn't matter what field it is. Right now is a highly politicized time. That we see doctors that allow their political beliefs or allow their religious beliefs to cloud their judgment. We see cops that are bad cops. We see cops that are good cops. We see, it doesn't matter what field you're in. It doesn't matter what you're doing as far as that goes. You're always going to have negativity. I get that my field's weird, so it's a bit more scrutinized. But to me, it's you're going to deal with crap no matter what profession you go into. You're going to have bad people in it. For me, it's I'm going to do my own thing. I've never asked permission, and I'm not going to start. I'm just going to do me. So I don't really let that interfere with my goal and my path.
Gotcha.
We've got a audience question here that I think dovetails in nicely with that. Uptown Horror Reviews says, what would you say to the people who call all of this evil?
Oh, that's a great question. Thank you. I'm trying to find the most politically correct way to answer that one. So it's a great question, but I'm going to have to censor it. Here's the thing. If we can classify anything as evil, you know, Joe doing his drag, you know, where he's a straight white male, you know, and he's doing his drag somebody say, oh, well, you know, that's evil. You're going against God, or this is evil, or that's evil. If I lived my life in fear of what's evil and what's wrong, then you never live your life. To me, I've never, ever intentionally wanted to bring someone harm. For me, my readings are about going to that core level issue that is holding a person back. May it be from childhood trauma, may it be from a bad relationship, may it be from an unexpected loss, and help them get themselves back together and get themselves back on path. And, you know, living in the Bible Belt here in Louisiana, you know, I have people that say, oh, no, you know, you're going to go, you know, you're going to totally go to hell for doing this. But I will say this, those that condemn me usually end up coming to see me. So it can't be all bad.
Funny how that works, isn't it?
Yeah, it can't be all bad,
Funny.
you know.
Funny how that works.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask you, based on your location, and do people, once people hear that you're a medium and they hear you're from Louisiana, do they automatically tie in the voodoo aspect and think you're some type of voodoo priest?
Oh, 100%, yes. They're like, oh, you're from Louisiana, you know voodoo? And I'm like, okay, well, number one, voodoo is the most misconstrued religion of all time, I really think. You know, because again, we all love horror movies, but horror movie voodoo, American Horror Story voodoo is nothing like real world voodoo. You know,
Right.
even in actual voodoo, this is going to crush dreams. There is no voodoo doll in actual voodoo. You know, that's a fun little touristy thing. Right?
Get out.
Yeah.
You're
Now,
kidding me.
in true Haitian voodoo, there is no voodoo doll. Now, when you had voodooism move to New Orleans voodoo there is, but in the original Haitian voodoo, there is no dolls.
So that's a construct of American voodooism. Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
We got a ton of good questions here. I want to try to get to as many of them as we can. Dakota, in a couple minutes, I think Pruitt's going to join us. You want to stick around for that?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Okay. One question I have on a personal level, this is not something you can turn on and off like a light switch, right? I mean, for you personally, it's there all the time.
I think people think it's like being Rogue and X-Men. That like if I touch somebody, I'm going to get zapped and like have like their life flash before me and all of that kind of crap. No, it's not, like I said, I demystify my field more than I ever assist my field.
Yeah.
You know, it's for me, I always say whenever I go into a reading, like if I'm going to read for you, Brian, if I'm going to read for someone, you'll see me, number one, not make eye contact with you because I don't want to be accused of reading your body language. And also when I look away, like if I'm going to go and look at my TV here in the living room over here in the corner, that gives me a focal point to zone out in. And I'll just take a deep breath and then exhale. And when that happens, it kind of switches it on to me to have that information come through. But it's not like I'm walking through a crowd and hearing, you know, dead grandma be like, tell her I said hey. You know, that's schizophrenia. You know, that's not
I always like, you know, you and I are hanging out maybe with Joe with us backstage at Scared.
Yeah.
Are you on? Are there like?
Well, I mean, I would never read for Ripple because I don't like a light reading.
I know there are kids watching, but you bitch.
And I had to do the perfect little hair flip there on the end of that one too.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh.
All right, let's go to some questions here from the audience. There's a lot of them, so just give me a moment. I got to scroll back up. Your Marilyn Boo is watching, Dakota.
Oh, hey, Teresa, how are you, baby?
He wants you to know that. And here's another one. Dakota is great. I highly recommend him. And my little guy, my 12-year-old is on it. He says this is amazing.
Oh.
So yes, we do have some little ones watching. And Joe,
that's your 12-year-old. So I know that they're already I already know that there's no
they should be in bed.
One.
They should be in bed.
All right. So okay, we got that question. Here we go. Christy asks, do you need to touch someone to give a reading? And her follow-up is, how has COVID impacted your work?
Oh, well, I had said earlier, I started traveling at 19. I'll be honest with y'all. You know, I was gone 41 weekends last year, and only 5 of those were actual Comic-Con, HorrorCon style events. The rest were my events, going out there, doing the group readings, the one-on-one sessions, and all of that. So I needed a break because I had been doing it nonstop since I was 19. and my smallest year was like 23 weekends being gone. So I've been home a lot. That's how COVID's affected me. When it comes to touching someone or doing that kind of thing, no. And I'll talk about this briefly because I know that we've got to watch the time here, and that is a great question, is that it's all about energy. I have clients from, all parts of the world. I've got clients in Australia, England, India. I truly have an international client base. So I do a lot of readings by phone and things like that. For me, it's tuned into that person's energy. If it is them sitting, a foot and a half across from me at my table, or if they're on the other side of the world, it's still focusing on that person's energy. The thing that I do with every session is I have a spiral notebook. I write that person's name down, and that's what I focus on the rest of the reading, which is why I said earlier to you, Brian, is I never look at the client that I'm reading for, because then it's the distraction to me.
Okay. All right. Next question. How do your visions impact your emotions? It's a good question.
Oh, I'm a damn Liza Minnelli concert. I'm laughing 1 minute and crying the next. Wait, that was your son that asked that question. Good luck explaining that one.
It was. He's like, he's my son. He knows that one.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah. But I will say this. When I am on stage, when I'm doing even something like this is such a passion for me. I get energized. I get basically lighthearted. It's fun for me because I love what I do. I will say at the end of reading, like normally I'll do 8 hours of readings a day when I travel. And then I'll follow that up with either 1 or 2 hour shows. So by the time I'm done with that, I'm exhausted and drained. And part of it is because nobody comes to a psychic when their life is perfect. I always say that I'm the last person you call. So by the time someone comes to me, there's so much pain, so much stuff that they're going through that they need someone to help unpack all of that. So at the end of the day, I'm tired, but it's a good tired because I feel like I've made a difference, if that makes sense.
Kind of like me at the end of a convention weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a good tired.
I will say that I've talked to Dakota. We usually chat, Dakota, about twice a week?
Yeah.
Sometimes more than that. He's a wonderful human being, and I cannot recommend, if it was somebody that I was going to go to for a reading, I would bypass everybody else and I would go right to Dakota.
Well, thank you.
Because I know that what he's going to tell me isn't going to be, sugar-coated, or it isn't going to be anything that is going to be outrageously
I'm fat, Joe. If something's sugar-coated, I'm going to eat it.
All right. Well,
I love always getting him because he just leaves himself open for my
great,
zane.
right? And the way the screen is set up, it's like he's right between us. We just
it's a tag team thing. It's a tag team thing.
All right, let's go. One more question.
Okay.
Jennifer wants to know how you're doing readings right now. Tina volunteered in here in the chat that you did a reading over the phone.
Yes.
It was spot on. If folks are interested right now, how do they get in touch with you?
You can hit me up to my website, which needs massively updating, which is dakotalawrence.com, or you can message me on Facebook. Facebook obviously is the faster way to go because it's Covelandia now, and I've gotten so behind on checking emails.
And people can also tag you within the Scares That Care weekend group, right?
Yes.
You're on there.
Yes, I'm in all the Scares That Cares groups as well. Yes.
Yeah.
And glad to be a part of this. And honestly, thank y'all for having me on here and inviting me to be a part of it. I truly believe in everything that, Joe, Brian, and the rest of the team and state reps have put together. Y'all have done a fabulous job, and over $250,000 raised is no easy feat. So thank y'all for allowing me to be a part of this and allowing me to be part of the STC family as well.
Absolutely.
Well, you are family at this point, so don't even worry about it.
No. Well, thank you. That means thank you.
Right. Well, we're going to give folks a display right now. Make a prediction for us. Who could possibly be about to join us on the stream, Dakota?
Oh, I thought you were going to say who was going to win the presidency, and I was going to cuss you the hell out, Brian. if y'all watched really closely, I got a little bit taller when you started that question. Who is?
he was leaning into the camera.
Well, I was leaning and I was getting taller. There are muscles that reflex in there, and we can figure those ones out. I'm like, oh God, please don't do this. Please don't do that. It's none other than my surrogate dad and best friend, Emmy Award winning, career going over 5 decades now as well, Mr. Pruitt Taylor Vince.
Woo! There he is.
The man of the hour.
Looking as sexy as ever.
Can you hear us, Pruitt?
Yeah. Can you hear us? Hey, Brian, you might want to give Pruitt a call and help him with that.
Yep, I'm going to hop off here, and I'm going to let you guys go ahead.
Yeah.
We'll vamp.
Yeah. All righty. So Dad's still trying to get it figured out.
Yeah,
So,
it's all right.
Yeah.
It's all right. So, serious question.
Mm-hmm.
All kidding aside,
Mm-hmm.
who's going to win the presidency?
See, that is the one thing I don't talk about.
I don't talk about it either.
Because unlike other people, I am a good businessman, and I'm not going to alienate half my fan base.
And that's the point. And folks, all kidding aside, that was a joke. You know me.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's another reason why I one of the rules that I put in at Scares was we're Switzerland.
Mm-hmm.
We are neutral on everything because I want everybody to feel like they're welcome. I don't care about race, sexual orientation, skin color, religious preference, if any.
Yeah.
And there's enough vitriol going back and forth between the two parties that there doesn't need to be any more gasoline thrown on the fire.
No.
And
it's about, to me right now, it's, I just do my thing.
I think in the grand scheme of things, that's the best course of action.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's saying, well, who are you voting for? Well, it's really my business, not yours.
I mean, the only thing I really get political with is of course LGBT rights, because that influences me. But and of course, when Hurricane Laura and Delta came through our area, and luckily I'm 180 miles inland, so we normally miss everything. Laura was actually supposed to hit us, and then she veered to the right. But I'll use my platform politically when I see FEMA doing what FEMA does, which is nothing. And, there's over 5,000 people just in the New Orleans area that were from the Lake Charles, Lafayette, that Kinder, that area that are now, have no home to go back to. And now FEMA's pulling all the hotel rooms and things like that. So people have to be made aware of that. People have to do that.
And I think this is a very, very important point to bring up. When you say Louisiana, people automatically think New Orleans.
Oh yeah,
they don't realize how big. They don't realize how big the state is.
Yeah, I'm from Louisiana. Oh, I love New Orleans. I'm like, yeah, me too. They're like, what's it like living in the French Quarter? And I'm like, oh God. Like, number one, I could never afford a house in the French Quarter. Then number two, there's way too many drunk tourists. And me with my mouth, I could never live in the French Quarter.
Right. There he is.
All right, Pruitt, let's try it again.
Can you hear us?
He can hear us. We can't hear him.
Yeah, you're going to have to tell Dad to lose the headphones, I think.
All right, let me...
just have him disable the Bluetooth headphones.
Yep. Hang on.
All righty, it's no big deal.
So I bet you get that a lot. And with Marty, now let's ask a fun question here. What's the drunkest you ever got during Mardi Gras?
Oh. Every year I outdo myself.
Well, let me put it to you this way. You've been to Scares.
Uh-huh.
You've seen our attendees engage in alcoholic beverages.
Uh-huh.
How does that fare?
Oh God. Y'all are freaking 16-year-old college girl, or 16-year-old like little high school freshmen in comparison to us. Y'all are weak. Yeah, no.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Last Mardi Gras I did, and now when y'all now I think that y'all's Yankee daiquiris, and yes, I said Yankee. I'm not gonna apologize. Anything over, like I'll forgive, like I'll accept South Carolina because it technically says South, but like North Carolina and up, no, all of y'all are Yankees. But y'all's daiquiris up there are not like the ones we have down here. Like you can never freeze the Louisiana daiquiri. Like leave it in the freezer for a month, it's not going to freeze. And I had 2 gallons of daiquiris, like literally like 2 giant gallons the last Mardi Gras, and I wasn't okay.
Wow.
No, I wasn't. I got in trouble with that one. I didn't get arrested. I just completely destroyed our brand new Jeep by getting car sick.
Hello?
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 Now we can hear you.
Hello? Hello? I'd like to order a pizza.
What would you like
Don't
on that,
forget
sir?
the garlic knots this time. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
we can hear
we
you.
can. It was your fancy smancy headphones
What?
weren't as fancy smancy as we thought they were.
The headphones were your idea. You told me to wear the headphones.
It's true. I did. I totally did.
Dakota told me to wear the headphones.
I said I did. I owned it.
Here, let me show
Well,
you.
ladies and gentlemen, we have
Wow.
undoubtedly one of the
Right.
greatest actors that I have ever wanted to meet. And 2 years ago, I got a message from Dakota when he was merely not my friend, but merely an agent. And he said, "Hey, we have Pruitt Taylor Vince. Would you be interested in bringing him to the show?" And I said, "What's he want? Because I'm sending you a contract." This man is probably one of my most favorite people that I've ever wanted to meet at any show. And we are delighted and pleased to be bringing him back twice next year, God willing, to both Wisconsin and to Williamsburg. My friend and yours, Pruitt Taylor Vince.
People of Earth, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Did you not hear me what I just said?
I heard that. I heard your intro. Sounds like I wrote it myself. My goodness.
Well, you are absolutely
Yeah.
delightful, and with your screen background and all of your wonderful work on camera, you are one of those people that is in absolutely everything. And I personally don't feel that you have received the recognition, sir, that you are so deserved of, even after winning an Emmy. Your characterizations and your acting ability is.
I have that unofficial moniker in Hollywood as an unrecognized or not quite recognized backhanded compliment. I have that rep in Hollywood.
And what is that?
Joe something. I'm using two pieces of technology at once.
Trying to send me something.
Dakota?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
There. I think it went through your messenger on your phone. Me and technology do not get along. I'm basically a Luddite, so I apologize for this. I told Dakota, I think I was conceived on top of an Indian burial ground, and I'm cursed.
Well, what we would like you to do is maybe
Did you get it?
back
Sure.
up. Yeah, I got it.
My technical heyday was the early 80s when I used to program everyone's VCRs. I was actually driven around to all the relatives' houses, the aunts and uncles, to program their VCRs. For you young people, Google VCR.
Well, can you back up a little bit so we can see your face and not just your right ear?
How's this?
Oh, you son of a bitch. Pruitt, always a pleasure, sir. You got anything in the hopper? Anything you're working on?
Working on. Well, am I supposed to see myself?
Yes.
I'm
No,
letting
right there. That's
go.
good.
I'm just
Yeah.
letting it go. I'm also letting
Well-
the old man eyebrows go. I have been recently reading a script here and there and doing an audition, which is now you have to tape yourself and send it in. So those things have been happening little by little, little signs of life. And we'll, in showbiz, we'll take anything we can get. There are little signs of life. There are things in production, small things. There are some things even here in Los Angeles filming. It's here. It's a whole new world, but hey, that keeps it interesting.
Well, I mean,
So,
and actually, and I'm gonna embarrass Pruitt with this. Is he has a film coming out later this year called Reckoning with Richard Dreyfuss, which I'm definitely looking forward to seeing. But that film also now puts him into his 5th decade as a working actor.
That's amazing.
5 decades, which
That's
is
amazing.
incredible.
Wow.
What's the
Yeah,
total number of?
Dakota
What's the total?
pointed that out to me. I know we're well over the 100 mark.
Uh-huh.
I've been told.
Over 100 different
Called
projects.
IMDb, and people know more about my career than I do. Yeah, we're over 100 films, and then 100. You know how many television programs? I started back in the 50s when TV was live. So I wish I had. That must have been because I started in theater and the live audience. It's the greatest rush in the world. And live television, I've read books and seen shows about it. They were making it up as they went because it was brand new. And they were all making it up as they went. And that must have been so exciting. Kind of like what we're doing now.
Well, that's what we excel at. I mean, look, this is all
Joey,
funny.
is this your home attire? Is this your home?
Well,
attire? You look
as
very nice.
you are aware, each Saturday night at the convention, I would do a bra walk.
I'd hit the wrong button there for a second. Right?
Well, the last time we did this, people were complaining that I didn't dress up for the bra walk. So this time I dressed up, and in hopes to encourage people to donate.
You will do anything.
I'll
love you.
practically anything.
Do you have one of those
Practically
I
anything.
wander out of the house things?
No,
What? I'll
no,
do anything.
no.
Last time I was on, I threatened to sing unless we got donations, and I understand the donations spiked. So, do what I can.
That's a true story. It is. Now, I have a question for you, Pruitt, which I think would be kind of interesting. I know that, you and I have talked at length, obviously, about my career and my work as a psychic. For you as an actor, and I'd love for you to share some of these stories that you're comfortable with, for you going into such a character and for you working from that standpoint of finding a piece of yourself within the character and that kind of thing. Do you feel that is somewhat kind of channeling that person's energy that you are playing? And also, does that character still stick with you once you've completed it?
Yeah, there's different kinds of acting styles, and fortunately or unfortunately, I do the one where you use you find pieces of yourself to use to make it real. The emotions that fictional character is going through, you use your own life and your own background, and it can lead to magic. It can also be dangerous. I've played some really bad guys. I played one really bad guy, and that stuck with me, and I don't do those anymore. I have come home from jobs and had friends say, are you talking that? Or why are you walking like that? Because I might still, for a little while, have the walk or the talk, the speech pattern or the physicality. So they do stick with you. Some others. It's a very dangerous thing to do.
Well, if I can piggyback on that, what do you do to kind of decompress to offload that character from your psyche, if you will?
It's there's so many things about movie making that are so crazy. It's like Carnival Life, trailers and they put hay down when it's a mud puddle, and one day you're sitting at home alone, and the next day you're in a room with 200 people. And you're there forever together, and then all of a sudden, one day you're with those 200 people, and the next day you're home alone. And it's very the beginning and the end is very, very startling, and so I try to. One day I'm there, and there are several human beings who are there just to look after me and do things for me. And then the next day I'm home and I clean the cat box. Try to keep it humble, keep a balance. The first thing I do is clean the cat box.
So you kind of force yourself to come back to normalcy almost.
To what?
You kind of force yourself to come back to normalcy.
I didn't hear the end. Yeah, I mean, some of it, like I said, it is very striking. It's like getting on a roller coaster, and all of a sudden you get off the roller coaster, and it takes us like one of those walks at the airport. When you get off, you got to get your step back again.
Yeah.
But I have gotten used to it, for so long. Would you say 5 decades? My God, if I was a sports stadium, they'd tear me down.
Well, it's like whenever
they do tear down sports stadiums.
Well, me being in typical your son fashion, when I actually sat down and figured that out and called you, you were so amazed by it. And then to keep you humble, I said, yeah. And I said, yeah, Dad, but just remember, Cher still has one more on you. So, yeah, she still has 6.
I know.
Yeah. Now there was a question in the chat too, from Uptown Horror Reviews that says, "What was your favorite role?"
My favorite what?
Your favorite role that you ever played.
Oh my! Who's your favorite child? I mean, Joe, who's your favorite child?
Me.
That's I did a movie called Heavy. Played a character. It was my first lead in a movie. It was a little beautiful indie movie, independent movie, and I played a character. Like I said, I came from the stage into film, and stage acting and film acting, they're the same but completely different. And I'm not trying to be a Weisenheimer. The camera can see you thinking, and in Heavy, Victor, this young man I played, was not verbal. I was in, I think, every scene but 2 in the movie, and I spoke a handful of lines, and we even cut. He was not verbal. He was a shy man, and he was not a verbal man, but everything was on his face, and so it was such a challenge. That was learning when they stick that camera in your face, and if you think or if you feel, it'll pick it up. And then I played a character in a movie called Nobody's Fool. I got to work with this kid named Paul, and I played a character named Bub Squeers, my favorite character name. And he was sort of well, use bad and friendly term for characters like him, loser or the town clown, kind of a, call them losers. I love those characters. I think because I make fun of them. I've been told I don't. I'm glad people see that. All characters and all drama for dignity. All humans are working for dignity. And I don't make fun of those kind of characters. I try to play them as real people. And I loved Rub. And as I've said many times, Dakota's heard it a million times, Paul Newman is the classiest thing I ever met in showbiz. For you young people, Google Paul Newman.
Well, and let me go and
those
pose you.
Those two really stand out. Okay.
Well, and there's another question from the chat. You can just kind of quickly answer that one. Is and this, how is it?
It says, how does it feel working for Tarantino? I didn't work for Tarantino. I'm often
not yet
for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Anyway,
do you have any odds to
what?
tell about? Do you have any odd tales to tell about your time working in prison on Natural Born Killers?
Oh, I thought you were talking about my youth there for a minute. But okay, we're going to bring that up. I have to check the. I have to check. Anyway, Natural Born Killers. I did not watch it, and I never will because I lived it, and that was enough. We shot in a real prison, a real super max security prison where they put all the trouble murderers. Some murderers, I guess, are okay. These were the troublesome ones. And we shot in a real prison. Took a lot of rigmarole to get in every day and get out every night. And there were no extras. The prisoners were the extras. Mm-hmm. Some of them were sweet. Just my interaction, my moments with them, they were just sweet, kind people. There was one giant of a man, a gentle giant, who just a sweetheart, who I had to pretend to hit. He was called the Hammer. Found out later because he killed his whole family with a hammer. But he let me pretend to hit him. I found out one way to make your own alcohol is take a loaf of bread, stand it on end, get a bottle of Aqua Velva men's cologne. You young people, Google Aqua Velva, and you pour it through the loaf of bread, and it filters, and what comes out at the bottom you can drink.
Interesting,
so it was a learning
there.
experience.
Well, and let me ask you, and let me pose.
Wait, what happened? Why is it doing?
Oh, you're
this?
Good.
Why is it buffering?
Because it's technology, and that one's totally Joe's fault and not yours. But now let me flip the script a little bit. With this weekend,
yes.
With this weekend being the Halloween special for Scares That Cares, you've been in a lot of really incredible
this
horror
is the
productions.
Halloween special?
Well, that's what they're calling it. I mean, it's something Ripple did. We just go along with it because the Alzheimer's. We just play along. Okay. We're like, yeah, it's Halloween, Joe. Yeah, totally. So we just go along with it. But let me ask you this question. From all of the horror films that you've done, there have been so many.
If you saw him wearing that on a bus, you wouldn't sit him on the bus. Back the bus behind him.
Oh, I would sit next to him to hear the stories. And so would you, but that's why we're us.
Weekend?
Yes, but with this being the Halloween special for Scares That Cares, with so many different horror films, they have been numerous stories like on Poltergeist and Exorcist and so many different horror films that there were actual hauntings and paranormal activity that was taking place. So from your work on set through different horror films and different genres of film like that, have you ever had a paranormal experience from being on set of one of those films?
Not on sets. I've had some things in life I don't talk about. I don't think I've ever told you. We'll talk.
I don't talk about it. We'll talk about it later. No.
On sets. Well, the movie I referenced earlier, a guy that I played that I just can't, I told them I won't do anymore. You know the movie, it was about 5 years ago. Devil's Candy is a horror film. I played really bad person. And I didn't do anything bad. I didn't knock over a bank or anything, but it made me, I don't know, weird. There was just it wasn't a bad feeling on the set. But a long answer to your question, no, not luckily, not really, no.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Well, we have a few minutes left, and I know that I'm sure there's some more questions in the chat from Brian or Joe, so I'll go ahead and let them jump in because I don't want to take all your time.
You still sound like Charlie Brown's teacher. You still sound like Charlie Brown's teacher. I saw a comedian many years ago who did this line I've never forgotten. He said, "Here's my one impression. I'm going to do for you every film we ever saw in high school. The history of the American Revolution." Still that line. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, that works.
Joe's wing.
Oh
my God.
So there was a question. One of our people said, "What was it like being killed by Charlize Theron?"
Well, if you gotta go, she didn't kill me. I was the one person. I was the one she let live. I was the one she let go. I was the one she let go. That's
okay.
What she wanted me to. She called me. We had done a movie together, and she called people. They ask for your number. They get your number, and she calls me. She goes, "This is Charlize Theron." I'm like, "Yeah, right." But it was, and she said she wanted me to come to this movie. She wanted me to play the guy she lets go, because of the. We were talking earlier, the empathy or sympathy or feelings I can create for a character. She wanted me to play that guy that she felt something for. That was amazing. It was just me, Charlize, and Patty, the director. She had been from theater, and it was like doing a play. Small crew and just 2 of us, and Patty acting, and Charlize. She was not a pretty actress in makeup trying to act. She had transformed into that person. We were talking about transforming earlier. She had transformed into that person.
Into Eileen Wuornos.
That was
Eileen Wuornos,
one of the most stunning things I've ever seen.
Wow.
She beats up a man in a bar in that movie, and it is so frightening. That was a stunning experience.
Good deal. Well,
what happened? Did you get canceled?
No, you're good.
I was waiting for Joe.
Yeah, we kind of both leaned in at the same time.
I'll do it together.
I understand that you. I understand that you.
Panel. Can I ask this? Huh?
Are you done? I understand that you took a helicopter ride with Karen Black over the Grand Canyon.
I took what?
When you got to hang out with Karen Black.
Breaking up.
I'm having audio issue. When you got to hang out with Karen Black.
I can't wait to do this in person. Karen Black, yes.
Yes. You want to tell that story?
I was in a helicopter in heavy winds with Karen Black over Death Valley, and we were little because it was heavy winds. It was a Vietnam pilot flying. Here goes my phone, live television. My phone went off, and Karen started singing. I guess to calm herself, and I thought, wow, this is a great showbiz moment. Just like over Vancouver, I was in a seaplane on a Sunday morning about 6 a.m. with oh Lord, what's her name? Kurt Cobain's widow.
Courtney Love.
Courtney Love.
Kurt Cobain's widow. What's her name?
Courtney Love, Dad.
Courtney Love. I was in a seaplane with Courtney Love looking at whales at 6 a.m. on a Sunday morning. Huh? And I thought, wow, show business is really interesting.
Well,
and then there was the time. Oh no, I can't tell that one. I got a lot of it, still can't tell.
Well, Pruitt.
Yes.
I hate to cut this short. You know, I could talk to you for hours.
Of this learned panel, may I ask a question?
You may.
May I ask a question? Next March, Wisconsin. Next August, Virginia. Does this learned panel think we have a shot?
I think we have a shot, but we are still.
In person.
We have a shot. We have a shot, but we are still going to defer to what is the best interest of the people. And in doing so, it is my hope and it is my absolute wish that we all can get back together. So Pruitt, with that, I hate to do this, but I got to let you go. We got to move on, sir. I thank you very, very much for your time. I thank you very, very much for your consideration. I love you, and I can't wait to see you again, not only on film, but in real life. You are the best person that I know, my friend.
Anytime, anywhere. Anything.
All right, buddy.
Dakota.
You take care. We'll chat with you soon.
All right. Bye, y'all.
And Dakota, everything Joe said to Pruitt, me to you,
Cares
brother.
that cares
Thank
nation.
you.
I love you. Thank you.
Thank you. I was getting to Dakota.
How do I turn this off?
Hit the leave button.
Hit the leave button. There you go.
Dakota, you know who's got your back. You know who's got your back.
Dakota, my friend, my brother, thank you very much. I love you. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you more than you know.
And always dragging Pruitt on because we know that Dad's going to put on the show no matter what. So
Indeed.
All right. Well, thank you both so much. And again, guys, go and make sure you donate if you can to Scares at Care Weekend. I will speak on behalf of Pruitt as well as myself. We cannot wait to be back at the events next year and definitely be able to see all you guys again. And again, Brian, Joe, the rest of the Scares at Cares team and all the state reps. Again, thank you so much for all of your hard work and the difference that you guys are making. So seriously, thank you. And thank you for allowing me to be a part of it.
Absolutely.
Our pleasure. Thank you,
All
sir.
right. Okay. Love y'all.
Love you too.
All right. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
All right. Joe?
Yeah.
I don't know how we top that. Well, yes, I do know how we top that. The author of the Compound himself, Robert Ford, a Scares the Care staple, joining us now.
Hello, fellas.
And his luxurious hair. Again, what is with all these people coming on with long hair?
Well, see what happened. He made a lot of laughs with Pam Blasey, as we learned earlier. That's good for your hair.
I don't even want to hear it. This is a conspiracy against me. I know it. Your beard, Bob Ford's hair, Dakota's hair. Okay, I'm done.
So you got us all beat with that outfit. You have us all beat.
I got to do something.
I would take you over Charlize Theron any day. I'm just saying.
Well, now you're just lying. Either you're lying or you're drunk. One or the other.
I worked in advertising for 30 years. It comes natural.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, I'm going to step out and change. So, Brian, I'm going to turn it over to you. Bob, my friend, always good to see you.
Yo, love you too.
All right, buddy.
All right, Bob, before we let you take over, to address a couple things in the chat, audio problems, folks, we're doing what we can. It's the middle of a pandemic. We're all relying on technology. It is what it is. But I'll remind you, You're not paying for this. It's free entertainment. So, question number 2, I see a lot of folks asking about the auctions. We will have more auction items coming up. As I said, we're going to stagger them throughout the night. We already gave away Kiefer Sutherland's signed photo. I think maybe that signed Stephen King book is coming up next, but I'm not sure. But yeah, that'll be coming up here within the next hour and a half, certainly. But before that, Bob, as we've been asking folks all evening, what is your either your favorite Halloween memory or your favorite thing about Halloween?
It's easy to reach for memories of Halloween with my kids, because I've had so many great Halloween memories with my kids, trick-or-treating and doing stuff like that. But I got to go back to when I was probably in 3rd or 4th grade. And at the time, my dad was working day shift, and my mom was working, I think, 2nd shift. So there was a time period there I didn't see her a whole lot. And there was a thing going on at school that was decorating a brown paper grocery bag. And it was kind of a loose, it wasn't really a competition or a contest. It was just kind of a thing. And your parents could do it for you or help you or whatever. So I got home from the school bus. The house was empty. My dad was still at work. My mom, she had already left work, and my grandfather was off tinkering in the barn somewhere. And I walked in the house. I put my book bag down, and it was an old farmhouse we lived in. We had this oil stove right in the kitchen. It was the size of a fridge, a short refrigerator. It was this huge, massive thing.
Right.
So I walked in the house, and I got this weird, goose flesh breakout on the back of my neck, and I felt something staring at me. And I looked up, and on top of this oil stove was a brown paper bag with this face, these big, wide eyes, and these bright white shark piranha teeth, type of thing. My mom had drawn this face on this bag to work at. And it scared the hell out of me for that split second. And then I busted out laughing. And it had this weird, remember the old Frito Bandito guy with the curly Q mustache on the bag?
Oh, yeah.
She had drawn this mustache on him. She took up the whole real estate of this bag. And I remember looking at this and getting so startled, but then I busted out laughing. And that was one of those moments among so many others. My parents have been just phenomenal to me with this, but it was one of those moments where I realized how much I really love horror, and I love getting scared. And it was that startle and then a laugh, and it was one of so many things that they did to me as a child that just helped me fall in love with the genre.
Yeah.
But that I think that is a standout for me.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
It was a good day.
All right. So you're going to tell us a scary story. Now, Bob, you are one of the best in this business when it comes to public readings.
I appreciate it.
I rank you up there with Neil Gaiman, Joe Lansdale, Tom Monteleone. I mean, and you're good. But tonight you're actually opening, not just for Joe Lansdale, but for David J. Scow and John Skip. Any pressure?
No, I love those guys, and they have always been and still will be forever my idols. No, I'm in good shape tonight.
All right, brother. I'm gonna let you take it away.
Well, here's the thing. I know we got a tight time slot, and here's the thing. It's STC. So I'm going to do something special tonight, something I've never done. I'm going to read an excerpt from a work in progress with John Bowden. It is the 3rd in the series of the Knuckle Bucket Thang series, and this is called Black Salve. Chapter 1. Vicky the Slug sat on his folding chair and leaned his bulk against the broken gas pump. The sun warmed his face, and he hoped like hell no one would stop for gas. That'd involve him pulling himself up and out of the chair and waddling over to the working pumps. Fuck that noise. He thumbed the little dial on the side of the old transistor radio that hung from the useless pump handle. The music was thin and tinny, but it parted the silence well enough. Claude Gray was telling the world how fast them trucks can go. Vicky sucked hard on the camel pinched between his fingers, without ever opening his mouth. Held the end of the butt to the puckered hole in his throat and breathed deeply, his flabby chest filling with cancerous air. He let the smoke escape through his nose and mouth. Something fell from one of his nostrils and landed on his chest. He glanced down and made a show of brushing himself off. He was a business owner and a man of class. The shirt he wore had once been white, maybe, but was now seasoned by sweat and the lack of introduction to any sort of laundry detergent. He stood slightly and pulled the dented flask from the low pocket of his cargo shorts, pausing slightly to thumb the deep dent that lived on its side. The dent that was a daily reminder of the time it saved his life. The time in Nam when it stopped the bullet that would have nested in his heart. The time when sucking that thing empty was the only way to get through the days filled with killing strangers with different eyes and being eaten alive by insects and heat. Shit wasn't all that different now, half a century later. He unscrewed the lid and put it to his lips, drinking like a man fresh from the desert. He swallowed like it was communion. He slid it back into his shorts and reached for the smoldering stub of a butt resting on the edge of the dead pump. A reedy pillar of smoke rose into the thick air like a crack in a filthy windshield. A timid breeze kicked up and made the few strands of greasy hair on his head dance a little. He made to stand and head inside for a can of ginger ale and maybe take a shit when a shadow washed over his feet. He never saw the shovel before it connected with his fat face, murdered his nose, and knocked him to the dirt. Chapter 2. The man holding the handle of the flathead shovel had been born with the unfortunate Christian name of Richard Robert Ricketts. As a kid, it had been Ricky. Then in middle school, during a roll call at the start of 7th grade, a homeroom teacher had snickered and spoken his full name out loud. In the expected cruel nature of kids, they began calling him Dick Bob. And suddenly, just like that, he had become the low man on the totem pole of middle school culture. Hey, Dick, I have something you can bob on. Hardy har fucking har. It went on back and forth for a while. Tripped in the cafeteria, snapped with wet towels in locker rooms, signs taped to his back, magic marker on his hall locker. Even the girls who would show some sort of empathy shunned him in the hallways like he had leprosy. He quit in the 9th grade and never looked back. Later, after landing a job for a while doing forestry work, someone had taken to calling him Ranger Rick, which was a damn sight better than Dick Bob. The older he got, though, the more apparent he discolored, darkened spots beneath his eyes became, and Ranger Rick had morphed into raccoon. And then, because 2 syllables was 1 syllable too much, it had been shortened to Coon. Coon stuck. He hefted the shovel and stared at the man, leaking blood from his ruined nose and lying in the dust, a slow but steady wheeze coming from the puckered hole in his throat. Coon took a deep breath and grabbed the man's right hand and started dragging him toward the building in front of him. Chapter 3. The forestry job had been a good one, even though the work was hard and the pay wasn't great. Tagging trees to be cut down for power lines wasn't that bad. but getting eaten alive by chiggers and skeeters was more than enough to have more than a few pitchers of beer at the end of the day. Don't even talk about the snakes. It was on one such night, 3 sheets to the wind, that Coon had a conversation with a coworker who had spent some time in prison with an inmate named Vicky the Slug. It had been a very enlightening conversation, and Coon had sobered up quickly from the 4 pitchers of Miller Lite. Rumor was that Vicky had a secret, and though Coon knew small towns had all sorts of grist for the mill when it came to rumors and gossip, he had finally come to a point in his life that he was damned tired of living just to live. A man's got to have a purpose. Coon was tired of government cheese on grilled sandwiches. He was tired of going to the food banks to gather up soon-to-be expired tomato paste and cans of chicken noodle and baked beans. He was tired of living in a shithole trailer that he had to tape the window frames when the year got cold. Tired of the smell of the kerosene heater he used to keep warm in those months. Just plain fucking tired. Bone weary, as his pap would have said. And that's how he found himself here at Vicky the Slug's sad little gas station, with a flathead shovel in his hand and the bare scrapings of a plan to find out the truth behind the rumor an ex-convict had told him during a drunken night at the local watering hole. Coon dragged Vicky's slack body inside the station, turned the "We're open" sign on the door to "closed," and flipped the lock on the door. The interior of the building was as tragic and depressing as the outside. A rack of jerky sat on the counter beside a smaller display of cigarette lighters. 2 short aisles of goods showcased coffee and peanut butter and bread, along with plastic bottles of oil and antifreeze. A shelf of cleaners and bug sprays was beneath that. A single cooler of soda was beyond that, and Coon made a face as he saw foam containers at the bottom of the display. Night crawlers and bait. And a handwritten note taped to the outside of the glass door. Leaning the handle of the shovel against the counter, Coon withdrew the cordless razor he had charged and brought with him, and kneeled down beside the bloody-faced man. Vicky murmured. His eyes flickered, and he raised his hand toward his face. "Not wakey time yet, Buttercup." Coon grabbed a tall can of Raid, flipped it upside down, and swung for the fences, connecting with the hinge of Vicky's right jaw. The man groaned, but his arm fell down to the dirty tile floor, and his murmuring stopped. His body odor reminded Coon of something. Lipton's onion soup, maybe. And he turned his head to breathe the stale air of the station instead. Coon rested the spray can back in place on the shelf and turned Vicky's body onto its side. The razor was new and efficient, and Coon ran it through Vicky's greasy hair at the back of his skull. It peeled free in a sticky sheet and dropped to the floor beneath. Coon's breath caught in his chest. He grinned and continued his lawn mowing on the man's head until the entire rear of his skull was shorn as smooth and hairless as the day the dirty sumbitch was born. Coon sat back down on the linoleum and stared for a moment. That damned convict was dead on the money. There, glistening on Vicky the Slug's oily scalp, was a tattoo. It didn't have the fine craftsmanship of a trained inker, or even the unskilled shaky line work of someone learning the trade. Nah, this was somewhere in between. The line work was slightly blurry, homemade and created without proper equipment. But that didn't matter. What mattered was the artwork itself. Coon stared at the drawing a moment longer and withdrew the box cutter from his front pants pocket. He thumbed out the fresh blade and saw how it gleamed in the piss-yellow light of the shop. And then Coon got to work. Chapter 4. Missy did what she could with what little she had, but goddamn, she'd seen mosquito bites bigger than the sad little mounds she had for breasts. Her mouth disappeared into a thin line as she stared at herself in the mirror. She put her hands high on her sides and pushed her ribs inward a little to try and achieve some cleavage. There was more bulge on the back of a fat man's head. She sighed and turned, considering the firm rump she had packed into her denim. Not a bad turd cutter, though. She dropped her hands and her small breasts didn't move at all. Their pink nipples were the pupils of surprised eyes. She shook her head and grabbed a shirt from the pile on her bed, a faded and thin Night Ranger t-shirt. One good thing about being flat-chested was you never needed a bra. She'd have her white work smock on and over it anyway. She shook a smoke from the pack of Cools on the dresser and lit it with a candle burning beside it. She stared at her reflection once more and admired what she saw. You know, for being a titless waitress at a shitty diner in a podunk horse-stick town, you're pretty hot, ma'am. Her giggle was a bird that flew over playgrounds. She stubbed out the cigarette on a plate that had the remains of her lunch on it, blew out the candle, and grabbed the jacket from her bed. The clock on the wall read 2:49 p.m. She had 11 minutes to get to work. It was Thursday, and Thursdays meant Hobart Ricketts was going to be at the bar. She grinned and bit her lip in anticipation.
Damn, brother.
Thanks, man.
So that is a collaboration with John Bowden?
Yeah, that is the third book in the Knuckle Bucket series that we're working on. The first was Rattlesnake Kisses.
Yep.
The second was Cattywampus, and this is the new one called Black Salve.
Yep.
So,
well,
yeah.
You blew up the chat. Lots and lots and lots of positive comments. You've ruined Lipton onion soup for me forever. Thanks for that.
We've all been there. We've been to Walmart. We've smelled it. We know what's up.
Well, man, you've been a supporter of the charity since day one. We appreciate you taking time out tonight.
I appreciate you asking me. You know, I will do anything for Scares the Care. They're a phenomenal organization, and they always have been. Hey, Joe, Joe, you have a knife in your hands. I'm scared now.
When you start peeling people's scalps off, I'm getting armed.
Nah, you know what? Scares the Care has been phenomenal from day one. And seriously, if anybody's listening, Brian said, this is a free event, but seriously, look at the ticker tape on the bottom of the screen right now. Text or donate online. Anything you can do. They do so much good. And Joe and you and the entire team and Brian, everybody is phenomenally humble. They're only focused on helping the people that need help. And like I say, I'll help you guys in any way that I possibly can.
All right.
Thank you, brother.
We appreciate you, brother. Happy Halloween.
Hey, same to you guys.
All right. Speaking of amazingly humble, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Let me bring on our next guests, legendary screenwriters, best-selling authors, Joe Art Lansdale, David J. Scow, and John Skip.
Hi, guys.
I am in right now. I am in utter awe that I'm even in this virtual room with these individuals.
I mean, this is historic right here.
You have to promise me that I can't get infected over the Zoom.
I think you can, man.
I heard somebody in Nebraska told me that I could get infected over Zoom.
Well, that's
gonna be that way.
Here, okay. Hi, everyone. The first thing I'd like to say before anybody else speaks is that if anybody is watching this, sucking this up for free, donate to the damn charity, will you?
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, now we can proceed. Hi, Joe. Hi, John. Hi, Brian. Hi, other Joe.
Hi, guys. Hi, everybody.
We were talking very early on in the feed. When's the last time the three of you were together in a room?
1985.
No, it's been sooner than that. It's well,
Actually,
I guess maybe I saw John and you separate. Now that I think about it, maybe you guys weren't the same.
Although Joe, I think John was actually at one of your signings or vice versa in Burbank, not merely a year or two ago. So that could be.
You were there too, though.
Oh yeah, because I was
there too.
I was posing
okay.
for you.
Yeah, I was thinking that we had been together, but I didn't realize it was not that long ago.
However,
I'm skeptical.
No, however, I met both of you guys, John and Joe. I met both of you in 1985.
Yeah. Yes. At a convention.
Well, I met John in New York.
Yes.
At the Time Life building.
But you met me at a convention.
I met Joe in Tucson at a convention where he and I were sitting and talking, and Fritz Leiber was not on the panel, and he was in the front row.
How crazy is that?
That's nuts.
Yeah, I do remember that. I felt somewhat intimidated. There's Fritz Leiber in the front row, and we're talking like we know shit.
Oh yeah.
Hell, we still don't know shit.
I know a little shit, and in fact, I've been referred to as a little shit for knowing a little shit. But please, Brian, say something.
I want to know. I want to know about meeting Fritz Leiber. Was he cool to you?
He signed my book.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was very nice to me. I met him several times, and I had the unfortunate moment of sitting by him when I first started in signing, and there's this line for him and a Bob Block going out the door, and there's like 3 or 4 people coming up with like a Mike Shane mystery magazine or something. But I got to talk to both of them, and that was great. And that's how I met Bob. And though I never knew Bob real well, David was kind enough to introduce me to him at some events, and I would see him at conventions and different things from time to time. And we exchanged some postcards and a couple of phone calls, but he did postcards. And in fact, I could tell when he was getting ill towards the end of his life, the postcards got, less and less on them. But before that, he would write up the sides of them and stuff like that. I still have those, or they're in the library. I can't remember which.
What about you, John? Where did you meet some of these guys, if any? Or which meetings do you remember that were impactful for you?
Oh man, I had like this much conversation with Fritz. It was more in passing in a lobby, but okay, honestly, meeting Robert Anton Wilson and John Brunner, who fall outside the horror axis. But meeting them at Dragon Con was extraordinary. The same weekend that I met Timothy Leary, so that was a pretty good time. Bunch of wild characters, but yeah, I mean, we've seen them come and go.
Yeah, I met Fritz Leiber in passing, but I have Bob Block a little bit more. But I actually met Timothy Leary once in passing. I was not impressed, but I did meet him, and there were so many of these people that were legends. I remember Frank Belknap Long. I think both me and Chet Williamson, if I remember, I was the same convention. We saw this at different times. We're not together, but we talked about it later. So this guy sitting on a bench as you went in the doorway, and I went, holy hell, is that Frank Belknap Long, because I had grown up reading him, especially The Hounds of Tyndallus is the one I remember the most, that weird Lovecraftian mathematic story, yeah. And so I was so excited to meet him, and I think I was so excited that I forgot to get the couple of books I brought with me signed, because I knew he was going to be there, supposed to be there, but I had forgotten. And so when I went in, there he was. And of course, the books I think were probably in my room. So I don't believe I ever got Long to sign anything,
Yeah,
were you a big reader of science fiction when you were?
Yes, absolutely.
I've always been. I've been a lot of big reader until the early '80s, and then I still read occasionally.
Like Lee Brackett and A.E. Van Vogt and something might not mean as much to modern audiences these days. Oh, and by the way, Joe, Lydia Van Vogt Lydia Van Vogt is still pumping away, man. She's still kicking.
I'm glad. That was a great thing going over to their house and meeting her. The thing is that what a lot of people don't.
Go ahead.
I was just saying a lot of people don't know is that Van Vogt and all these writers, that a lot of us that grew up on them, I read horror primarily as short stories, and they weren't as available as science fiction. And the science fiction was my doorway into other kinds of fiction, fantasy and horror. Edgar Rice Burroughs was my man when I was a kid, and he really wrote science fantasy. So all of that, for a lot of people, when the horror genre first hit big, it was a lot of science fiction writers that transferred. For me, I was a crime writer kind of at that time, and you saw all these people transferring over to horror.
Also, the science fiction novels of that period, like the Silverberg books or the Paul Anderson books, read more like short stories, don't they? They read like elaborated.
They definitely do. And they came from a generation of short story writers. Just ahead of them, Henry Kuttner, Cyril Kornbluth, C.L. Moore. All of these. Was it Margaret Sinclair that wrote the science fiction short stories primarily? But they had all of these different writers that were primarily short story writers because there were so many magazines, and some of them had a hard time making that transition. And when they did, they were often novels that were fix-ups of a series of stories that were somehow related, or they were like you were saying, they read like short stories. And you had these ace doubles. One reason they were doubles is that the novels were too damn short, so they would sell them as doubles, and you could flip them over and read them. I used to read one in a day because you have one that's 120 pages long, maybe one that's 180 pages.
They were 40,000 words long.
Yeah, at best.
My favorite.
Yeah, me and also
I like that too. Yeah.
And Brian, contradict me if you don't believe in this, because this is a fundamental backbone of my philosophy, but horror works the best in short story form.
Yeah, absolutely it does.
I believe that 100%.
By scholastic books when you were in junior high school.
Yes.
Yeah, and you can't take the worst examples of horror short stories and use them to say they don't work. But the best examples is that, for me, most horror novels, there are exceptions, but most horror novels, by the time I get to the middle, they start to sag. I don't care anymore. Now, like I said, there are exceptions. But I think one of the reasons, and I guess from a career standpoint, was a fuck up for me, is I wrote very little horror novels, and even some of them that I wrote are kind of, I don't know if they really fit that vein, because I couldn't keep the interest up in them, and I just didn't have that interest.
I've written one single horror novel in my life.
Yeah,
but
I wrote a bunch, but it's been a while.
No, not yet.
I've got a question about that. So.
Go ahead. Speak, Brian.
So, I mean, that's the thing. I don't think of, and you guys know, I'm a fucking fanboy. I mean, yeah, we're all friends now, but I'm always going to be a fanboy. None of you are horror writers. You're very much genres unto yourselves.
We're writers.
But the splatterpunk label, it kind of come back into fashion.
Yeah, it's almost as bad as the cowboy label, huh?
Yeah, but
I don't want that either.
There's like this legacy, though. I mean, you have a whole 2 generations now of people, deliberately saying, I'm writing splatterpunk, and you have the Splatterpunk Awards. And how does that feel?
I don't really give a shit. What I care about is the writers,
Yep.
But I find, and I've got so many awards, and I'm proud of getting every one of them. I'm so flattered that people care. But to me, I think when you start out with splatterpunk, you're already limiting people to be one thing. Even horror, that name is so much broader. And a couple of my things I got awards for, they aren't even horror stories. The Big Blow and the events concerning a nude fold-out found in a Harlequin romance. So I'm nothing against it, but I personally, to me, I just find that it's a very limited label, and everybody is kind of having to sell to each other to even sell books,
Here's the thing, man. Horror is a flavor and splatterpunk is a flavor. These things are like colors on a palette. Hopefully you have a far broader palette than that, and you can paint, and whenever you need to draw a line of splat, you do it. But I mean, these are means to an end, and the end was never just.
Well, you know, I disagree with you a little bit. I think that horror is food, and I think that splatterpunk is a certain branch of food. It's more of a spice, and I'm not against it. I've written stuff that fits that label, so I'm not trying to say, you know, that's not it. But what I mean is I don't like the labels, because then everything I write, somebody will come up to me, oh, you're that splatterpunk guy, and I go, no, I wrote some stuff that fits that very much. But if you tell me I'm a Western writer, that's not right either. Or if you tell me I'm a crime writer, that's not right either. Yet they're all correct. Every one of them's correct, but they're wrong because it limits me as to who I want to be. That's all. So it's not that I don't appreciate splatterpunk unto itself. I just don't like that overall encompassing label of any kind.
The one that frustrates me is the label of crime writer, because a crime novel can be a suspense novel, it can be a thriller, but when people think crime novels, they think novels with continuing series characters, the further adventures of. And to me, that's the most boring thing on the planet. But let me say this about that, what you were just talking about. The good thing about it is that there's this book, okay? It's been out of print for 32 fucking years.
I wonder which one it is.
This is the book. Wait a minute, I gotta do this. I gotta do this correctly. Everything is reversed. There.
I can see it. I can read it too.
Yeah, that's good.
Right
That's
there.
good. And you guys are both in it, and I'm proud of it. And I don't care what they call it, as long as they buy it.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I feel the same way. It's not like my mission in life to shit on splatterpunk, but it is my mission in life not to be labeled that by itself. If someone said you wrote a splatterpunk story, I'll go, yeah, I did. I wrote more than one probably, and I may still write another. But I just like being thought of as a storyteller or as a writer, and because you know you can get caught up in this stuff, and what you're doing is that you're digging a ditch for yourself, and sometimes you don't even know you're in it. And you don't even know that those people are looking at, yeah, he wrote that splatter stuff, but I don't know about now. I don't know if we need him. And so I've found that one way I've been able to survive, and I'm not suggesting this is true for everybody else, I'm talking about myself, is by not accepting those labels, but understanding that I work within all those labels, but there's an over-encompassing thing called the Lansdale genre. And that's the one I want to be known for. And I don't have any trouble. People call me a crime writer sometimes, or a mystery writer, or a Western writer, as long as they're talking about it in a specific story or book, you know.
I've never
nice to be referred to as a good writer
until recently.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Dave?
I've never written in the Lansdale genre until recently.
No, and you never will.
I think there's a guy that's already doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole
I get compared to people too, and that bugs me some. Not a whole lot, because it's a way they do it, but you get compared to Stephen King or Vonnegut, or I get compared to everybody, and you can't be everybody. But on the other hand, I probably am influenced by every one of those people. And every one of those writers. So there's probably their genetics in it, in the same way that I have people come to me now and talk about the three of us, and I go, really, guys, because for me, those other guys, those are the guys, Leiber and Block and Matheson and Bradbury and Charles Beaumont and William F. Nolan and you can just go on and on and on. And those were my guys. And so for me, they are the Olympian, Olympians that I will never, ever quite be able to reach, But then there are other people that come along. I've been reading you for 40 years. You go, oh my God, I'm old. But the other side of that is I really appreciate it, because it keeps me in beans for one thing. I keep selling, and when you think you've influenced somebody and they're sincere, there's a part of that really goes deep in my heart, because it means something to me. I truly am flattered to the bone, because I know what those writers that I care about meant to me. And, that's a special moment. It's also, we've just gotten old. We live long enough that there we are.
I gotta do a Timothy Leary throwback for a second here. When I met him, he had a really great line, which was, I've been experimenting with this altered state of consciousness, this new altered state of consciousness that they called senility. You know how they say youth is wasted on the young? senility is wasted on the old. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I thought that was hilarious.
The thing that I loved about Ted Klein when he was editing Twilight Zone magazine, but he was nothing if not high toned. And so you would find yourself like it's compared to writers like L.P. Hartley and George Gissing and Balzac, you know, instead of now.
I thought that was Ballsack. Who's Ballsack? I ain't never read nobody called Ballsack.
And then I saw a picture of him, and I thought, "Oh, that's why." Yeah, but now, you know, you can't escape. They're interviewing like newer writers, and you just can't escape. When did you first read Stephen King? I mean, that's all there is, and Stephen's his own genre too. You know,
absolutely. And we all owe him a lot. You know, what happened was that when Stephen King came along, he created a genre that was I guess what you would say a money-making genre. Horror existed before him, but when he came along, it made several changes. Some of them were negative, but they weren't his fault. And one of the negative one is that he was making so much money. It was such a huge bestseller that every house wanted their own Stephen King. And that was the beginning of the destruction of the mid-list, because they were trying to have, you know, this company wanted whoever, you know, that John Coyne or Robert McCammon or whichever. So they all had their own person they were going after. And by doing that, they were using, well, I'm not knocking any of them. I'm just saying that they were using their budget on a handful of people where that budget used to be used for a variety of writers. And the other thing that changed is you used to the whole idea in publishing, because a lot of them were houses based on people that were families, was that you made a profit. But a profit was no longer what people wanted. They were trying to think of it like Hollywood terms or like big rock and roll records. So the whole idea, as comics did the same thing. They just sort of, self-fucked themselves out of business or made business so much harder. And writers contributed to that. And in an honest way, I think, because suddenly these people are getting these massive advances, and suddenly you know that I've got to have a bigger advance. Well, all of those advances are not going to make it back. And those people that got magnificent advances, if they don't make it back, then they're out in the cornfield, you know, hoeing grass, because all of a sudden, they're gone. He can't make all that back. So that whole business just kept screwing itself.
What Joe is saying is another thing that happened is that's the same period of time. And Brian, you bullshit check me on this. During that period of time, it became possible to make a living as a horror writer.
I detect no bullshit.
Yes.
For a minute.
For about 6 years.
I remember, and I won't skip. I won't give away anything private, but I remember when you sort of came back to the genre after you'd been away for a while. You and I had a talk about what I was getting for an advance per novel. Mm-hmm. And you told me, he said you said you were born 20 years too late. If you'd been doing this around the same time we were, for a minute there, you'd have been making a lot of money.
Oh shit.
That's true, but also not everybody was making that money. And I made my living primarily. I wrote short stories, and I made my living from writing, things like The Magic Wagon, Drive-In, whatever that is. I guess that's horrific in some ways. But I made it during that time, and I know that we're among the few. In my case, I've made a living from this ever since, and I've made a good living from it. But that moment in time opened the doors for a lot of writers, not just horror, because it just became a bigger field as far as money goes. And a lot of people a lot of the writers that we love, they had other jobs. Some of them were teachers or journalists or advertising. And a lot of the people that you think of the most, at least in our generation, as the people we admired and tried to, pattern ourselves after, a lot of them were scrambling and doing other jobs. And so I was fortunate. I did all my other jobs until that time. And then I was able to continue doing that. But most writers, most publishers never meant for people to make a big living in writing, though there were always, exceptions.
All right. Well, I got a lot of questions here from folks, and I want to get to them.
We're out of time. We have to
go. No, Dave, you'll like this first one, because there's a lot of comments about the Silver Scream, and I want to remind folks there's a new edition. It's recently been reprinted. It's available again. If you haven't read it,
it's the most beautiful edition ever done.
Yeah, and it is a seminal anthology. I don't use that word lightly.
It's one of the best anthologies of horror ever done, period, but certainly in the 80s.
Guess who did the other two seminal anthologies during the period? John Skipp with Book of the Dead and Joe Lansdale with Razored Saddles.
Yep. So, all right, let's get to the question. First one is for Joe. Says, Matthew asks, where did Joe Lansdale learn to write such poetic profanity?
I think Joe writes profane poetry.
Well, you know, I grew up with people that were excellent cursers. You know, my dad could cuss beautifully. And I always think, I don't remember the exact quote, but Twain always said he didn't mind his wife cussing, but she just had no real imagination or no real, you know, ability for it or something like that. And I think that, you know, cursing itself doesn't mean anything. But I think that when it's delivered in a certain tone and it's written in such a way that it is almost like poetry, that it becomes the fabric of the story and not just something so you can say fuck, then you know, I think that that's the difference. I think that growing up around people who really knew how to use profanity was the main thing.
Yeah, and you teach yourself how to use profanity because it's so much fun to be able to just escalate the dialogue that much with as simple a thing as a word or turn of phrase. And really what it is, it's the ability to be unbridled, you know, to say the things.
You know, one of the things that hurts it is now the usage of it is so common that people use it just in a regular sentence. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but I'm saying that has perhaps in some ways devalued the insult. You know, if you say motherfucker anymore, it's not the same insult as it once was, or cocksucker, or fuck you, or whatever. Those have just become like common language.
Yeah, we have cheapened the currency.
Yeah, cheapened the currency
as a culture.
All right. Next up, Virginia asks, and she points out, although, you know, each of you write in different kinds of genres, is there a specific genre that you prefer to read for pleasure?
No,
I read all kinds of
good books, man.
David and I just had a conversation. We talked about nonfiction books that we were reading. But, you know, I read a ton of, I think Dave says he's reading more nonfiction. I've always read nonfiction, but I read a ton of fiction, and I read all kinds of things. I read classic writers like Hemingway and Faulkner and Fitzgerald, Flannery O'Connor, all those people over and over because they knew what they were doing, you know, and there's a reason that they changed the way people wrote. And you can come, you know, there's a lot of political correctness and stuff like that people have. And I get their point, but the point is it doesn't change that those people were writing at a certain time and that they wrote well, and that Hemingway, whether you like him, hate him, or whatever, was the greatest writer of the first half of the 20th century. He changed how people wrote, and especially in crime fiction, by the way.
I find two things are going on. As I age into my senescence here, I find out that I'm reading more and more and more nonfiction, partially because I have to be really particular about what I put into my head, and partially because, as everybody here knows, if you read enough of anything, all you're doing is looking at the structure past a certain point, and you read it with one of two reactions, either grinding envy or weary contempt for what you're looking at. The other thing that's happened is that I've been rereading more of books that I have already read this year than any years before, and it was really a delight for me to go back and reread Michael McDowell.
Yeah, there's some books, the books that matter to me as I grow older, outside of those that are nostalgic. But the books that truly matter to me are the ones that it's not about plot. You can read them over and over. It's about style. It's about character. It's about dialogue. It's about impact. Like even a lot of writers who I think are good, I can read 2 or 3 pages and I know that book. I know that story, you know? And then there's some writers that I know the story, but I have no idea how they're going to arrive there because they have such a unique voice. They have such a unique way of looking at things that I may know exactly where it's going, but I don't care. That's not why I read anyway. And, you know, when I was young, I read for plot, but I don't anymore. And I prefer a storyteller to a plotter. And that doesn't mean that I don't, you know, enjoy the other from time to time, or that I want to do it from time to time. But I want to make people think I've told them a plot when in fact I've told them a story.
Well, if you're stacking bricks of plot and that's all you're doing in writing, at its lowest ebb, That is pulp writing. There's nothing wrong with pulp writing. I've done a bunch of it myself.
Sure.
But you aspire to a higher stylistic thing, and you want people to say what Joe's talking about, which is that it's not what he said, it's how he said it that I read.
Right.
I also really
And that's why
love
people reread
the element of surprise. I just want to say, I love the element of surprise, and a lot of times that is in the language.
Yes.
But
you go.
Okay, did y'all read "Sip" by Brian Allen Carr?
I haven't.
This was a book that fucking floored me that I read last year. He's another Texas writer. He's really superb. He writes in a really condensed, almost Vonnegutian style. But okay, "Sip" is a book about what happens when the world collapses, and there are a bunch of us who live off of sucking other people's shadows. And what happens when somebody sucks your shadow up and you're dry, and then you need to. So it's almost like a vampire story, but it isn't. It's beautiful. It's weird. It's hilarious. It's terrifying. All the characters are great, and every couple of sentences, I'm going, shit, this is so good. And I have to say, it has one of the best, most perfect last paragraphs of any book that I've read in my entire life. So highly recommend it. Yeah, that is a weird ass.
Sometimes it's the
scary story writing. What you have to aim back for is the very thing that was given to us by who? By Poe at the beginning. It's like you have to find the beauty in the grotesque.
Yeah. The other thing I was thinking is that in spite of what I said about style and all that, which I don't take it back, I agree with it. But sometimes there are books that are so intriguing just for the idea. The idea is so unique. And if you add the other things to it, what we're talking about, like style and all that, it makes a difference. But there are also books, and I think Vonnegut did this primarily, where there are really no real characters in most of his books. It's the book that's the character. It's the uniqueness and the way the book is constructed and the stylistic element. I've always said that the drive-in, when I wrote that one, and people can take whatever quality they think it's worth, but I was trying to do a B movie with B movie characters and make the book itself the character, and therefore make it memorable because of the way it was written, the way it was constructed, and its attitude, which of course is in the style and all those things. But for me, that was a big point of what I was trying to do, is make the book the character.
Nice.
Oh boy, Joe doesn't know this, but since he just said that, but Brian knows it. We're doing this drive-in anthology right now, right?
What?
Yeah.
He has hoarded a couple of people. He threatened me, in fact. He had to get and the story that I did for your drive-in anthology has to do with not the story of the drive-in, but the book itself.
Oh, that's
Without,
it looks like you tuned in with what I'm saying.
That's the fucking closer right there. That's how we end the book.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to do something for it eventually. When does that do?
I got a person literally gets sucked into the novel of the drive-in.
I want to read that for sure.
No shit.
When does the book do?
Where the fuck am I in this book?
Do you want to be in this book?
Goddamn right.
All right. Call me once we're done here at midnight tonight.
Johnny, you're in.
You John Skip. I can't say no. I mean, what the All right. Sadie asks, how do you guys elevate new writers, and were there seasoned authors that helped you in a significant way when you were starting out? And before they answer, Sadie, I'll just say straight up, I would not have a career without these three gentlemen. They all three have helped me. So haters, these are the three you should blame.
I accept that.
I like to help new writers by publishing them when I can. If I'm editing an anthology, or if I have an opportunity to publish a book through Fungasm or Eraserhead or wherever else I may roam.
Great point.
There are so many wonderful new writers that I really dearly love, particularly right now in what I think is a golden age of the short story, where incredible work is being done at alarming rates. To be able to champion a Laura Lee Barr or a Danger Slater or an Autumn Christian, to be able to champion or a Cody Goodfellow. There's so many people. Jeremy Robert Johnson, who's totally busting out right now. There are so many people where it's like, yeah, if I have a chance to show people what they do, just give them a shot and have them take it. That will speak for itself because they're real fucking good. You know, they're the real deal. And then, yeah, just when you get excited about somebody, the whole point of enthusiasm is sharing it, you know, so other people can go, oh, wow, that is incredible. And when somebody else shares something with me and I go, oh, that's incredible, then I want to tell other people. I think the whole nature of art is sharing, you know. I just heard this great band. I just saw this great movie. I just saw this amazing piece of art. I just read this story or this book. And then you tell people. That's how you do it. Just saying.
When I did some anthologies that I edited, I always tried to have new people in them. It got to where one reason I don't do many of them anymore is nobody wants anybody new. They want everybody they know they can depend on to carry the books. And that's fine. I like a lot of those authors too, but I don't want to do that. I want to be able to bring somebody new to the table, or at least somebody that's fresh. They may have been published, but they haven't been published enough to be recognized. And the other way I've done that is the way I ended up learning from authors was not really on a one-to-one basis. It was their books. I read their books over and over. If they had advice they had written, I listened to it. And, you know, some of it helped me, some of it didn't. Some of it helped me at one point in time and didn't later. Some of it was transitional until you find your own, you know, moment. But and then people like David and I, like we've been brothers for a long time, and we don't necessarily read each other's work and criticize it, but we're always, you know, mentioning something to read this, read that, whatever, see this, watch this, listen to this, you know. I think it's an encouragement is what it is. And I think that every generation kind of finds its own little group. And I was a little bit outside the group because I lived in Texas, and, you know, and I didn't hang with everybody as much, but I think that we were all, you know, kinfolks. Even if we didn't all live in the same neighborhood, we were sort of sharing the same problems we were having getting published or working in film or comics or whatever it might be at that moment. And that really means a lot, because to have somebody that can feel what you're feeling, and you can often learn from people who have less experience than people who have a lot of experience. I teach martial arts, and sometimes, you know, my other instructors will say, Joe, they got to learn that fundamental before they can do that. They don't get that because they don't understand this part yet. I go, okay, I get that. But that also applies to writing, because sometimes if you've been doing it a long time, you know, my daughter and my son ask me for help from time to time. And I always tell them, I'm a great inspirational person, but I'm the worst at telling you how to do it. I'm good. I teach university. When I teach university, though, it's still inspirational. I'm not really that good at telling you how to do it because I don't know how I do it. You know, mine's all sort of mine's in the moment. Mine's all, I guess, subconscious. I don't plot. I don't plan. You know, I just go, where's that story? And just go.
Right. I teach at Lit Reactor, and I've found like 5 writers that I have wound up publishing from teaching there. And I teach this class called The Choreography of Violence, which is just basically an extremely non-theoretical nuts and bolts class on how action scenes are constructed, all the various ways that you can make shit jump off the page and hit you. And it's really, really fun to walk through, because every writer comes in with their own stuff. They're all their own writers, and they've all got their own ideas and their own ways of looking at things. But then to be able to just go, I would say about violent sequences, that one of the things that seems to work across the board for most writers is that at that particular time, you pair out everything but the shit that's happening, so that the experience is very physical, and there you don't digress, you don't sidetrack, you don't flashback, you don't do all those things. You can, and if you do and make it work, it's fucking fantastic. but as a rule, paring shit down, whatever your style is, if you're writing, dragon slaying fantasy or crime or horror or what science fiction, whatever modality you may be working in, just real life regular stuff, and then something horrible happens. It's sort of like, how when violence happens, everything pares down to that. You're not going conversational. You're in the moment, and you're in the moment until the moment is over. So teaching a nuts and bolts class like that, where people actually manage to hone their shit to the point where they walk away going, shit, now I know how to write an action scene. Now I may be able to do this. And so many people don't know how to write action well. They just don't. They can world build. They can create great characters. They can do all the other things that literature requires. But when it comes to the action scene, and this happens a lot at the ends of books, where you come up to the big climactic scene, and it's like those old Warner Brothers cartoons where there's the stick of dynamite and the fuse has been lit and it's going down and the music's all na 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 na, and then all of a sudden it goes and it falls apart, and it's really fucking sad. But there's a way out of that, so yeah, it's fun to help people realize that there are tricks within their own body of vocabulary that they can do to make the thing they didn't know how to do work. And I love
write about it sometimes. I also try to do that, is write about how I approach it, but it's only how I approach it, and so I've given tons of writers tips and things like that too.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to lead by example, because I'm nobody's teacher and I'm nobody's mentor and I'm nobody's daddy. Okay. And you guys are daddy.
Agree with all.
No.
So it's different.
I'm a daddy.
I tend to agree with what Joe says. You have to kind of lead by example, but I think there's a big gap in there too, in terms of who influenced you. Yes, we have all had relationships with people who would be considered highly placed in whatever genre you would talk about, but I did not pursue those friendships and relationships in order to suck some kind of creativity out of them.
No,
I would say there's a whole missing category here, because I would say, like, who are your influences, right? I would say, let me cite 3 people that I never met in my life: George Carlin, Bob Fosse, and Sam Peckinpah. Okay.
Nice.
There's a period at the end of that sentence. I'm done.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, guys. I see Wrath in the queue. He's going to be following up. You got time for 3 more questions? I got one here for each of you individually.
Well, do like a coach and cut us off if we go on too long.
All right. So let's start with Skip. This question's for you. Clayton asks, who would you want to make a movie out of the bridge?
Me.
You.
But barring that, I mean, shit, I haven't really put a lot of thought into that. Oliver Stone wanted to make it back in the 90s, and that would have been really interesting. And he wanted to do a sort of recombinant live action and anime thing in order to communicate all of the mutations and so forth. And that could have been pretty fascinating. Wow. When I think about like the major stylists of this particular era and what they could do with it, with CG and practical and all the tools available for us now, I might have to get back to y'all on this, but there's probably about 30 directors that I think are capable of really nailing the shit out of that. And boy, that would be a glorious thing.
David's got a pick.
I want Michael Bay to make The Bridge.
I want to slap you.
All right. Next up, question for Joe. Would you like to write another Tarzan, or even to explore some of Burroughs' other worlds, or even some Lansdale's Sword and Sorcery?
I've actually written 2 Tarzan stories. I wrote a Tarzan novel and I wrote a Tarzan novella that takes place on Caspak, the land that time forgot. And I also wrote a John Carter short story for a John Carter of Mars collection. I've been asked to do other stuff, and I've been told I have somewhat of an open door to do that, but I haven't done it, and I may be through. And I've written other things of my own that are tributes to that. I think I wrote a thing when I was 13 that was published. Michael Moorcock and I had old stories. I did Under the Warrior Star, and I did one for George Martin for Old Venus, and I think it very much was in the Burroughs tradition. But I'm not going to say I wouldn't do it, but I feel very comfortable that I have done it. And without Edgar Rice Burroughs and comic books, I wouldn't have been a writer. Those are my greatest original influences.
Nice.
All right. And David, one for you. Which of your short stories do you wish more people asked you about? That's a good question.
That is a good question.
Yeah, I don't need people to ask me about them, but I have favorites that I think are, to use a word that is really abused on social media when it comes to books and movies. People will say, I think this movie was underappreciated. There's no such thing, okay? But there are stories that are, I call them, it's a famous FAMOS, which is favorite among my own stories.
Okay.
And one of them is a story about a Mexican wrestler called Quebradora. One of them is a story about a little kid who finds an alien in a cornfield called Watcher of the Skies. And one of them is a Jack the Ripper story that I wrote, very much influenced by Bob Bloch and all the conversations we had about Jack the Ripper, called The Incredible True Facts in the Case. So those would be three right there.
All right. All right. Well, gentlemen, we are out of time. I want to bring our founder and CEO, Joe Ripple, back on the stream.
Joe.
I want to bring in a friend to us all.
Hey, Wrath.
Hey, man.
How are you, boss?
Hey, Wrath.
The progenitors of the Counterpunk Awards, ladies and gentlemen. Wrath James Wright and Brian Keene. Thank you very much.
How are you guys? Good to see you, everybody.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you.
All right. John Skip, David Scal, Joe Lansdale, thank you so much for giving us your time tonight. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Righty, right. See you next time.
Good night.
Good night. All right, folks, there you have it. Whoops, I just took Wrath off. There we go. All right, if you enjoyed that, folks, please give us a donation. From your mobile phone, text VCARE to 91999, or to donate online. If you're watching this at scaresthecareweekend.com right now, just click that big donate button above you. Coming up after Wrath, Joe, I think we're going to do another not so silent auction, correct? What do we have coming up next? Well, that's Stephen King's signature, I do believe. Yes, it is. Of Everything's Eventual.
That'll be up after Mr. Wrath James White.
Okay, so Wrath, good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
No, every year you and I, we see each other at least 4 or 5 times a year, but this year it's always been through the screen. I miss you, brother.
Miss you too. Miss you too. At least I get to see you at all. Your excellent beard you got going on there.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Joe's not doing it, but I got the whole neck beard thing going on. I asked Mary, I shaved my neck beard. She said, no, I think it makes you look cute. So,
that's all that matters.
Wait, Wrath, you're knocking my beard. That's what you're doing?
You look fresh as the baby's behind there.
Oh my God.
All right. So Wrath, before you read, we've been asking folks all evening, share with us either what you love most about Halloween or a favorite Halloween memory.
So actually, when I was a kid, Halloween was a huge deal in my household. My mother was a big horror fan, which is how I became a horror fan. And on Halloween, or usually the day before Halloween, we would walk through the neighborhood and just look at all the Halloween decorations. It was like a long thing. We'd walk for blocks and blocks and blocks, and it was our favorite thing to do. It was, to us, that was as big a part of Halloween as actually going trick-or-treating and handing out candy, was seeing the extent that there was one person in the neighborhood who would turn their entire house into a haunted house, and you could walk through their house and they had different rooms decorated. And they actually, one year you had to reach into this box to get the candy, and they told you that there were eyeballs in the box, and it was peeled grapes, but it felt just like eyeballs. It was the creepiest thing ever. Like, I don't know. Nowadays, they'd probably be arrested, but at the time, it was pretty cool.
All right. Well, Raph, we are going to turn the stage over to you. You got a story that you think you can scare us with, right?
So I'm actually going to read a couple of little ones.
All right.
I haven't read in a long time. So we're going to start with house cleaning. All right. Rosie patiently dusted the bookshelves, removing each book and wiping it down with an electrostatic rag, and then replacing it precisely where it had been. She removed each knickknack one at a time from the mantel and wiped it free of dust. Then she ran the feather duster over the smooth surface of the oak mantel before spraying it with furniture wax and buffing it to a high gloss. "Filthy," she hissed in disgust. She wiped down the television and stereo system with the rag, spraying window cleaner on the screen and wiping it until a reflection shone through. She then threw the rag into the trash can and grabbed another, repeating her frantic wiping on every piece of furniture, every knickknack, and every trinket in the room. Everywhere she looked, there was grime and scum, tops of the baseboards, beneath the stove and refrigerator, underneath the couch and between its cushions. She ran the vacuum slowly over the carpet until she was sure all the dust and dander was gone. And she poured water and cleaning fluid into the steam cleaner and retraced her path over the carpet until it looked as if it had just come off the showroom floor. She poured 3 capfuls of ammonia into a bucket of water and lowered her mop down into it. Then she began furiously mopping the walls and ceiling. When she was done, the house shined like a show model. Rosie appraised her work with admiration, satisfied at her accomplishment. When she went upstairs and stripped off all her clothing, dumping them into the washing machine along with a capful of laundry detergent, she looked her body over, sniffed her hands and armpits, and wrinkled her nose in disgust. "Filthy," she declared with undisguised revulsion. She sprinted to the shower and began furiously scrubbing at her flesh, using various soaps and bath gels before grabbing the bottle of bleach and dumping it over her head, wincing in anticipation of the burn. Various cuts and abrasions sang out in agony as the bleach seared her flesh and she scrubbed herself raw. When she finally stepped from the shower, she smelled as fresh as new linen. She dressed in fresh clothes and went out onto the porch to watch as the garbage man struggled to heft her 2 trash cans into the trash truck. She winced when he dropped one of the cans, and piece after piece of her drunken, adulterous husband tumbled out onto the sidewalk. Blood flooded from the upturned receptacle and stained the sidewalk crimson, as first his head, eyes still wide in surprise, mouth open as if still trying to lie his way out of it, then his legs, arms, and finally his bloated torso splattered onto the street behind the garbage truck. Blood rolled out onto the driveway in a wave as blood, organs, and intestines came boiling out of the tremendous gash bisecting the corpse's stomach and chest. Last, the gore-streaked weed whacker, the pruning shears, and the meat cleaver slid out of the garbage can on a slick trail of blood and viscera. The 2 garbage men were shocked, but managed to avoid throwing up and further soiling the blood-soaked street. They cautiously approached the second trash can. The braver of the 2 stretched out his foot and kicked the can over. Leaping back, the woman came sliding out, leaving her skin and much of her flesh crumpled up at the bottom of the can. They both lost all pretense of bravery when the woman, whose breasts, ass, and vagina had been removed, carved out so that the white of ribs and pelvic bone gleamed through where her sexual organs had been, turned, eyes wide with terror, towards them and began to scream. They hopped back into their truck and peeled out of the cul-de-sac, leaving the bloody mess behind. "Filthy," Rosie shrieked, her voice trembling with the force of judgment, tears beginning to well up in her eyes. She turned and went back into the house to collect her cleaning supplies.
I'm sorry for popping back on the screen, man. We were having a little bit of audio trouble right at the beginning, and
were you?
Out behind the scenes that if my cam is live at the same time, it boosted. So, but I got to tell you, V Castro kicked us off tonight, and she was a little worried about what she could read, what she couldn't read. And I said, Wrath is reading tonight, so you just read.
Well, that was actually the perfect time, because it is now 7:14, so a short one was the way to go.
Yeah. Do you want to do one more? Do you have time?
I do have another short one.
All right.
Sure. I'll squeeze it in.
I absolutely, we can make time for that. I mean, the comments are blowing up here. People enjoyed it. Clayton says it was bloody stunning. So, yeah, you getting standing ovations? Yeah, man. Treat us to another one if you don't mind.
All right. So this one is called Fatter. Tina looked in the mirror and felt her stomach roil with revulsion. She looked at her reflection and saw billowy rolls of adipose tissue dripping from each bloated appendage. She saw her own hideously distended torso and clustered with grotesque lumps of bulging fat and felt sickened. She didn't know how Hank could make love to this horrible corpulent cow, why anyone would want to. Her pudgy cheeks were so swollen that she could barely see her own squinty piggish eyes. The image she saw staring back at her looked as if she'd been stung by a dozen bees, or like she had eaten bad seafood and was having an allergic reaction. Tina wanted to cry. She was getting fatter every day. Yesterday, she spent 2.5 hours on the treadmill. She had it at its highest gear and was turning red from both the exertion and the certainty that the people on the stationary bikes in back of her were laughing at the ripples she knew must be going through her massive ass. After the treadmill, she'd gone to the weight room for an hour, then to the sauna for 45 minutes, and then 10 minutes in the bathroom, regurgitating breakfast into the toilet bowl. Still, the image she saw in the mirror was no thinner. Sometimes she thought about taking one of the knives from her kitchen and getting rid of the fat one cut at a time. The only thing stopping her was the certainty that she would get too carried away and wind up taking off too much of it. It was better to let the professionals do it. She was already scheduled for her 3rd liposuction surgery. The fat just kept coming right back. The doctor said that this would be the last surgery. After that, there would be nothing more they could do for her. If it didn't work this time, well, she wouldn't think about that right now. Perhaps the mirror was lying. She knew it could do that sometimes. Perhaps she was losing weight and didn't know it. She stared at the hideous lumps of cottage cheese flesh that hung from her engorged thighs and tried to see the slim, beautiful person within. All she could think about, however, was how many layers of fat lay between her musculoskeletal system and her skin. She estimated that there must be a foot or so of superfluous tissue between where she began and where she ended. She wondered what it would feel like to be hugged without so much flesh between Hank's body and hers, what it would feel like to make love without what felt like a whole other person in bed between them. It was time to step on the scale. Tina flexed her glutes, trying to keep them from jiggling as she crossed her bedroom floor and walked into her bathroom. The slight movement of her thighs as she walked, the even smaller jiggle that went through her buttocks, even the bounce of her breasts appalled her. If the scale didn't tell her what she wanted to hear, she would take that knife. She crept across the cold vinyl floor and tapped the edge of the electronic scale with her big toe. She saw the screen light up and a row of zeros line the liquid crystal display. Then she stepped both feet onto it and waited as it contemplated her body mass, preparing to give its verdict. 100 pounds. She gasped in astonishment and repeated the action again, stepping off the scale, tapping the clear button with her toe, stepping back onto the scale. 100 pounds. She began to cry. Tears rolled down her smooth aquiline cheeks, down over the bones jutting from her chest and between her withered breasts, over her protruding rib cage and concave stomach. They trailed over her sharp, painful-looking pelvic bones and down her bony legs. She began to wail out loud. "I'm still fat, still fat, still fat," she screamed, shaking her fist as the numbers blinking on the scales display screen. Once again, her weight had not changed at all. It was still in the triple digits. It was the same as it had been since she was 8 years old, back when the kids used to call her fat girl and lard ass. She'd been dieting and exercising, throwing up more than half of the few calories she ingested. She'd prayed, had surgery, and her weight was still the same. She was still that little fat girl the kids had made fun of. Tina slowly pulled herself back together. She stepped calmly from the scale, wiped the tears from her eyes, balled her hands into tight fists, and took a deep breath, steeling her nerves. She knew what she had to do, the only way she would ever get that weight off. She walked into the kitchen and pulled the big Ginsu carving knife from the drawer. She looked at it, watched it shimmer and shine in the morning sun. Then she shoved it back in the drawer and took out the slender filleting knife. She imagined what Hank would say when he saw her with all that disgusting fat finally off. He was always telling her that she was beautiful, that she was just fine the way she was. He even tried to tell her that she was losing too much weight and needed to eat more. He pointed out other women on the street and in magazines and told her that she was skinnier than all of them. But Tina knew. She knew that no one was calling them lard ass. She knew that Hank would love her more without the jiggling ass and corpulent thighs, the hideous bulging layers of fat. She knew how to get rid of it all once and for all. The blade cut deep, and Tina had to bite down on the dish rag to keep her screams from being heard. She sawed deep, cutting through the flesh of her thighs and removing layer after layer of tissue. She'd been right, of course. Once she started, she knew there was no way she could stop. She wanted it all gone. When she saw the gleaming white bone poke its way through the layers of bloated flesh that had covered her thigh, she smiled. Now all she had to do was get it off the rest of her body. Then she would be skinny. Then she would be happy. Then no one would ever call her lard ass again. Then Hank would never look at other women. She scraped the blade down her femur, removing more and more flesh as she screamed into the dish rag, and tears of joy ran down her face.
You know, the first time my son met you, his Uncle Rath, you were in my kitchen and you had the pot holders on and you were making hors d'oeuvres. And that was his image of Uncle Rath. He's on the stream tonight listening. He has a whole new image. Probably much like Joe. Joe, what's wrong?
I can't get past the ripples in her ass. I'm trying to figure out what that meant. That was horrifying.
Hey, it's a horror story.
I mean that in the best way possible.
Yeah, the chat is going nuts. People loved it. I think the best comment, let me scroll back up here. You'll appreciate this one, Rath. Jay says, I've never read Rath James White, but that is going to change. Thank you. So, Rath, where is the best place for folks to find you online?
So to speak to me personally, you can meet me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter occasionally. I always forget that Twitter exists. To find my books, it's mostly on Amazon. Deadeye Press publishes a lot. You can buy directly through them. But yeah,
right.
Just Google me. There's only one.
No doubt about that.
All right, man. Well, it was good to see you. You stay safe, man, and we will see you in person soon.
Good to see you
my
both.
friend. Appreciate you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Joe.
That's one of the most scariest, nicest guys you ever meet in your life.
Absolutely, he is. Absolutely, he is. So let's do not so silent auction number 2.
A not so silent auction number 2.
Now, before we do, because we have folks coming in and out of the stream. For our new viewers just tuning in, the way this works, Joe's going to put up the item, okay? And he's going to give a starting bid. You type your bid into the chat, and we will keep an eye on it. Yeah, like Joe's doing right there. And then we'll call for final bids, and whoever has the final highest bid will win. And then what do they do at that point, Joe?
What they do at that point is they send their winning bid to us via PayPal. When you send that in via PayPal, make sure you have your name, your address, and your phone number, especially if this is the first time you've bid on anything with us. Once that bid comes in, I verify it, make sure your address is correct, package this bad boy up, and it's on the way out to you Monday morning.
All right. And that bad boy is, in fact, Everything's Eventual by Stephen King, signed by Stephen King.
This is 14 Dark Tales. And ladies and gentlemen, it is a signed copy. So, Mr. Keene, what do you think the starting bid for this item should be?
I think fairly, given the economic situation in America, but given the fact what it is, I think a fair starting bid is $25.
We will start at $25. Can anybody give me $25 for Stephen King? Now, I'm not like those auctioneers that can do the hey, baby, I can't do that, obviously.
No, we're going to wait for him to pop up in chat. We have 25. Ashley has us on the board at $25.
On at 25. How about 30? Do we have 30 for Stephen King?
Oh, Ashley has us at 75.
We've got 75. How about 85? $85, anybody?
And now I've got David Scal, Joe Lansdale, and John Skip blocking the chat with email message popping up in my window. Let me get rid of that. Looks like we're still at 75 from Ashley. Do we have 80? 85 from Justin Lewis. Justin Lewis on the board at $85.
85. How about 100? Do we have $100?
Alex McVeigh, on the artist Alex McVeigh on the board for $100.
$100. Do I hear 120? Brian, can you get me 120?
We've got 110, 110, 115.
115.
Do we have 120? Signed. Everything's Eventual hardcover. 145.
We've got 145.
Look at that signature right there, folks.
How about 150? Do we got 150? Now, let me tell you about Trey while people are bidding on this, okay? Trey is our sick child recipient for 2021. Now, Trey was born premature, and he spent 251 days in the NICU, okay? He's tracheotomy dependent, a wonderful young mother and father who are struggling very hard to make ends meet and take care of their little child. It's a young couple, can't be any more than 21, 22 years old. And they're doing a really, really fantastic job. These are the kind of people, when you talk about young kids or a young couple having kids, these are the kind of people that you hope that your own children grow up to be like. They're doing everything they can to take care of Trey. And to top it all off, they've discovered that Trey now has stage 3 liver cancer. He has a tumor in his liver. So the young man is not even 2 years old yet, and he's going through all of these troubles, all these tribulations. So Trey is our first family that we have adopted for 2021. Now, I do have some good news. The chemotherapy that Trey was on has shrunk the tumor to such a state that after the CT scan, the doctors feel that they're comfortable enough to potentially go in and remove that tumor off of his liver. So we're wishing them some good luck. But again, that's who we're collecting for. We hope to have our breast cancer recipient for 2021 announced tomorrow. She has given me verbal permission, but I want to make sure I get it in an email from her just to make sure everything's okay. And in doing so, folks will be adopting their kids for Christmas. We'll be adopting Trey for Christmas, maybe helping out mom and dad. So that's what we're auctioning these items off for.
That's right. And a reminder, because right now the high bid right now is Ashley with $185. What you're bidding tonight, that money is going directly to these recipients. On the screen, the ticker there at the bottom on the ways to donate, that money is going directly to the recipients. Because of the pandemic, we haven't been able to do our regular fundraising this year. We've had to rely on these virtual streams. The professionals in our genre and the fans in our genre have come together. They've come through for us. We've already helped our 3 recipient families for 2020. Now we're getting a jump start on 2021. You can text VCARE to 91999. If you're watching this at scaresthecareweekend.com, you can just click the donate button and fill out the form, or you can bid right now. Stephen King's Everything's Eventual, signed by the man himself. The high bid is $185. I'm going to give you a countdown here from 10 to 1, and then we're going to close the bidding. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, Ashley. Winning bid of $185. Joe, you want to tell her just one more time how to go about claiming that?
Ashley, I know you've donated to us via PayPal before, so just send us the donation via PayPal. Please, please, please make sure that even though it might be in your PayPal profile, that down in the notes section, you give me your full address, name, phone number, just in case there's any questions like that, and we'll get this out to you on Monday. And thank you very much. I appreciate it.
That's right. Now, I want to apologize, Justin, Wicked Chef, a few others. I saw your bids pop up there. Like we said earlier in the stream, there is a delay. That's why we do the countdown. Please, it's nothing personal. We're limited with the technology here. But yeah, congratulations to Ashley. Joe, you know what? For Justin and Wicked and the other folks that missed out there because of the delay, let's throw up another item. Let's do another silent auction. Can we do that real quick?
You want to do another one?
Yeah, let's do another one.
All right. Let me.
If that's not going to mess you up.
Not going to mess me up at all.
All right.
I can't be messed up. I'm the CEO.
Well, I could get the rest of the board of directors on and we could talk about it. I know. Shut my ass.
Yeah, there you go. All right. So let's let the people decide. Do we want to go with the dual sign Frog Brothers, or do we want to go with Heather Langenkamp's signature with hair clippings?
All right. Let's wait for the chat. Heather Langenkamp, of course, Nightmare on Elm Street star. Her hair, her actual hair, along with her signature. I don't know what you want to do with that. Maybe you want to clone her. Maybe there's a novel or a movie in that for our professionals that are tuning in tonight. There you go, Aaron Dries. I see you in the feed. That can be your next novel right there. Or the dual Funko Pop signed by both of the actors who played the Frog Brothers in Now I did it. The Lost Boys. Thank you. Joe, you couldn't remember it earlier. Now I can't remember it. All right. I see 1 vote Frog Brothers, 1 vote Heather. Jay says the hair needs to happen at midnight. You know what? I like that idea. Let's save Heather's hair for the last one.
The Heather's hair for the last one?
Yeah.
All right. Then we'll do the Frog Brothers.
All right.
All right. So what happened is our good friends, Craig and Sandy Yastrzemski at Creature Feature Weekend, which is held in Gettysburg, had Jameson Newstead and Corey Feldman as guests at Creature Feature Weekend. This Funko Pop was purchased from Joe DiStefano, or excuse me, given to us by Joe DiStefano. Bought it from Eric Kozinski, so it's a roundabout way made it to us, courtesy of those two gentlemen. And then Craig and Sandy were nice enough to let us get this signed for the charity. So it's both signatures of the Frog Brothers from Corey Feldman and Jameson Newstead. And I think we're probably, because it's 2 autographs on here, we're probably going to start the bidding at $40.
I think that's fair.
That's fair.
Yep.
And instead of doing a 10-second countdown, let's do maybe a 30-second countdown just to be sure.
Good idea. Good idea. And again, our apologies to everybody for the delay.
Right.
Yep. $40 is our starting bid. John Jack, if you're still in the feed, you're a bad influence on me, brother. I went and grabbed this.
That is Kool-Aid, right?
Yes. Yeah. It's totally iced tea.
Totally iced tea.
Totally iced tea in a glass bottle.
Right. So we got $40 for the Frog Brothers, Jameson Newstead and Corey Feldman.
We've got $60 from Roger Venable.
We got $60. We got $60. You know, everybody's still fighting on Twitter over what they said about a short story being horror. But $60. Do we got anything else?
We have $75. Justin and Roger both tied for $75.
Who is the first?
There's a fight on Twitter. I can't be bothered with Twitter drama tonight. Anthony T's Horror Show has $85. A bid in for $85.
We got $85. Folks, I don't know when you're going to see Corey Feldman again. It was a rare East Coast appearance. This is a great opportunity to get a great dual signed item, and it's only going to go up in value. You know, again, I don't know what else to say about the Funko Pops other than they're signed in gold, silver and gold. You know, but a great piece from the Lost Boys.
We are now up to $95.
$95. 95. Can we get 115?
We've got 100.
Got 100. Okay,
let 115. Do we hear 115?
We're gonna get 115.
105. 105. Do we hear 110?
I'll be happy with 110.
Hey, batter, swing batter. Virginia on board for 110. Matthew on board for $115.
Matthew is the top bidder at 115.
All right. I think now we will start the countdown. That means, folks, when you hear me start counting, type your bid in. Oh, Anthony is at 125.
125. Thank you, Anthony.
All right. I'm going to start the countdown. Type your bid in now. By the time I get to 1, it will be too late. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. What comes after 25? 24, 23, 22, 21, 20. We are at 20. Anthony T's Horror Show has the top bid of 125. 125 is what you need to beat. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 140. Top bid of 140. Final countdown, folks. Type it now or lose out. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bidding is closed. Congratulations to Anthony T's Horror Show, winning bid of $140.
Anthony, I believe that's going to be Anthony Thurber, also a regular donor to us. But again, just to be sure, Anthony sent us the $140 via PayPal. Even though your address may be in the profile, in the notes section, please make sure you give me your name, your address, and your phone number, just in case there's any problems. We'll get this boxed up as soon as we receive the donation. Out the door, it goes to you on Monday.
Yep. And Virginia, I want to apologize to you. I see your bid popped up there. Again, there's a delay between the chat and YouTube. There's nothing we can do to fix it, but we really, really, really appreciate it. Joe, we've got a little bit of time here before our next guest. Our next guest coming up at 9 o'clock sharp is Robert Bradley for the Center for Paranormal Research and Investigation. He's going to do some virtual ghost hunting with us.
We're going to be on a live ghost hunt.
Yeah. So between now and then, man, we do these shows. And look, you and I, we're both down to earth guys. I think it's fair to say we're approachable. You know, you come up, talk to us with respect. We talk to you with respect. We're willing to do whatever we can for you. But when we do these live conventions, people don't really get a chance to do that with us because we're so goddamn busy. So maybe here for the next 20 minutes or so, let's take some questions from folks. If they have a question for you, if they have a question for me, and we can offer those. For example, Michael asked Brian, are you doing any signed books? Tonight, I am not, Michael. And that's because behind me here, I don't know that I can really show it. That bottom shelf down there is where I keep my extra books, stuff that, I'll send to people or stuff like that. And I'm basically out of everything. I got a couple copies of the Lost Level series, which aren't really horror. They're more sword and sorcery, Edgar Rice Burroughs type stuff. And I've got a couple copies of End of the Road, but those are actually all spoken for. Sadie Hartman, I have not forgot about you. I owe you a copy. So I'm not doing any signed books tonight.
You can't even get an ending to The Rising.
Shut your ass.
No. But if anybody has any questions of, what it's like, and, with all of the pandemic and everything that's going on, I want to put it out there. I want to apologize to the board of directors. A lot of times signals get crossed. I don't relay information as well as I could have. We're trying to fix that with everything that's going on, trying to work, trying to have a child that's doing virtual school and stuff like that. So to the board, hey folks, I'm not perfect. Never claimed to be. But I just wanted to send that out in a public forum, let them know that I really do appreciate everything that they do to help me out. Brian, the other Brian, Al, Jason, it's a cumulative team effort. And what I want everybody to completely understand, if you don't know or have never seen me write this charity, even though I started it, I founded it, it's not about me. I'm an ordinary guy who came up with an idea that's supported by extraordinary people. And for me, when people come up and they say, oh, thank you, we appreciate Scares That Care, this, don't thank me. Thank him. Thank him.
No, thank
the board. Thank the other volunteers. That means more to me than you telling me thank you, because they're the ones invariably doing all the work. Brian Keene set this up tonight. He didn't have to, but he did. He reached out to the authors. He reached out to the actors. He didn't have to. He did. So please remember that it's okay to say, hey, Joe, Scares the Care is great. But if you're going to say thank you, thank them. That means more to me than anything.
Well, and thank you to all the folks watching the stream, all the folks hanging in chat, all the folks who are donating. And I want to send a special shout out, Christine Sullivan, who we've helped. I know Christine's a big fan of mine. She has been for years, and she's right. One of my biggest regrets from last year, Christine's been reading my books for years, and not only was I just delighted that we could help her, but I was delighted I'd finally get to meet her at the show, and I didn't get a chance.
Yeah.
So yeah, Christine, absolutely. We will get a hug and a photo, several hugs and photos. So all right, we've got a bunch of questions popping up here, Joe, and the first one is for you, and it's a doozy. Megan, can you please do the WAP for charity? Would you want a partner? Now, I've been seeing this pop up in the chat all night. I'm not on Facebook. I'm old. I'm not on TikTok. What is the WAP?
WAP is a song by Cardi B.
Oh, okay.
And it stands for Wet Ass Female Sexual Organ.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we had Wrath Reed. We can't really.
That's true. But it's a dance. Look, I did one dance, and it took me about 4 days to recover from it on TikTok, because I just want to, have a little fun. But this dance has got you jumping up in the air, dropping down to the floor, laying down, doing pelvic thrusts on the floor, getting up, working. I could never do it. I could never do it. I would look like a turtle that has lost its shell and is drunk. So probably not, because I value what little time on this earth I have left. Now, if Dakota Lawrence wants to do it, then that bitch can go ahead all day.
Can I get Dakota back on the stream? No.
But, as the older I get, the less limber I am, and the less, it's harder for me to move. Getting out of bed requires a myriad of sound effects. So probably not.
So, well, I learned something. I learned what the WAP is. And John Jack was close with his guess, weak ass prostate.
Well, Lauren asked me what it was, and I told her it was warrants and probation. Go outside and play.
All right, our next question from Strange But Lovely. Question for Brian. Any advice in world building? That's a tricky question. When I start a novel or a screenplay or a comic book, I rarely have a full plot in my mind, let alone the world. I'm very much a make it up as I go along kind of guy, and if it feels right, if it feels organic, I go with it. If you look on my Patreon, I put up a lot of original pitches, like the original pitch for The Rising or City of the Dead. When you read how I originally pitched the novel and what was eventually published, they're night and day different. The same comes to world building. My only advice would be, particularly if you're writing horror, don't get so sucked up in the details of world building that it impacts the rest of your creativity. The world only needs to make sense in the mechanics of the story. You don't need to know all the background if it's not information that the reader ever needs to know. That would be the only advice really that I could offer for that, because quite frankly, I don't do a lot of world building, which may surprise you, given that everything I've written outside of media properties like X-Files or Aliens or Masters of the Universe, but all my own stuff, it all takes place in this big shared universe. But I only know the broad strokes. I don't know all the intricate stuff. There's a lot of stuff that, quite frankly, I let readers fill in, and they'll email me and say, "Hey, did you ever think maybe this is why this? Hey, that makes sense. Yeah, I planned that all along." No, I didn't. So yeah, that would be my advice. Don't let world building overwhelm the rest of your creativity. All right, next question. A lot of people still wondering what the WAP is, but I think we answered that. Brian, how many drinks you got on your desk? Right now, I've got a water and I've got a bourbon, and that's it. But I stay hydrated. Okay, let's see. That's it, Joe. That's all they had for us.
Well, I think, our followers are pretty astute as to what we've been doing over the years. I will say that the lady that I called yesterday to give her the news that we were likely going to be adopting her I thought at one point that she had passed out. She was overly excited and extremely thankful. And that wasn't the best part. The best part is she has two kids. One is 16, one is 8. And when I told her that she didn't have to worry about getting the kids anything for Christmas, that we would take care of it, well, then it was even more so. And I will constantly go back to the thought that a lot of times it's not about the money. It's relief that somebody's going to help, yes, but it's even more so that somebody is taking care of me. I'm worth somebody looking at me and saying, hey, we need to help you. And I think to that end, if I have a favorite part about this charity, it's that one. It's that we make people feel like they are important, that they do matter, even when pretty much everybody else has kind of turned their backs on them.
Yep, I agree. For me, that's my favorite part. And, I can speak sort of to this. When I had my own accident, because the universe has a sense of irony, I serve on the board of directors for a charity that, amongst others, helps burn victims. And then I became a burn victim myself. And the outpouring of support from this community, from the horror community, both professionals and fans, it was absolutely overwhelming. Mary San Giovanni's watching this downstairs right now, but she can vouch for this. The doctor at one point, he said, "You write for Marvel Comics?" And I said, "Yeah, I've written for Marvel. Why?" And he said, "You must write Wolverine." And I said, "No, I've never written Wolverine. Why?" And he said, "You've got some kind of healing factor." He said, "You're improving far faster and far more than you should be." And I'm not a metaphysical guy, but I attribute that to the outpouring of love and support from complete strangers.
Yeah.
From fans, from professionals, and from you and the fellow board of directors. Yes, the money helps. The money certainly helps every one of our families, but the support they see from people helps as well.
It's more psychological.
Yep.
And to that extent, look, let's be realistic. When we're talking about Trey, the little boy born premature, 251 days in the NICU, tracheotomy dependent. I hope I'm saying that right. Tracheostomy. I'm not exactly sure. Trach dependent. Stage 3 liver cancer. Is $10,000 really going to put a dent in their bills? Probably not. But it will give them a really good launching point. So where if they need medical equipment for Trey, if they need to build a ramp at their house, if they need a special van, our friends, Dean Window and Janice Window, when we gave them their check, one of the things they were able to do was go out and buy a handicap accessible van for their son. And, that's that in and of itself. I really like the way that, when Scares the Care adopts a family, it's like the whole convention crowd just kind of goes around them and pulls them in for this big, huge family type hug, because that's what it's like. And we don't care what color you are. We don't care what your race is, your religious preference, if you have any, your sexual orientation doesn't matter to us. Nothing matters to us. Do you have a big heart? Do you want to give? Do you want to help? That's not even like in horror. Do you have a heart? Do you want to help somebody else?
Yep.
So
we see some more questions popping up. A lot of people asking about the cat. The cat made a cameo appearance during Pruitt Dakota segment. Somebody asking, was that Mad Max? No, unfortunately, my cat Mad Max passed away in the early days of the pandemic. I lost both my cat and my uncle during this. That cat actually belongs to my ex-wife. I'm watching it right now. Its name is Whiskers. It's a rescue. My son and I found it. Literally, we were driving down the road in the woods, and it was out playing in the middle of the road. It was about this big, and we rescued it, and that's their cat. All right, we got probably time for 2 or 3 more questions. Let's see if we can find another one here for you, Joe. A lot of support for you. I want to throw this one from Christine up because I think this is good. She says, "That's how I felt, especially after being the caregiver for my hubby. And I always tried to help people, but I didn't feel I had that help. But I have this whole new family and Scares the Care." Amen to that.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, Christine was our breast cancer recipient 2 years ago. She was a vendor at a show, and she was brought to my attention by another vendor who attends our shows, Zach and Erica Kaufman, who said, hey, listen, might want to take a look at this young lady. And once I found out her story, first of all, she lost her husband to leukemia. After she loses her husband, she finds out she has breast cancer. And she's had one of her breasts removed. And you want to talk about somebody who is, I don't know how she does it. I don't think I could be that strong. But it was a distinct honor and a privilege to help her and to present her check while she's sitting up there with all the celebrities was just a wonderful, wonderful experience for not only her, but for us as well. And I think that's something that I really like about this, Brian, is that it makes us feel good too.
Yep.
It's not about, just, oh, here's your check, see you later. That's the beauty of putting a face to these donations, because you do get to know them. You do get to become friends with them. You do get to assist them. And at the end of the day, you get this huge feeling of, look what we have all done together for this person.
Yep. It's
such a wonderful release. It really is.
Absolutely. All right. We got time probably for one more question, possibly two. Brian, what is your greatest struggle as a writer, especially in today's world and everything that is going on? Does that change how you approach your stories at all, or what you'd want to write next? I mean, like everyone else in 2020, the year of the tire fire, I'm struggling with this new world that we find ourselves in. My social interactions, like physical social interactions, are limited to author Mary San Giovanni, my partner whom I live with, and my youngest son and his mother, and that's about it. I've seen my oldest son in person one time since this pandemic started, because he works in healthcare and he wants to keep his old man safe. So I'm struggling with the same shit as everybody else is struggling with. But as a writer, believe it or not, right now it's a little bit of imposter syndrome. I'm sure most of you have seen the hints on Twitter. You've seen me tweet about visiting Castle Rock, and you've seen Stephen King retweet and mention me visiting Castle Rock. And there's some big news coming. You won't get it this year. You'll get it next year. But I'm currently undertaking a project that, as somebody who's 53 years old and has been a fan of this genre for, 48 of those 53 years, I'm undertaking the coolest goddamn project I've ever taken. And, I struggle with imposter syndrome. Am I good enough to do that? And I think it's normal. There are a lot of professionals much more successful than me who still struggle with that every day too. Good question. Thank you for asking that. All right, Joe, let's see here. Do what?
I said, check your ass. You're good enough.
Well, yeah, but that's just you saying that. I need somebody,
I'm beat your ass.
All right. Let's bring our next guest onto the stream with us now.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're doing great, and we are excited. This is going to be incredible. We are actually with you while you are doing an investigation. Is that true?
Yeah, there are. What we're doing is they're doing a set of haunted tours here at a place called Bacon's Castle in Surrey, Virginia, and we're actually collecting data here at the same time that they're giving tours. And we have access to the main house, and I'm going to kind of show you the main house, see if you can see it. I don't know if you can see it or not. And then we have access to a slave's quarters from 1839, and we have access to a cottage that was built in 1710. So the house here, the Arthur Allen House or Bacon's Castle, was built in 1665. So we're actually, like I said, collecting data here, like we tend to do, and trying to make heads or tails of what people think they see and hear. So that's what we're doing.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but you have done investigations at this location before.
Yes, we have. We've been coming here since 2012, and we've collected a lot of data here. We actually conducted a series of experiments. It's kind of dark here, so that's why my face looks like it does.
It looks perfect, just so you know. It's wonderful.
Okay, and we also have some spotty internet out here, so if I lose you, I'll dial back in very fast. But but we've been conducting a series of experiments out here where we're collecting environmental data surrounding when people think they hear or see things, and we've been doing that for the last 8 years, and we've come up with we've been able to draw some serious conclusions about that, where we think that what people call residual activity might actually have a natural cause. And it's really we wrote a paper about it and published it on academia.edu, and it was very significant because we got most of that data right here at Bacon's Castle. Now, interactive activity where people get touched or a door moves or anything like that, we don't know because we haven't looked at that yet. But we looked at the residual one first because that was low-hanging fruit, and it looks like there is a natural cause for that.
You've been able to determine that through your investigations.
Yes.
Okay.
And we've also been able to confirm it at other locations too, like Patrick Henry's old house, Scotchtown. We've gone to Thomas Jefferson's boyhood home at Tuckahoe Plantation. We've been able to go to a lot of different historic sites to gather data like this. And we've been able to confirm it all at those sites. But most of the data we collected was right here at Bacon's Castle.
Well, if you can give us just a brief overview of the paper, should it focus on magnetic, electrical, atmospheric?
Well, actually, we looked at the environmental conditions we looked at for the residual stuff was temperature, barometric pressure, humidity. We looked at visible light, infrared, ultraviolet light. We looked at vibration and geomagnetic field. Hold on. Hey guys, sorry, hey Mike, sorry, I just saw something over here. Can you write down that it looked like there was something walking underneath that ramp right over here, and write it down in the time? That was creepy. Anyway.
Freaked me out.
But anyway, but we looked at a lot of that stuff, and we found that stuff's very reproducible when people hear or see residual activity. And because it's so reproducible, it just screams there's a natural cause. So we wrote that up and we published that paper, and we're now starting to dip our toes in the world of interactive activity, and we're starting to look at that. And we're noticing there's reproducible results around ionizing radiation and geomagnetic field shift in geomagnetic field. So we're picking that up as well for interactive.
You're really drilling down into the science of the atmosphere and the ground and you know, the whole 9 yards as it relates to the supposed haunting of a location.
Yeah, our organization is an academic organization. We're made up of current and former scientists and engineers and medical professionals and police officers and such. And we dig hard into the real science behind it. And that's what we do. We're not like a lot of groups that are out there that they go ghost hunting. We don't do that. We monitor passively for this data, and then we go back and we try to correlate the data we collect against what we hear and see. So that's what we do.
All right. So I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm sure you've had this question a lot. Has there been anything you have personally experienced that you cannot explain that really scared the daylights out of you?
Actually, yes. I'm not normally scared. They send me into the creepiest, dirtiest places on the planet. But the one place that it really scared me was a place called Penhurst Asylum. You may have heard of it.
Yes.
we were asked to investigate the Mayflower building up there. And so we gathered up our gear and went up north of Philadelphia and set up everything like we typically do. And we went up into the third floor of the Mayflower building where there was no power, and something came at me. A dark, looked like a person, came running down the hall at me, and I fell. The other two guys behind me clicked their lights on real fast, and there was nothing there. And every sensor we had spiked. So that was actually really good data, but it caused my hand to shake like that kind of thing. And I had to go back to our headquarters and sit for a little bit.
And it really spooked you out there.
Oh, yeah.
And you haven't been able to explain that to this day?
Nope, have not.
Okay. Your organization is CPRI, Center for Paranormal Research and Investigation. How long has you guys been in existence?
Well, the group has been in existence for, since 2000. And I joined the group in 2010. And we've been operating on a basically, I just saw a light out near the slaves' quarters, but there's somebody out there with a flashlight. Never mind. But we've been operating on using a scientific method, but we've also included experimental design in that. So we don't just go into a place and shotgun it with a lot of equipment. We come up with a theory, and we only select the equipment we need for the experiment. We collect the data on the experiment, and then we move on. That's how we operate.
Now, audio recordings. Have you captured anything on audio?
Oh, a ton on audio. We get voices, we get footsteps, we get doors opening and shutting. We get last weekend when we were out here at Bacon's Castle, the first time for this set of tours, we actually picked up choir singing in the house. It was weird. And we pick up a lot of audio. The audio tends to be more audible than what people call EVP. It's actually picked up by multiple recorders, so it can't really be considered transcommunication. It's more like audible stuff that you could actually kind of hear with your ears. So but we picked up a lot of audio.
Now, when you set up at Bacon's Castle, and I know you've come out and you've given presentations to us at our Scare weekend. I'm grateful for that. Typically, how long does it take you guys to set up at Bacon's Castle, for example?
Well, to set up in Bacon's Castle, we basically, it takes us, a couple of hours to set up usually, because we run anywhere from 8 to 24 cameras. And we have we can run up to a dozen audio recorders, and we live monitor some of those audio recorders out at our headquarters. Right now, our headquarters is in a tent out behind the building here. That's where I started this interview, and I'm going to walk back over there. And sitting there, we have Mike Magner. He's he's one of our folks, and Richard Bowen's the other one. They're watching the cameras right now. And we have the audio. You could probably hear the audio as I walk by, but I'm gonna show you these guys. There they are.
Hey guys.
And they're actually watching these cameras right now that are in the main house while they're giving the tours, and sometimes we've actually seen some interesting things on video this time around too, which we normally don't see. Typically on video, we've got maybe over the last 20 years have 4 video hits. What we saw a light we couldn't explain in the building when nobody was in the building earlier this evening. So that was significant for us too. So we're going to go back and look at all the sensors in that room and see what we get. Go ahead.
You're a man of science, correct?
Yes.
Your background is what?
I'm a chemist. I was an industrial chemist with Union Carbide Corporation and then Dow Chemical Corporation for like 20 years.
Okay, so you mentioned you have scientists, you have chemists, engineers, police officers. What is the overall feel about whether or not hauntings exist or don't exist?
Well, it depends on what your definition of haunting is. What we're looking for is anomalous activity. That's kind of what we're looking for. We're not looking for ghosts. We're not looking for spirits or anything like that. What we're looking for is this anomalous activity that happens around when people think they hear or see stuff. So that's what we're looking for. We're not looking to communicate with anybody or anything like that. The problem with people that do that kind of thing, when they're trying to communicate with somebody, you don't really know who you're talking to. And if it's really an entity, is it really the ghost of I don't know, Nathaniel Bacon, or is it somebody pretending to be the ghost of Nathaniel Bacon? I mean, you never know. It's like being in a chat room, and Joe, you're old like me. You realize that what a chat room was, and it's like you don't know who you're talking to. So that's why I'm not a big fan of communication like that, because you can open up a door that you don't want to open.
Right. And to a certain extent, we have seen shows where, people get scared and they get spooked and they run off and things like that. And, we never really honestly get to see what spooks them. So I think that with the work that you all are doing from more of a scientific standpoint is even more important than what those shows are trying to, because I personally think, and I'm not trying to, begrudge them, those shows are more focused on ratings than they are facts. Would you agree with that?
I think you are darn right. Darn tootin'. Pardon my West Virginia vernacular. It's really, most of the TV shows you see, they're all about the experience.
Right.
They don't really want to know why. They're about the experience, and they have their theories, and they want their theories to be right. But at the same time, they're not testing their theories to see if their theories are right. So that kind of puts us in a questionable. It puts our field in a questionable light. So you got to worry about integrity. And like my beautiful wife, who's just finished her dissertation in microbiology, likes to talk about, there's scientific integrity is key to any scientific endeavor.
Yes.
You got to have your integrity. If you don't have that integrity, then it's hack science. So that's kind of what we run into nowadays. It's been sensationalized to the point where it's really hard to be taken seriously.
Well, let me ask you this, Brad. Since you are approaching it from a scientific point of view, do you have issues or drama with other paranormal investigators?
Yes. I'm not one to beat around the bush, and we've run into people that flat out don't like the fact that I'm saying we're talking about how the non-interactive residual activity has a natural cause. They don't want to hear that. They want to say it's spiritual, and we can't say that. Nobody can say that, and be taken seriously. It's just not something that to keep your integrity intact that you can say. And so I end up in arguments with these people. Well, how can you say that? How do you know that? How do you know that's who you're talking to? How do you know that thing's doing what you say it's going to do? Because they'll buy all this equipment off the shelf. And when they buy all this off the shelf equipment, they don't really know what it does. They don't know what they're measuring. And they just say, well, look, it's a ghost. That light's blinking. So I get into arguments with people all the time. And I think that's one of my jobs in my organization is as research coordinator is to get into these arguments.
Oh, we got a question. The question is, do you ever find infrasound in these areas?
And I would have to say yes. In all the areas, there is some infrasound, but it's not of a frequency where it's not of that set of frequencies that messes with the head yet. We're finding that infrasound on our recording devices can pick up at that level. So you can actually see that in the spectral display on the audio. And it's everywhere. There is infrasound right there where you are right now, Joe. I guarantee you there's some infrasound there. So it's all over the place, but it has to be at a certain level and a certain frequency before it starts messing with the mind.
Well, I can tell you there's infrasound around me all the time because I'm married. But
well, I can't say that because my wife is sitting right there.
Well, she's a wonderful woman, and she's beautiful, and God bless her for putting up with you.
That's right.
But no, in the grand scheme of things, when I remember when Ghost Hunters first came out, and
Yes.
a lot of what they did is they would actually go in and they would debunk what people thought was a haunting or a
Right.
spiritual involvement. Then as the show progressed, I guess the producers didn't like that. So then everything became a ghost.
That's correct.
And do you feel that has devalued your field?
I think it devalued the field. I think that all they're showing is the positive hits because we're living in an environment right now where everybody wants the experience and they want the experience now. And so that's what they're giving. And that's allowing them to keep their ratings and that's allowing them to do what they do. Now, I'm not saying that what they're seeing is not legit. I'm not saying that. But all they're showing is what they're seeing. They're not showing all the stuff that they used to show when they used to debunk things, when they used to test things, and they'd show that, no, it's this bad plumbing over here is making that noise and that kind of stuff. They don't show that kind of thing anymore. So it's losing some of its legitimacy.
Right. And what, to your point earlier, science.
Yeah. I mean, it makes people, when you lose your integrity like that, it's really hard to get it back.
And to the point, I think that a person with an open mind wants to see how something can be debunked. It's kind of like the magician. You want to know how the trick is done because it removes all the mystique out of it. So I think to a certain point, we are doing a little bit of a disservice to the community as a whole. Obviously we're going to have some questions that are going to pop up along here, but okay. Question for Brad. Have you ever opened doors you didn't mean to?
Well, all I can say is yes. We're not allowed to talk about it, but yes, it's happened. And it's something that you don't want to do. You don't want to get involved in certain in things like the whole communication thing. If you try to talk to something, you're opening a door. And as soon as you open that door, they might not want to leave.
Now, here's a question that I'm going to ask you. On your team, because of the potential of you opening that type of door, do you have somebody who is a priest or a medium?
Well, we don't use mediums because we don't. When it comes to scientific integrity, we can't do that. But we do have people that are schooled in the Catholic rites and in the some of the Protestant rites that can answer certain questions and be able to point us in the right direction if we happen to do that. Now, for me, that kind of thing's only happened once in my entire career doing this since 2010. Mm-hmm. So I've learned through them and through their teachings how not to do that. So that's why we try not to communicate with anything in the building that we're trying to measure. We just try to measure it. And that's what we try to do.
So you're basically standing in the wings and whatever happens, happens.
Yep, pretty much. Now, what we have found that if we talk among ourselves while we're doing one of these things, like I'm talking to you now, mm-hmm. There's a good chance that in the recorder in the room, it's going to pick up something like something's trying to interject while we're trying to talk. And it happens all the time. We get a lot more audio hits when we're talking among ourselves than if we're just silent. So, who's to say that's considered interactive because it's trying to interject. So that right there can happen, but we don't try to talk to it. We just don't.
All right. So here's a big one for me.
Okay.
And you've seen these shows where somebody's walking along and all of a sudden they felt like they got punched or bit or hit or something like that, and they pull their shirt down and there's a bite mark on them.
Yeah.
Has you or any of your team ever experienced something like that?
I have not. I know that we have investigated a case where a lady was getting scratched pretty bad multiple times. And that was before my time. I just reviewed the video for them when I first joined. And they investigated that case, and that case was pretty significant. but that was way before my time though. And I don't have a whole lot of information about it, but I have seen video of the actual whelps forming on somebody's arm. So that was interesting to say the least, and that was definitely interactive.
Wow. Is there a place you haven't investigated? This question from Zachariah. Is there a place you haven't investigated you would love to spend some time in?
Definitely. We've been to Charleston, South Carolina, the old jail there. We've been to Waverly. We've been to Hills. We've been to the USS North Carolina. We've been all over the place. But there's one place that I would like to gather data at because of the significance of the activity that happens there, and that's the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum in West Virginia. Now, that's also only 50 miles from my hometown, but still, I would love to go there. That's one place I would really like to go to because the type of activity they have and the consistency of the activity they have. I would really like to go there.
Interesting. So you actually want to go into a place where they had crazy people?
Well, yeah, I fit right in. At least that's what everybody tells me.
Good point. Jared wants to know, Brad, have you ever had any situations with squatters in any old buildings?
Well, I had an experience at St. Albans Sanatorium in Radford, Virginia. It's an old insane asylum down there that's abandoned. And we were in the building, and I turned and I looked, and I saw a person standing 20 feet away from me, and right at the head of this hall, and the person looked solid, completely solid. And I thought it was a person, and I thought that, and I got mad because we were supposed to be the only ones in the building. And so I ran after the person. The person saw me and ran, and I ran after the person, and everybody came behind me, and we were running down the hall after the person. And lo and behold, it turned out it wasn't a person. It just disappeared in front of me. Poof. So that was the closest thing that we've ever had to a squatter. I haven't run into very many squatters at all in some of these old buildings. They tend to be historical sites that are under pretty nice control. St. Albans Sanatorium is one that doesn't. We've also investigated a 250,000 square foot factory in Petersburg, Virginia. Pardon me. That is not COVID, by the way. That place is just nasty, gross, dirty, and you would think there would be squatters in there because it's mostly abandoned, but nope, we haven't run into any squatters in there either. Now, I do know people that have run into squatters, and they tend to just vacate the place. They just leave.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty much homeless people.
Yeah,
and just looking for a place to crash and things like that. Now, you just mentioned it, so
sorry, I'm trying to see if we're going to get rain.
Oh, you're all right.
I don't think so. So I think we're good.
All right. You just mentioned it. Has the pandemic affected you guys in any way, shape, or form?
Oh, yes. We had to completely stop all of our data collection research projects in March, and we didn't start back up until, when was it, Jen? Was it July? Or it was August. It was August. We started back up in August, and but we had to limit the size of our teams, and we had to go through a lot of infection control because my day job's with the Department of Health.
Yeah.
So we went through
that. Yeah.
We went through a lot of infection control procedures, like we hand sanitize before we go in the building. We wear masks, like here's mine right here. Mm-hmm. We're all doing that here today. And we would hand sanitize when we left the building. We would try to limit the touching that we did inside the building so we wouldn't infect any areas in the building if we happened to have the virus. There was a lot that had to go into that. But yeah, it definitely affected us.
Well, another question I've always wanted to ask. Now, I know you've mentioned a couple of serious examples of what you do. Has there ever been a time or an instance where you said, hey, you know what? This is not for me. Whatever just happened, I'm done.
Yeah, there was one, and it was the one I can't really talk about.
Okay.
Yeah, we had to. We're actually sworn to secrecy on it, but there was one where I was about ready to give it up, and But you know, in talking with our lay ministers and our you know, the folks that were trained by the Catholic Church, we were able to come to grips with everything and force everything to the back. So we just we now have focused mainly on all the science aspects, and we actually have avoided doing home visits now, because you never know what you're going to walk into in a home visit.
Understood. Understood.
I
Now,
mean, oh, I'm sorry. There's a question came up.
yeah, but John Jack wants to know, but haven't they commercialized Weston to a point that the data would not be honest?
I know Rebecca up there, and I don't think that they're creating activity for people. I think that if we had a chance to go in there when and do what we do the way we do it, we control for we take we try to put in control. We put controls in place,
yeah,
so that we avoid unnecessary variables like that kind of thing. We can actually scan a room and an area down a hall or something like that, and tell if there are speakers. We can tell if there's EMF transmitters, all kinds of stuff like that. So we can tell if they're kind of messing with us, because we actually ran into that before, and we were able to shut it all down so that our data would be as honest as possible.
So somebody was intentionally trying to mislead you?
Yes.
Wow. Wow.
Yep. They had speakers set up, and the speakers were playing music from the 1940s, and we caught them, and we had them shut it down.
What were they trying to accomplish?
I have no idea, but
Maybe,
we shut them down. So
maybe, oh yes, this place is haunted. Now going to get more tourists.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Have you ever been tempted to prank one of your fellow teammates?
We have pranked one of our fellow teammates.
See, because
on
to
multiple occasions.
See, because to me, I love scaring people, but I get pissed if somebody scares me. So to me, every opportunity I would have, which would not jeopardize the investigation, obviously, but I would take those opportunities to maybe fool around with some of the people on the team.
Yep. Well, I have. My wife just nodded her head. We actually, we have a guy that's deathly afraid of rats, just deathly afraid of rats. And so what we did is he was in the basement of that really awful factory that we've been investigating, and it's pitch black down there, and we have the cameras set up so we can see everything in infrared. Well, we've been watching rats run back and forth down there like crazy, right? Well, he didn't know that. So what we did was I called him on the radio, and I talked real quiet. I said, Alan, don't move forward. There's a rat 2 inches in front of your left foot. And he jumped and ran up the steps like you wouldn't believe. It was great.
You got it on video, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We have that. It's on an outtake reel. Yeah.
Yeah. So let me ask you this question. I don't know if you can do this or not. And if you can't, it's not a big deal. Mm-hmm. Is there a chance you could walk us into one of the rooms and let us look at a setup, or no?
Well, I can actually walk you into the slaves' quarters right now. Hold on a second. I want to show you two people that have been completely patient with me.
Okay.
They're my daughter and my wife. That's Abby and Jenny.
Thank you very much.
They've been very patient with me, and while I've been doing this whole thing here, so I wanted to show them off to everybody because I'm very proud of them. My wife's we're gonna have a Dr. Bradley in the house here in a couple of weeks. So
congratulations, and thank you for allowing me to take up some of Brad's time for the charity. I really appreciate it.
Sure. Now we're gonna walk on over to the slaves' quarters. Here's one of the folks from Bacon's Castle. Say hi.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
And they just walked a tour out of the slaves' quarters. So I'm going to go ahead and walk into the slaves' quarters and kind of explain the kind of thing that's happened in there for us. And And that way I'm going to take you into the main house, and I'm going to show you some of the equipment we have set up in the main house.
Just want to let you know that as you're walking there, my adrenaline is starting to increase. I'm starting to get goosebumps. So,
well, what I'm going to do is, first off, I'm going to show you a picture, kind of what it looks like. I don't know if you can see it. I've got a light on.
Yeah.
All right. And now I'm going to turn the light off so we don't blind you. But I'm going to walk in the place. You can probably hear the sound. And now I'm in a pitch dark area, but I'm going to try and show you a little bit of that.
All right.
And this is the slaves' quarters. Can you see any of this?
Yeah, I see the fireplace there and the desk.
There's a chair. There's a chair and a table. We actually, in this room, had Geiger counters and all of our sensor equipment in here. And we pick up like what the sounds of children talking, singing. We picked up walking sounds. But we also, this is one of the places where we got the first spikes in radiation that we saw, was in this room. And we also, when the voices happened, and we also heard what sounded like a screen door. You remember the old screen doors when they had the spring and everything? We heard one of those open and shut in here. When that happened, all of our sensors went off, including the radiation sensors. So that was really cool. And so all that happened here in the here in this slaves' quarters. This slaves' quarters actually is 2 stories tall. There's a stairwell that goes up to the 2nd floor, but I can't take you up there to that. But it's because it's in severe disrepair. This slaves' quarters was built in 1839. So it's one of the oldest existing slaves' quarters in the country. I think it's the 2nd oldest.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but Bacon's Castle is one of the first brick buildings.
It's one of the first ones. It's the oldest brick building in the country right now. Not brick building, sorry, the oldest brick home in the country. Okay. It was a home up until the middle 20th century. It has been a home since 1665.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. So my wife and daughter followed me into the room here.
Quick question: the radiation spike that you mentioned, how does that coalesce with the sound? Does that indicate that, for lack of a better term, there's a presence?
Well, it indicates that there's something, whatever caused the sound, actually gave off an environmental effect, which happened to be a radiation spike or a change in the geomagnetic field. That's all it means. And we're trying to figure out what the cause of that is. And once we can get to that, I think you're going to see a shift in this field like you wouldn't believe. But right now, we got to gather enough data so we can sit down and do the analysis. We actually have so much data that we have to use an application called R to analyze it now. Wow. And it's like millions of data points. And if people out there that are listening and know what R is, they understand how tough it is to do this analysis. It's a tough thing. So we gather enough data. It might take us 6 months to complete the analysis of the data from one project.
Now, this is obviously not the first time you've been to Bacon's Castle. So then do you piggyback the data from, say, tonight, or is that one ongoing continuous project?
Well, we collect the data here, but we also collect the data, same kind of data at other locations that have similar kinds of activities. So we're trying to spread it out a little bit. The problem is, though, that kind of introduces a variable that we don't want to introduce, which is why we're trying to account for that in that application called R, so we can eliminate that particular variable from location to location. It's who knows if radiation is the same from location to location to location. We have radiation maps that indicate what the background radiation should be, but still, if we go into one house and another house and another house, who's to say that that there aren't any variables in there that might create a problem in our data? So we have to account for that in the application is what we're doing.
Right. So now in that slaves' quarters, you have cameras and audio set up?
Yeah, it was not right now. That's why I'm going to take you now. I'm walking you into the main house so you can see our setup and in the one side of the house. They're doing tours right now in the 1665 side, but I'm going to take you to the 1854 side, where we've had some of the most significant activity that we've ever recorded. We had a door open in there. We actually had something that was like an electromagnetic pulse that took out all of our equipment in front of this door. Crazy stuff.
Wow.
And yeah, so we're gonna walk up there. Oh, here's the director from Bacon's Castle. Here, I want you to. This is Carol. Say hi, Carol. That's Joe Ripple. Here's a Carol.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
But I wanted to walk up to the 1854 side and show them a camera or two. Okay. All right. Now we're going to walk in now. This is on the 1854 side. They have a gift shop and such. But we're going to walk up steps and to an area that is off limits to the public. And it's kind of creepy. There's some mannequins up here that will freak you out if you're not aware they're here. But right now, we are on the second floor of the, and I need to check something because this door is shut, and it wasn't shut earlier when we set up our equipment. So we'll have to look at the video on that. But right now, I'm going to show you, we have, it's a piece of equipment that I'm setting up because of my cell phone. It's a collection of sensors. And we also have, like, that's one of our Geiger counters and a recorder and a humidity and temperature sensor. So that's actually what we have set up here. And also we have cameras set up. There's a camera way off on the side there. And the DVR and everything over here. So now you get an idea. This is just one room in the building, and the building's 9,000 square feet. Wow. Yeah. This room in here is kind of creepy. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show you why. You see that mannequin?
Oh, you just scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, that scared the crap out of me too. First time I saw it. But we just today had in one of the windows, while we were setting up outside, we saw somebody moving in one of the windows and nobody was here. And so in this room that we're in, so I thought it might have been the mannequin, but the mannequin's out of the way of the window. So
yeah, the people that, like Carol, that you just introduced us to, do they report things to you about what they've seen or what they've heard?
Oh yeah, they report stuff all the time. The staff, well, we get communications weekly from the staff here. So it's pretty cool, you know, that they keep in touch like they do, because they're very interested in what's going on. The interesting thing is the activity on this side of the room, on this side of the building that was built in 1854 is mostly interactive, because in that very room where I said the door was shut, they had they actually had a kid that was staying there. There was a family living in this side of the building when they were renovating the 1665 side of the building back in the 1980s. And that kid kept waking up in the middle of the night saying there was a woman with white gloves tickling his feet. So we wanted to watch that. Well, right now that very door opened on Jack Trammell and I a few years back. We stood there, the doorknob clicked, and then boom, the door swung wide open on us. And then also we had, that's where the electromagnetic pulse took out our equipment. It was a big pulse of electromagnetic energy, and all of our equipment went dead up there, right there in front of that door.
You didn't see anything?
No, didn't see a thing. And nothing moved. There wasn't an apparition. There wasn't any sound. Well, take it back. We heard footsteps right before it happened. And then it happened. But yeah, they had a docent here that saw on the steps coming up to where we just went, that saw an apparition on those steps, and it scared her to death, and she quit.
Yeah.
So, but Yeah, there's a couple of other mannequins here that scared me earlier today, and I'll show you those.
All right. Well, while Brad's doing that, if anybody in the chat has any questions for him, please, now's the time. This is a great opportunity to ask anything about PPRI or ghost hunting. Amber wants to know, and I think you've already answered this, do you use any techniques to try to instigate activity?
We don't try to instigate activity. That's not a good idea because you never know what you're going to stir up. If you stir up something you don't want to stir up, then what are you going to do? You know, you just open the Pandora's box, so to speak. But no, we don't do that.
Brad, how big is your team total?
We have 30 people, and they're all of a skill set that we need to conduct our experiments. We have a we're very specific on who we recruit and allow into the group. So we have they're all pretty they act pretty professional. We've been around the block or two.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with the offshoot of the paranormal activity and everything like that, you know, as you mentioned, people find you know, because
well, I kind of lost you a little bit, Joe. Let me go in this other room, see if I got a better signal here. All right, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Well, I was commenting on the fact of who you allow into your group. And it's basically because of, like you mentioned, everybody finds stuff off the shelf, wants to be a ghost hunter, thinks they're going to, you know, be the person to actually film a ghost. So kudos to you and your team for really vetting who you allow in your team.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's we like right now we just brought on an archaeologist. We already had a historic architect in the group, and they've provided a wealth of information about some of the historic sites. Our archaeologist, the person that just joined as an archaeologist, actually did a drone survey of Bacon's Castle area and found some very interesting things. So we reported back. So they're going to look at the archaeology of the area and see if it matches up. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah. So I have to ask, and this is just my inquisitive nature, and if you can't answer the question, I fully understand, fully respect you, okay? So please feel free to tell me, you know, I'm not answering that question, okay?
Okay.
The incident that you were sworn to secrecy on, was that secrecy just amongst your group so that it wouldn't get out to let them know that this happened at this place?
No, it was, we were told when we turned it over to clergy not to talk about it.
Okay. So it was directed from the church.
Yeah.
Okay. John has a question. He says, many shows investigations claim to encounter smells. From a scientific standpoint, how could it be possible for spirits to manifest smells? That implies creation of matter from energy, aka fusion.
Well, maybe, maybe not. The smells, if it's an interactive thing, and it's there's one theory that there's an Einstein-Rosen bridge, which is a wormhole, occurs, which allows interactive activity to occur. If that's the case, then the smell could come across the wormhole. I mean, you know, there's a number of different ways this could happen. What we're finding is possibly the smells are actually released from the environment a lot of times because of the environmental changes. If somebody is smoking cigarettes in a room for like a dozen years, and then it's abandoned for another dozen years, then you come back into the room and occasionally you'll smell cigarette smoke. There's a reason for that. It's environmental in nature. So it does happen. We've actually had weird smells happen. Like we, in the third quarter of this case, we lavender. There shouldn't be any lavender. We're not sure where that's from. But smells. I keep cutting in and out. But you got me, Joe?
I'm trying to boost you here, but yeah.
Okay. I might walk back outside so I got a better signal. Okay.
You've smelled,
Let me do that.
I think I caught lavender. You've smelled lavender?
Yeah, I smelled lavender before. Let's go outside. I'm going to go back outside so you can hear me.
All right. You're clear now, Brad.
Every time you move, I'm not looking at you. I'm looking over your shoulder.
You're looking for an apparition is what you're looking for?
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, we've gotten, hey, how are you?
We got a question, Brad.
Yeah.
Brian wants to know, is there any way citizen scientists can get involved in this research?
Citizen scientists, you mean, there's a certain skill set that you got to have to be able to do the data analysis, the data collection, that kind of thing. Because what we follow standard protocols that you would find in any kind of laboratory or any kind of other scientific endeavor.
Right.
And you got to know those in order to compare data. If you don't collect the data properly, then there's no way you can compare it. It's like apples and oranges.
You have to have a control before you can actually do the experiment.
Right. You got to, yeah, basically that's one of the things, but there's a multitude of steps that we have to go through before we can even start collecting the data. We've got to make sure the certain variables are controlled. The experimental design's got to be rock solid before we even collect the data. So it's not like walking in with a bunch of equipment like a lot of folks do and just collect data like a shotgun approach.
Now, this conversation that we're having now, is it impacting your data collection?
Actually, no, because I'm outside right now. But up there on that steps, I'm going to have to make sure that Mike knows that he actually knows because the cameras picked me up when I was near, because I actually set off that that block of sensors when I put my phone near it. I don't know if you noticed that. And so he's going to need to know that so that we can notch that out and not look at that as an anomaly.
Gotcha. Now, environmental aspect, rain. Does that impact in any way, shape, or form other than being uncomfortable, other than worrying about your gear? Does that impact your collections?
Well, I just looked up to make sure we weren't going to get any rain. Basically, it can really mess with your audio because it gets really loud, especially in some of these older buildings, and it is raining right now. Hey, Mike, it's raining.
There you go.
I'm walking over to our headquarters right now. We got to start putting the walls up.
Well, I tell you what, Brad, this has been, look, I don't want to, you got to do what you got to do. I don't want to worry about you getting your equipment wet. So I'm just going to call it right now. Thank you.
Okay.
For everything. It's been a wonderful visit. And hopefully next year we'll have live to talk more about your data.
That'd be great. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Brad. And thank you for the team for me. All right. Appreciate it.
Do that.
All right.
Sure
thank
thing.
you.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Wow.
The people in the chat were loving your expressions as he was walking through.
Well, look, like I said, I love scaring people. Don't you dare jump out on me. But I will throw hands. But no, you know what I really loved about that, Brian, is that we've had him at our event in nearly every single year. I've never had a chance to sit in on his presentation.
Yeah.
His presentation's only about an hour, but seeing what they do live and the manner in which they collect their data and approach it from a purely scientific aspect, as opposed to actually trying to be the ones that find a ghost, to me, that's what a true investigation is truly about. It's getting to the bottom. It's getting to the truth.
Yep.
Not about what you can find. It's about what's causing it.
Exactly. Now, that dovetails in. Mary San Giovanni has a good comment here. You are, of course, former law enforcement. I am,
yes,
of course, former target of law enforcement. But no, seriously, she says, I've noticed a lot of current and former law enforcement are parts of ghost hunting paranormal investigation groups. Do you find that to be so?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you think accounts for?
Tell you why, because it's an investigation. We as law enforcement love to find out what is the truth. I mean, my current job now, certified forensic interviewer. When I go in to sit down to interview somebody who's done something wrong, chances are I've already know the answers to the questions I'm going to ask. My biggest goal is to find out not what happened, but why.
Right.
And the why is the biggest thing. So a lot like what Robert's doing, not necessarily trying to, communicate or anything like that, just trying to identify the why. Why is this happening? Because when you already know the answers to what happened, the why is the only answer that the individual that I'm interviewing can give.
Right.
So it's all about, it's the nature of the beast, so to speak, in law enforcement, is to figure out, the who, what, where, when, why, and how.
Right. We got a question in the chat. Where can they learn more about CPRI? If you just type into Google Center for Paranormal Research and Investigation, their site pops up. They're affiliated with TAPS and they're on Facebook.
They're based out of Virginia, so and that's going to help people a lot. But man, what a great treat!
Yeah, that was awesome, man.
I mean, you never really know. You hear, paranormal investigation. Okay, they're ghost hunters, but until you get out there, and I mean, to me, this was fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. One of our volunteers for the charity, Jim Sakowicz, in the chat, pointing out that EMTs and paramedics also, he loves doing investigations. So yeah, they're.
Well, I mean, if he could have scored a couple more points, he could have been a police officer, but that's all right.
I feel that's not fair. He's not on the stream to defend himself.
No, but he heard me. Jim's a great guy, and Jim does a lot of investigations up where he lives, because up where he lives, there's a lot of tribal, a lot of Native American
indigenous peoples.
Yeah, indigenous peoples, and the stuff that he's talked about is pretty amazing. And I think, look, to me, bite me, Ripple. to me, there's two courses. There's two thoughts here. You go in with the mindset of, I'm going to find a ghost. Okay. These are the people that are looking for TV shows. You go in with the mindset of, I'm going to keep an open mind, collect the data, and then analyze it and see what we get. Those are people who are truly interested in finding out what is causing these and why.
Right.
Why they're happening.
Yep. I mean, my own personal belief structure, and I wrote a nonfiction book about this, the triangle belief. When we're little kids, we believe in Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and the Tooth Fairy and ghosts and Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster. It's all one big thing.
Yeah. And
at some point in our lives, we start to pick and choose which of those things we still believe in.
Yeah.
To me, the supernatural, the key word there is natural. I believe things like this. There are so many countless eyewitness accounts. Something has to account for it. It's probably scientific in nature. Science just hasn't progressed to the point where we can explain it yet.
And I think that's a fair assessment. It's one thing to sit out there and say, now for me, and I hope I don't get any hate for this. I probably will, but I don't believe at this point in this juncture that there is a Bigfoot or that there is a Loch Ness Monster, because I believe we would have found something that would have determined it to be factual. The paranormal, that's a different story, because we don't know everything about the universe. I mean, we're still discovering animals that were supposed to be extinct 800 years ago. So, I mean, could there be, could there not be? I don't know. Personally, I just wait to see what science delivers to us.
Exactly.
So,
all right. Well, we've had a whole lot of superstars so far tonight. Folks seem to enjoy the not Splatterpunk reunion. Big hit. People still talking about that on Twitter. A couple hours later. Want to remind folks, we are, of course, taking donations for the charity tonight. There are two ways to do that. On your mobile phone, text VCARE. That's V like the symbol Joe is making, CARE, C-A-R-E, to 91999, and just follow the prompts. Or go to scaresofcareweekend.com. Some of you are there right now watching this stream. And right above the stream, there's a button that says click here to donate. Just do that. Click there to donate. And, if you can help us out, we appreciate it. Joe, we have a little bit of time before our next guest. Tell us about who we're helping out for 2021. Yeah, I know you did it earlier in the stream, but, we have new folks tuning in.
Sure. Our first recipient, our sick child recipient, our Uncle Sid's kid, because Sid's, and God bless him, Miss Sid, but Sid's widow, Susie, has given us permission to use Sid's name because Sid loved children. So our Sid's kid for last year was taken care of. So now we got a new Sid's kid. Uncle Sid's kid is Trey. Now, Trey was born premature. He spent 251 days in the NICU, the neonatal intensive care unit. He is tracheotomy dependent or tracheostomy dependent. He has trach. 251 days in the NICU. Come to find out, he gets released from the NICU. Everything's fine. Everything's not fine. Come to find out, he has stage 3 liver cancer. So all the things that this young man's been through, now he's got stage 3 liver cancer. There is some good news. Good news is this. The chemotherapy that he's been on has reduced the size of the tumor in his liver to where the doctors are close to be able to operate on it. They couldn't operate on it before. It was too large. The blood loss would have been too massive. He would have passed away. This is a wonderful young couple. And to that point, I would like to read you something that Trey's father sent to me. And if you'll bear with me one moment, I hope I can find it. Here's the problem with all of these different messengers and Facebook and
want me to vamp for you?
No, I found it.
Okay.
So these are the actual words from the father. Okay. And I just want to share this with you. I just want to say that I thank you and I greatly appreciate all the support. I've never really had a person like you to show interest and care as much as you do. Not even my own family. If there's anything I could do to help, just let me know. I'd be glad to. Now, this is a father, a young father who has their child who is going through all of this and is telling us, whatever you need, let me know so I can help you. My response to him was, thank you. Don't worry about that right now. You just focus on taking care of Trey and that beautiful lady of yours, his fiance. We got the rest. Okay. That's the kind of character that this young man has. Okay. That's why it's so important for us to be able to help him, help his fiance, help their young child, Trey. And look, Trey's about as cute as a button. He is absolutely adorable. Always got a smile on his face every time you see him. And it tears my heart out because you see all the incisions and all the needle marks on his chest and the trach and his throat. And he is just smiling and laughing and giggling. Kids don't know that they're sick.
Yep.
So I really, really, really want to make sure that we take care of this family. They're wonderful people.
And Trey, I mean, I'm sure we have people listening right now that have had to deal with tracheotomies. Someone who has been a supporter of the charity, he's been a celebrity guest at the charity, author James Moore.
Yeah.
James Moore. He had a tracheotomy for his cancer surgery, and then the pandemic hit, and they wouldn't let him come into the hospital to remove it. So he had to keep that thing in longer than he was supposed to have it. He's a grown adult. Imagine what it's like for a little guy like Trey.
And imagine what the parents, because the parents have to be trained on how to clean it.
Yep.
They have to be trained on what happens if it pops out. So all of those things, look, I get stressed out with my perfectly healthy 9-year-old daughter. Imagine having to take care of an infant. So that's why it's so important we do what we do.
Yep.
I don't care what anybody says, and we're going to do the best that we can with what we've got, and pandemic be damned.
Yep.
There's
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. And I mean, it's just like the lady I spoke to last night, looking to adopt her, tears of joy, tears of relief when I called her. I'm waiting for her official response. I got a verbal response, but I want something in writing just to make sure we're all on the same page. But even still, I mean, it wasn't necessarily about the money. When I told her that we were going to take care of her 2 children, 16 years old and 8 years old, for Christmas, only thing a parent wants to do, and Brian, you know this, the only thing a parent wants to do is make sure their kids are happy, make sure the kids are safe and happy. And to be able to do that, to have a little bit of help come in to relieve that burden, it's huge. It's huge. So that's why, people say, why do you do the charity? This is why. This is why.
That's why. There's and yeah, I can't stress that enough. Folks might think that we're a horror convention that just does charity work. No, it's the other way around. We're a charity that does horror conventions as one of the ways of raising funds.
Yes.
We also have the 5K run organized by Alfred Guy, who's going to be joining the stream later on tonight with a true ghost story. Not meaning that we've had a lot of authors telling fictional stories tonight. Al's going to be joining us with a real scary story. But we've done things like the Crab Feast in the past. We're doing things like these live streams this year. And it's all towards that goal.
And I don't want to forget, our friends at Mad Monster Party.
Yep.
Who allow us to come there and set up and do an auction, and Eben and that whole crew are just absolutely family to us. I don't want to leave out Creature Feature Weekend. Craig and Sandy, again, absolutely family to us. Craig and Sandy just did an event last weekend at the Cumberland Drive-In. They donated all the ticket sales. They had Samantha Todd from Trick or Treat, the film. She was there, and they had vendors. And from the ticket sales, the vendors donating, and Sam Todd donating all of her signing money to the charity, they raised $5,500 for us. You don't find that type of character in people these days.
No.
But I'm glad we do when we find them.
Yep.
Because those people, are really helping us, so to me, the best way that I can do to pay those people back is to keep doing what we're doing and to make sure that everybody knows all the wonderful things that they've done for us.
Exactly. And, to that point, there's a question here. We were talking about Jim Moore just a moment ago. Jay asked, how's Jim Moore doing? Let me tell you a story about Jim Moore. And he might beat my ass later for telling this publicly, but I don't care because he's way up north. He can't reach me right now. While he was fighting cancer, I tried not to bug him, but we were in touch a couple times. And the one time he says, how's things going with the charity? What can I do to help? Dude, you can focus on getting better right now is what you can do to help.
Yeah.
That's the heart of so many in this community.
Yeah, I mean, look at the guests we've had on tonight. I mean, they didn't have to come on, Brian.
Yep.
You know that. They didn't have to spend their time with us this evening. Other things they could have been doing, but they wanted to help.
Exactly.
And that's the beautiful thing about this, and that's why it's so critical and so important that we put a face to a name when it comes to the donations.
Absolutely.
With our charity, if you're just tuning in, with our charity, where your money's going. I'm the CEO. Brian's on the board of directors, all of our board of directors. None of us get a salary. You know, I have a day job. Brian is still working on the ending to The Rising. It's one of those things. It's one of those things where, little inside joke. It's one of those things where we do it because it's not because we're trying to get rich. We do it because it's the right thing to do. And with everything going on these days, people need some positivity. They need things moving in the right direction so that next year, hopefully, we can all get back together again.
Yep, exactly. All right. Well, I think, who do we have coming up here? I'm kind of brain dead at this point into the stream. We have coming up, we've got John Urbancic. We've got best-selling author Sarah Langan joining us on her birthday. And as I mentioned, Alfred Guy and maybe a couple surprises. But before John comes up next, I think we ought to do another not-so-silent auction.
Well, I think this is the one everybody's been waiting for, Brian.
Okay.
I believe this is the Vincent Price signed Theater of Blood movie poster.
Okay.
Now, I will try and endeavor to get this thing out of the box. Okay. So if you would please vamp for me for about 3 minutes.
I will vamp. For how many minutes?
2 minutes.
All right. I'm going to put Joe on screen with me. This is, of course, Joe the Ripper Ripple action figure. It's one of a kind, signed by the maker. No, I'm not auctioning it off because I love torturing Joe with it too much. But here's Joe to talk to you all. Yeah, get a good look at that. All right, here's the poster.
All right.
Wow.
So this is an authentic one sheet, Theater of Blood. And if you come down here to the bottom, it's personalized, and I hope you folks can see it. It says, to Jim, all my best, Vincent Price. And it comes with a certificate of authenticity.
There you go. So, you know, we have at least one Jim on the stream right now watching. So, you know, this might be the thing for you to bid on. But yeah, wow. You know, signed by Vincent Price himself. I'm going to wait for Joe to come back on screen before we set a bid. If you're just joining the stream, we've been doing the auctions all night long, but this is the way it works. You type your bid in the chat. Don't be shy because everybody's got fast fingers. You type your bid in the chat. We do it like an auction. We have 100. We have a bid for 110, et cetera, et cetera. At some point, I will give a 30-second countdown. We will not receive bids after that. This is the important part, okay? There is a delay between when you hit enter on that chat and when it pops up here on our screen. There's a delay of roughly about 5 seconds. So when you hear me start that countdown, that is when you need to type your final bid and hit enter. Once I hit 1, that's it. And all night long, we've had bids pop up after that, but that's too late. So Joe, Theater of Blood, one sheet poster, signed by Vincent Price. What do we want to start that at?
I have to start it at $100. I'm
$100.
I'm certain that this is going to go for much more than that, but I have to start it because it is what it is. It is personalized. It is an authentic one sheet signed by Vincent Price. We have to start it at $100.
Okay, so we got $100, starting bid of $100, and I'm going to keep an eye on the chat. How did we come across this one? Do you know the story behind it?
I don't know. I think this was one of the posters that I secured off of a different site. You know, I reach out to these autograph companies all the time, you know, and say, hey, listen, this is who we are. This is what we do. Is there anything you can do for us? And, you know, invariably, they'll typically try to work out a deal for me well below what retail price would be in order to help out the charity.
We've got a war going on in the chat. 100, 105, 110, 120, 125, 200, 225, 235, $250 is the current bid. 250. Do we hear 275?
We got to get 275. Come on, folks.
300. Amber on the board with 300.
$300. 300.
Do we hear 325?
I'm just going to shut up because
325 will throw in John Urbansick for free. Amber Barham on the board with $300. Do we hear 325? Anyone? I'm going to give it a moment for the delay here.
Give it a moment for the delay.
All right. I am going to start the countdown if that's okay. Oh, wait a minute. 305. Okay, I'm going to start the countdown. So now is when everyone wants to type in their final bids. The current high bid is Amy Lynn at 305. Countdown commencing now. 30, 29.
Why don't you?
Oh, wait.
Why don't you let me do the countdown, and then that way you can focus solely on the numbers.
All right, we have some folks just joining the stream. If you're wondering what's up for auction, it is a Theater of Blood one-sheet movie poster signed by Vincent Price himself with a certificate of authenticity. 325 is the current high bid. Joe, start the countdown, and folks, you have to put your bids in now.
30, 29, 28, 27.
Still at 325.
25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, bid now, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 5, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, done.
All right, congratulations, Amber Barham, winning bid of $325. Joe, once again, just remind Amber how to go ahead and collect on that.
Amber lives in Baltimore, so it'll be real easy for me to take the poster down to her, drop it off to her at her house. I know where she lives, won't be a problem. Amber, just PayPal your donation. As per usual, I'll get this delivered out to you probably on Monday, if you're going to be home. If not, then I know Matt may be home. Just let me know one way or the other. You can text me.
Okay. All right. All right. So we've got one more item for tonight's auction then, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir. And
that is Heather Langenkamp's hair along with her signature. Now, what was the story behind that?
Heather Langenkamp was with us year one at Scares of Care Charity Weekend. And because she wanted to kind of give back to, people going through chemotherapy, ladies with breast cancer, things like that, she opted to get a haircut at the show and donate locks of her hair to the charity. And this is one of the bags of her locks of her hair. So you can actually own the hair of Nancy from A Nightmare on Elm Street.
Nice.
And that'll be coming up. But we just like to say that it's always a great pleasure and a great honor and a great thrill to see John. Love him immensely. He's a wonderful human being, superb author. And it's just always a joy and a pleasure. And I just want to thank him personally for coming on and joining us. John, thank you.
Thank you. That's always, I love what you guys do. I've not been involved since the beginning, but I've been aware since the beginning, and I try to do what I can every year.
John, something occurred to me actually during the live stream, seeing Wrath and Bob and, friends that we've come up with. I saw you the day the nationwide shutdown was actually starting. You were living here with Mary and I temporarily, and you said, "All right, I got to get back to Florida. That's where my family is."
I was the last person you saw before you went into full isolation.
Yeah, full quarantine. It's really bizarre. It's good to see you, but I much prefer the other way of seeing you.
Agreed.
Yeah, but I know you were working earlier. Something we've been asking everybody this evening. Do you have a favorite Halloween memory, or what is your favorite thing about Halloween?
Well, for me, growing up, Halloween was always the whole trick-or-treating thing. And when I was really young, like 4 or 5 or 6, I lived in Queens, one of the boroughs of New York City, which is not the same as living in New York City. It is in New York City, but it's not the same as living in Manhattan. So that was the first place I ever did trick-or-treating. And you would go to like a door into a vestibule of an apartment, and there'd be like 8 apartments all at the same time. And I have very little memory of that, because after that I moved out to suburbia. I lived in where there are houses and stuff. And there was one year, and I'm not sure if this is a favorite memory, this is just a prominent memory. One of the bullies at the school, because I was not one of the bullies, I was one of the bullied, decided it was time to take care of me once and for all. So he went after me with a balloon filled with bleach.
Jesus.
And that didn't work out well in his favor. and at the time, I was only like 13 or 14, and I didn't know anything. This was well before I ever took up like martial arts or something. I was the little fat pudgy nothing kid. And yeah, it's still I'm not saying that I won a fight, but I did not get bleached. I don't know why that's the memory that comes up for me for Halloween.
Is this person still around, and can we give his address to Wrath?
So no need to give his address to Wrath.
Okay.
I have taken martial arts since then, and honestly, we had it out again years later and settled everything. It's done. It's done. It's over with. I'm not worried about him. I'm not concerned about him, and he probably doesn't even remember I exist.
Yeah, I was going to say I've watched John compete live in a martial arts tournament. You know, what was it, 2 or 3 years ago now? I did that cross country book signing tour, and you were with me for a segment of it. And you know, Mary texted me the one night, and she's like, "I tell you to be careful, but you've got John with you, so you'll be fine."
Was that the same night I told her that you had wrestled an alligator and we were in the emergency room now, and it looked like you were going to make it?
No, that was the night before.
Sorry, Mary.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is why we segregate the authors from everybody else at Scares That Care Weekend.
It is. All right, John, you got a scary story for us?
I have a somewhat scary story. Last year I was on a drive across the country, and I stopped briefly in and near Phoenix, and I saw a fire truck. Now, on the side of the Phoenix fire truck, you'll be shocked actually at what it says. It says Phoenix Fire Department. I know, shocking. So I took Phoenix Fire and thought, that's a great title. And so I wrote a Rapunzel story.
A Rapunzel story.
It fits, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess some folks dress as Rapunzel for Halloween. Sure, we'll make it fit. All
Sure.
right, now I'm going to pop off the feed. I did that earlier, and Wrath's signal started to weaken. So if you see me pop back on, I'll stay quiet. But it's just to keep your signal boosted. Okay.
All right.
Take it away, man.
Let's give it a start. It's called Phoenix Fire. The wind howls like a dying banshee. The horrible sound cuts straight through Sarah's bones. She goes to the window to stare into the night, but can make out no shapes in the shadows, no faces watching her, not even the fluttering of nocturnal butterflies. She pushes open the window, invites the crying wind into her bedroom. Everything will be fine. She whispers without voice to the wind. But she knows this is untrue. Everything will not be fine. Something, in fact, is terribly wrong, though at first disguised by the comforting aromas of a wood fire. The town is made up mostly of wood houses pressed against each other. For protection or warmth or comfort, she can only guess. She didn't exist yet when they first built this place. Now the wind increases its ferocity, banging her windows all the way open and scattering the papers on her desk. In its bosom, the wind carries fresh embers. They're small, barely alive, winking at her and smiling and covered with thin flakes of ash. Someone is ringing the bell, as is always done when the fires start. She can hear its echo finally reaching through the wind as the man runs down the street. She doesn't recognize him. It's too loud, and it's only getting louder as the orange glow of flames peeks over and around all the houses. Pushed on by the wind, the fire grows and spreads and rages. Sarah adjusts herself to see better. The odor is stronger now, unmistakable and inescapable. People run through the streets, dogs, horses. In their panic, unsurprisingly, they ignore Sarah, locked away in her little tower with her long hair and combs, with one painting of a winged horse, with her books and her ivory-handled mirror. They forget about her when they flee. She smiles briefly when she spots someone familiar. The boy who fetches for the baker, the seamstress with her needles and thimbles and curse-casting eye. The innkeeper who stumbles, still laden with drink, in a different direction from most townsfolk, but still away from the flames. Sarah cannot run. Even if she climbed out the window, it's too long a drop. Her hair will never be long enough for that. She would break an ankle or a leg or neck, and then the flames would simply consume her. The sound of the fire rises as the flames grow bolder. It sounds just like a rainstorm. When one of the nearby houses collapses, it mimics thunder. Sarah picks up her mirror, the ivory cold to her touch, the quicksilver-backed surface equally cool. She strokes it, then looks into her eyes. Her gran always said that she had pretty eyes, powder blue things that seemed too small to Sarah, too close together, too narrow. Sarah doesn't call out to anyone because she has no voice. She's never had a voice. She's never uttered a word except to the wind and the woods and perhaps the godlings who sometimes frolic in the nearby stream. She can't hear the stream. The fire is everything. The flames, the heat. She bends over her reflected face in the mirror and whispers, "The flames will burn this town to the ground. Every scrap of wood, every yard of silken dress, every hummingbird's breath." Her reflection appears to agree. This is good. She smiles. Outside, the flames have spread to engulf the entire town to the east, some 50 structures total. Sarah takes a deep breath, not liking the tang of the smoke. To the west, another 50 houses and shops await their doom. She doesn't laugh. That's not a thing she does. But she feels light inside, full of laughter, and checks the mirror to see if her eyes twinkle like stars. Outside Sarah's tower, there's an elderly woman who has seen fire many times before. She stares at the tower, at the window, directly at Sarah. The woman's face twists into ugly shapes as she shouts accusations and blasphemies at the sky. She shakes her fist as though righteousness would make any difference. After a moment, Sarah remembers the old woman's name, but she doesn't really care. She flicks her fingers at the woman, a gesture that says, "Go away. You're not wanted here." The fire catches the woman before she finishes her unheard litany. It's a terrible thing to behold, but Sarah doesn't look away. The woman's flesh blackens, peels away like onion skin, and blackens again, all the layers of her until no hide remains, until her muscles have sizzled, until her bones are charred. The wind scatters those remnants. The old woman has seen her final fire. In the west, the houses feed the fire eagerly. Sarah wonders if other people, like the old woman, have chosen not to flee the oncoming flames. She shakes her head sadly, but feels no pity. They're stupid to stay, stupid or foolish or weak. But if any hearts beat within that town, Sarah doesn't hear them. Only her own, fast and getting faster. Her tower is surrounded by flames now, the whole town afire. The tower is at the eye of an infernal storm. The winds whirling about it, screaming now, angry, agitated. They blow hot and thick. A funnel of smoke, not unlike a tornado from the old stories, encircles the tower, but it's short-lived. That smoky attempt at architecture collapses with a whoosh. Houses fall in sympathy. Shops have burnt out, leaving only smoldering mounds of ash and soot. The fire has consumed the town, blackening every inch of what surrounded the White Tower, now a sentinel in the midst of a charnel house. The wind settles down, and the rain's starting. Any embers still smoldering are doused by the cold rain. It's relentless and absurd, dropping an ocean onto the town, washing away every trace of burnt wood, every cinder, every smear of residue in its wake. Only the tower remains, brilliant at the center of a barren field and in the middle of a thick green forest. Sarah sighs. Dawn breaks in the east, a burgeoning sliver of red, cutting the sky like an echo of the night's fire. When the sun rises and its first rays hit the blanched land where once the town stood, houses come again into view. Shops return and are sometimes replenished. Bathtubs slip into existence, cradles, leatherworks, and tack for the horses. As the sun rays fall farther, the town returns from the ghosts of ash and charcoal powder. Gradually, even reluctantly, the townsfolk return, trudging down the streets to their homes to reunite with loved ones scattered by the chaos of the night. All but the elderly woman. Only one child, practically an infant, looks up at Sarah in her tower. Sarah smiles, waves, blows the child a kiss. The child giggles, briefly, though the sound seems unnatural in an otherwise soundless world. Of course I love you, Sarah whispers without a voice, delivering the message in the most direct way she can. The child looks away, clings to its mother, trembles. And the town has risen, again, as it does every time. Sarah sighs, flaps back on her bed and closes her eyes. With every fire, with every purge, and with every rebirth, she's sure that she's one step closer to escaping this damned prison. And that is the end of the story. And I cannot see. Oh, there you are.
All right. So did you just write that, or did you write that when you were on your cross-country trip?
I wrote that actually at Paul's house.
Paul Goblish of Thunderstorm Books?
Yep. Okay. I wrote it on his kitchen table the same day that I actually saw the fire truck.
Yeah. So do you
why does this man not do audiobooks for a living?
You know, that's a great question. Why don't you do audiobooks for a living, John?
I don't know how to do audiobooks for a living. Nobody's giving me money for that.
Well, you need to look into that because hearing you read is fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't miss doing the podcast, but I do miss my weekly opportunity to do my John Urbansick impression, which is not nearly as good as your own impression of yourself, John.
Or my impression of Brian Keene.
I do an impression of Brian Keene all the time.
Do you?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Don't encourage him.
It's real simple. I just don't put an ending to the book.
I was going to ask a question like that earlier. Just after Rath's reading, you opened it up to questions. And I was going to ask you, do you have any advice on ending a book?
You know, my 12-year-old, he's at that age where he'll discover a meme online and he has to repeat it to me. And then again, he has to repeat it. And, you know, like by the 17th time he's repeated it, Dad's not laughing anymore. He just doesn't quite get why. But you got to do it like 50s. So,
I see, but so in my defense, I refrained from actually asking that question and only mentioned it in response to Joe just now.
You did, but John is completely out of this. He mentioned it in passing. Oh man!
All right. Well, a lot of folks in chat enjoyed that, John. Amy says, you know, John makes it sound so beautiful.
He does.
Yep.
He does.
Rosa Keefe gave you a standing ovation. Yeah, lots of them pop in. We do have a question here, and we do have a little bit of extra time, John. So
please.
Yeah. Strange but Lovely asks, where is the art from on the wall behind you?
The art on the wall behind me was actually custom made for me by a friend of mine in Tallahassee. And I'm pretty sure she sells stuff and does these. This is like a pour type of art thing. I can probably put you in touch with her, but I don't have any details on how to do that right now.
So if somebody follows up on Twitter afterward,
yeah,
and you're what? You're John Urbansick on Twitter, right?
I think so.
I'm
so. John Urbansick in most places.
Mary with the most important comment of the night, as far as I'm concerned.
What was that?
Mary wants you both to know I finished the important things.
That is important. Yeah, I'm just gonna have some more wine and.
So, John, you know, this year has been a tire fire for everyone, but you heading into 2021, it's going to be a big year for you. But I'm not sure how much of that you can talk about.
Neither am I.
So I guess we can tell folks you and I have a book coming out in early 2021.
We do, but that's not really news. Nemesis, the Paul Thunderstorm is putting out the limited edition of that, and following the limited edition, there will be a Kindle and paperback version of that. It's just a novella.
Yep.
But it's fantastic fun. And what's really weird is there's a lot of people going to read that and say, well, this was definitely the Brian part. And no, that was me. I have my first Russian language novel is coming out. I believe that is not news. I have seen the cover and I'm very excited about it, but I believe that is not public yet.
Yeah.
I just sold something that'll come out in May from a publisher that's been on my I want to publish with these people list for at least 20 years now.
Yep.
I can't talk about that yet, but I can tell you just as an example, it's not Cemetery Dance because I've already published with them.
Yep.
So
yeah, no, I
got other things.
We can't say who it is, but I can vouch this publisher has been on your bucket list since we met them back in the late 90s. So yeah.
And I'm not really a fit for the primary things he does. So this is really kind of cool.
Wait, here's a big announcement. You ready for it? It's going to pop up on the screen. Rhodes O'Keefe at Eraserhead Press, Echo by John, will be out through Eraserhead Press in 2021. So there, you're allowed to talk about that.
That's a novella as well, and I know that's coming. I have not seen a cover yet for that. I don't believe there is a cover yet for that. I was going to mention that. I was also going to mention Darkwalker, the series Darkwalker. Darkwalker 6 is the last book, and that comes out in December.
Does it have an ending?
Yes.
Oh,
in fact, Darkwalker 5 has an ending that makes most people think, how can there be a 6? And I'm like, well, I need another 50,000 words to do what some people can't. Not you specifically.
I'm so wrong, John. All right, brother. Well, man, as always, we really, really appreciate you pitching in for the charity. Seriously.
Thanks a lot. I really appreciate being able to come and do this.
Absolutely.
A lot of fun.
And, as soon as the pandemic is over, break that quarantine and get back up here, okay?
My plan.
All right. All right, Joe. There we have it.
I swear he should do audiobooks.
He should, right?
What a calm, relaxing, wonderful voice he has.
Yep. Yeah.
Between him and Wrath, I don't,
I mean, and what I like about these virtual events, you brought it up earlier with the ghost hunt. We're so busy that we don't get to go see a lot of these things. But I know for our attendees, like I'm going to use John Jack as an example because I know he won't mind. And I'll take a drink before I do that, John. So at our conventions, we always have more than one thing happening at a time. We do that on purpose.
Yeah.
So if you don't like one event that's happening, there's an alternative to go see. So, like someone like John or Wrath, who've been attending for years, who are there every year and doing a reading. For some folks on the stream, this might have been their first opportunity to hear that.
Or if I can interrupt you, and I apologize for this, hearing any story from any author that we've had on here tonight.
Yep.
I mean, what a blessing.
Yeah, absolutely. So, now you know what's happening in that corner of the hotel. It's all around. We had Pam Blasey on very early, doing the crafts for kids. If you've ever wandered up there to the kids area, she's doing stuff like that all weekend long at the show. I personally, I that's one of my favorite things about our physical shows is that we have that area for kids. It's not a babysitting center.
No, the parent has to be with them. But keep in mind also that last year we actually started the video game room for teens.
Yep.
And we had the board game rooms downstairs for late teens to early adults. So we have tried to take our convention based on the feedback that people have given us and tried to expand it to a point to where if you come, everybody has fun.
Yep, exactly. So, I know every year when we post the schedule of events, somebody says, oh, I want to hear Lance Henriksen, but I also want to hear Bob Ford read. They're at the same time. Well, that's by design. So we don't get one room overcrowded and, but yeah, these virtual events, I mean, they're not the real thing. Obviously, nothing's going to replace all of us being together in person, but it does give you an opportunity to check out some of the other things that the conventions offer.
I mean, that the whole event tonight has just been absolutely wonderful. And can you imagine having this kind of experience, this kind of fun, and all the while being able to help people?
Exactly.
I don't, where can you go wrong?
Exactly. Val has a question. She wants to know, are adults allowed in the video game room or is there an age limit? Asking for a friend.
Val, there's no age limit. Anybody can go in and play. And here's the best thing about it. They have video games from all across the platforms.
Yep.
Whether it's early Nintendo up to the latest PS5. And they put lights in there. They really do a really bang up job. It's fantastic.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
It's very cool. All right. So we're going to fill about 10 minutes until Sarah Langan joins us, best-selling author and actress Sarah Langan. So again, we will go back to the chat. If you have a question for Joe, you have a question for myself, now would be the time.
I'm going to throw in an item to go with Heather Langenkamp's hair clippings.
Okay.
An autograph. This is a Barnes & Noble exclusive. This is a Funko Pop. This is the Bloody Stephen King.
Okay.
Not signed, but I figure somebody can sit it on their desk.
Do we want to include that with Heather or do we want to do it separate? Because we've got time now to do a separate one if you want.
We'll include it with Heather.
We'll include it with Heather? Okay.
Yeah, I'll wait and see if there's any questions.
Okay. We've stunned them into silence. No, actually, we haven't. A lot of the folks in chat are now imagining John and Rath doing audiobooks. Amy says Rath could read a Cheesecake Factory menu and I'd listen.
Well, Rath could read anything and I'd listen just because he scares the living hell out of me. That guy. Yeah, it's funny because you never really truly know. I never knew that John was a martial artist.
Oh, yeah.
I knew Rath was. I knew Lansdale was, Mr. Lansdale. I never knew that John was. Yep. I mean, what do we need security for? We'll just bring those three in every year.
Nick Mamatok as well, who we had as a guest at the show last year, also martial artist. Yeah, Lansdale, a lot of people in our industry don't know this, but he is as renowned in the martial arts community as he is in writing and film. He invented his own martial arts. He's in the Martial Arts Hall of Fame for it.
Black Belt Hall of Fame, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's impressive. Even if he never wrote another book in his life or made another movie in his life, that alone. Now, John is in the chat saying he's not in the same category as Wrath or Joe. I will share a funny.
He's still a martial artist.
Yeah, I will share a funny story because we have to fill time. One of the best panels Q&As that I was ever on at a convention. It was a World Horror Convention, and it was about how to write violence and fighting realistically. Joe and John Skip, Joe Lansdale and John Skip referenced this earlier in their talk about depicting violence. It was Lansdale and Wrath, Yvonne Navarro, also a very capable martial artist, and Weston Oakes and myself. Neither of whom are martial artists, but Weston is a real life Jack Bauer, and I'm a pretty good shot. And, so we're talking about all this, and the last question they said, which one of you guys would win in a fight? And the whole table kind of looks to Wrath and Joe, because it's going to be one of them. Yeah. And Wrath turns to Joe, and Joe thinks about it, and he says, well, I hate to say it, but it would be Brian, because that coward could pick us off at 250 yards. So I've got that going for me.
Yeah, there you go. Nothing like a good sniper rifle.
Yeah. Rose asking a good question, which gives me a good opportunity to remind people. She says, did I miss the Splatterpunk panel? You did. But the beauty of this live stream, once we are done at midnight tonight, it takes about 24 hours, but then the entire thing will be available to view at your leisure on YouTube. Just go to my YouTube page, or if you're watching on the Scares the Care weekend.com page, it should be available there as well. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Want to remind folks, as we get ready for Sarah here, there are 3 ways to donate tonight. One is with the Not So Silent auctions. We've got one more item coming up, just one. There's also 2 other ways you can donate. If you're watching this at scaresthecareweekend.com, right above the feed is a button that says click here to donate. Just do that. Click it. Fill out the form. You're good to go. Or from your mobile phone, text VCARE. That's V as in vampire, care to 91999. All evening we have told you about some of the folks we're going to be helping for next year, including Little Trey, who's already near and dear to my heart. So, yeah, we're trying to get a head start on that. But joining us right now, Joe, on her birthday, no less, best-selling author and actress and just one of the best people in the business, Sarah Langan.
Hi.
Hey.
Happy birthday, Sarah.
Thank you.
Must be nice to be 23.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. I loved it.
Well, I will step out, Brian.
I'm 46, so that's an amazing guess.
That's a lie. That's a lie. So, Sarah, before you read, something we've been asking, all the actors and the authors tonight as we've had them on, do you have a favorite Halloween memory, or what is your favorite part of Halloween? And for you, that's a double question, I guess.
Because I've got the 2. So
yeah.
When I was a kid, I think one of my favorites was, did you guys have Barbasol cans, and then you'd take a needle in it and then you'd burn it so it would spray way more, and then just going around the neighborhood just attacking each other?
That
was really fun. And I remember my best friend, some boy had a crush on her, and he was twice her size, and we had these flower socks, and we were all just flower socking each other, and she took him and flipped him, and it was amazing. So my kids would be like, what are you talking about? That's insane.
My kid is listening right now saying, how do I do this with the Barbasol can? Where's Dad's Barbasol can?
But don't get the gel. The gel is horrible. So,
yes.
Yeah.
So what are you going to read for us tonight?
I am, I haven't read in so long that I'm like, I'm excited and nervous. I thought I would read, I haven't read From Good Neighbors yet. So I don't know how cameras work. That's why I keep being like, but Yeah, I thought I'd read like 15 minutes of a section in the middle of it, but it's hopefully an interesting section.
Absolutely. Now that comes out February. Is it February? Okay. See, I did my research beforehand.
Well, they bought it like a year ago, and I just was like, oh my God, I've never read this book out loud before. So
Well, there you go. This is, Scares the Care first. I am going to hop off the screen so that your full screen. We've been having some trouble with the signal tonight. So if I pop back on, it just means we were losing signal strength, but I'll stay quiet. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Sarah Langan, take it away.
Thanks. Okay, this is from the novel Good Neighbors, and it's right after a sinkhole is opened on this cul-de-sac, and this girl, Shelley Schroeder, has fallen through. So there's so many names in here, and I'm hoping that I don't stutter a ton. But anyway, here we go. Maple Street, July 11 through 21. The search for Shelley Schroeder began at the moment of her fall, when parents and children shouted her name down the mouth of the hole. Shelley Schroeder, where are you? It continued through the day when police sectioned off the periphery and rescue workers attached to thick ropes belayed down. Oil-slick footprints tracked a reflective sheen all over the park until no grass was left. The day turned to night and into the next day without a sign of life. The weekend passed, the oil and bitumen spread to the street. As if fed, the hole grew, a gaping, excavated wound. The media picked up the story, and quickly, blogs and streams unleashed news of the missing child lost down a hole. I can't understand it, Rhea told NBC's local affiliate. And Maple Street watched on static-filled screens, her bereavement seeming worse somehow when pixelated in their living rooms. She knew she wasn't allowed out there. It doesn't make any sense. Shelley Schroeder, where are you? 5 more families left the block for a total of 8 gone. Those who remained felt the burden to represent, to support the lost child and her family. They doubled down, canceling trips to the beach, forgoing summer museum nights in the city. They stayed on Maple Street like sentries, as if Shelley and the horrible sinkhole itself belonged to them. Never comfortable with uncertainty, the people of Maple Street struggled for explanations. They reviewed the events of the morning with their children, and they contrived reasons among one another, their voices respectfully soft. Why had she been out there? Whose idea had it been? They met at their curbs when hauling garbage or on one another's front porches. In the shadow of that ominous and active hole, their chit-chat degenerated. The things they'd been worried about, the deep down disquiets about their parents' health and their children's futures and their jobs and this falling apart world began to erupt. Margie Walsh carped to Kat Hestra and Nikita Cower about the state of things, about women's rights and that poor girl in Buffalo who'd been beaten to death by fraternity brothers. She scratched invisible itches along her fingers when she spoke, her querulous voice uplifted. Don't you even care? Margie asked a surprised Kat Hestra, and then narrowed her gaze to Nikita Cower. I suppose you'd have us all in those ridiculous burqas if you could. Nikita, whose mom had taught astrophysics at the Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, was at a loss for words. Kat Hestra changed the conversation fast, but Nikita stayed stuck on it, her body rooted, her face flushed. Sikhs don't wear burqas, she said, even as Margie kept talking, tears in her eyes, about how unfair it is for girls in college. They go out into the world expecting adventure, and the patriarchy eats them. Linda Ottomanelli fretted over her boys, following them from room to room as if without her, they'd disappear. Jane Harrison wondered if she ought to educate the students at her preschool about sinkhole preparedness. Fred Atlas continued his morning jogs despite the heat. He had so much to run from. Sick Bethany watched from her shut window, looking out. To her, the hole was an especially terrifying thing. More than anything, the Ponty men feared impotence, and so they had a frank discussion. They felt it was their obligation to say out loud what no one else would admit. The child was dead. There was nothing to do but help those who loved her. Fritz Sr. seemed ill-equipped for the task, so they inducted Dominic Ottamanelli and Cy Singh into their club. Like heroes, these men devised all variety of scenario in which they would protect the Schroeder women from having to see Shelley's body once it was finally raised. A week passed, rescue crews descended with less urgency. Engineers inserted hydraulic pistons and shields to prevent the hole from collapsing, and the ropes stretched deeper and farther as they dove into surprisingly cold water. When they climbed back out in black wetsuits like spacemen, their hands were always empty. 10 days missing. The heat wave continued, straining the power company past its limits. Brownouts turned to blackouts, making the people of Maple Street glisten. Trapped on that crescent, their thoughts circled and distilled into the simplest expression of worry. Shelley Schroeder, where are you? They thought her name in a constant loop, and it didn't just mean Shelley. It meant hope and life and death and community. It meant the future and the steady ground beneath their feet. It meant their validation and their justification. It meant their fear and their joy. It meant everything. The girl became mythic and tragic, and they thought they'd found her on a Wednesday evening, drifted a quarter mile along an underwater stream. They felt the kinetic energy, heard the sirens, the calls through bullhorns. They stumbled out through front and back doors, even Peter Benchley in his wheelchair. They circled the hole's lip, just as darkness said, and they bore witness as people in a community are supposed to do. Shelley Schroeder, Shelley Schroeder. First emerged 3 men in wetsuits. They rolled out, apparatus weighing their hinds, flashlights bleaching the dark. These handed their ropes to another set of men who attached them to a winding crank where more men turned the wheel. The rescue crew peeled off their second skins with solemnity. The crank got stuck. The men crawled to the hole and leaned on flattened bellies. They freed a black zipped bag and hoisted it to the bitumen-rich surface. "Back away, it's not her," the lead crewman shouted. But they knew this couldn't be true. It had to be her. The bag was too big to be anything else. They gathered the news crews among them. Dominic Ottamanelli, Cy Singh, and the Ponty men pushed to the front. Using their bodies as barricades, they protected the Schroeders from the sight. Pushed to the back, the Schroeders' only son, FJ, found Larry Wilde alone. In his nervousness, Larry had tucked Robot Boy inside his green shorts. FJ approached with such slow, heavy steps that it seemed as if his body was a weeping sponge. "Freak, should have been you." While the Ottamanelli children and the entire Harrison family heard this cruelty none corrected, they would later bristle at the memory, thinking they should have. "It's not her," one of the men in thick neoprene announced. "Go home." But Rhea would not be stopped. Who else could it be? She charged through the Ponty men to get to the body, her family following, and unzipped the bag. They could all see what was inside, a German shepherd. His long pelt was slick with oil. His paws were bloody, nails missing from trying to smash his way free. Most unnerving, the cocktail of chemicals and cold had kept him perfectly preserved. A fossil of exactly the thing he had been 11 days before, trapped in time. Fritz Schroeder looked away. Ella Schroeder began to cry. It was unclear whether her tears were relief or exhaustion. Then Rhea. It wasn't simply the corpse that unnerved her. It was its perfect preservation. She imagined Shelley discovered this way, her raw body exposed for all to witness. Rhea staggered, hands flapping, unable somehow to understand what she was seeing. The wet fur, the pink tongue, the open, rolled back eyes. She faced the crowd, expression beseeching, and wailed, sonorous as an echo through a great canyon. It shuddered across the crescent, and down the hole too. Those who heard were unmoored by its upwind, unsettled, not just in space, but in their very identities. They watched this woman, but did not come to her. There was so much space around her, unfilled. Shelley Schroeder, what happened to you? Rhea's mad, witless focus took root in just one person, Gertie Wilde. Still screaming, she staggered in Gertie's direction. How apt this unity, they thought. The mother of the living child and the mother of the missing one taking solace. What a perfect convergence from which healing could begin. But instead of holding Rhea, Gertie flinched. I'm so sorry, Gertie muttered, but at least slap. Rhea open-handed Gertie across the face. The sound was final, cathartic, rendering the terrible unknown of these last horrible 11 days into something concrete. Shelley Schroeder. Shelley Schroeder. It took a second before the blood. Rhea's large diamond, turned inward, had snagged a piece of Gertie's perfect cheek. Jesus Christ, get the fuck away from my wife, Arlo cried. Gertie braced his tattoo arm and held him back. It's okay, she mewed, her voice small and childlike, disturbingly reminiscent of baby talk. Shaking with violent intent, Arlo took a beat to calm down. Too long. Linda Autumnelli came to Rhea's side. She clutched Rhea's hand. You need to go, she told Arlo, and by association, the entire wild brood. The wild hunched, self-conscious and shamed. None came to their rescue. None could summon the correct words. And so they slinked back to 116 with their children, shutting their door behind them. Except for Peter Benchley, who rolled back home in disgust, the rest of the neighbors remained. Though they intended only to pay witness, their presence issued validation to Rhea's slap. They chatted with the rescue crew and consoled the Schroeders and offered licorice to sick Bethany, who gagged at the sight of her dog being zipped and packed as evidence. They remained until their own disquiet calmed. Because it was Rhea they stayed with, and because they were empathetic people, it was Rhea's side they saw. What harm did a simple slap do Gertie, the woman whose children had survived? Really, it was Arlo who'd scared them more. He'd seemed so angry, so quietly violent. Even Gertie had shrunk in fear beside him. Shelley Schroeder, what happened to you? That night, the neighbors ruminated over the events of the day. They remembered the terrible wail, punctuated by a shocking slap, like an arrow pointing blame. They recalled the shortened, most repeatable version of what Gertie had said. I'm so sorry. They remembered Arlo, shaking with disproportionate rage. Shelley Schroeder, Shelley Schroeder, Shelley Schroeder. In the dark, unsettled quiet, they would know that there was something deeper to the story, something as yet unrevealed. Sorry for what? Just one more section. Directed against the wrong person, violence assumes a will of its own. It wants to continue to hurt that person, as if to right the wrong, as if in some way to provoke violence in kind, thereby coercing its own legitimacy. After all the neighbors went home that night, after Fred Atlas put his sick wife Bethany to bed and headed to the wilds to check in and say, what happened out there wasn't cool, but was told, thanks anyway, nobody's much in the mood for a visit, by Arlo, who'd felt betrayed that his only real friend on Maple Street had not spoken out. After the Ponty men, Cy Singh, and Dominic Autumnelli conferenced about how they might better have handled the situation, and good thing it hadn't been Shelley, but a dry run upon which they could improve. After Peter Benchley conducted his mirror therapy, then took extra Oxy to calm his hurting phantom legs. After Fritz muttered something quick and polite about a new scent he was working on, and then took the Mercedes out of Maple Street, after screens turned to static because it was better than nothing, were shut down, and every remaining family was tucked in its fold. After the rescue crew at last gave up, covering the hole with new and thicker wood, hammered by wide and deep rivets, sealing it off for the first time since Shelley had fallen inside, and going home, long after these things, Rhea Schroeder's murk bubbled up. Grief was not an emotion Rhea cared to entertain. It was a cockroach that waited until she turned out the lights, scampered in the dark. In the light, she was all about blame. Shelley's fall had been an accident, but accidents have causes. The flimsy slab over a mammoth hole was negligent. She could sue the police department. The sinkhole by rights ought to have been filled long ago. She could sue the town. And why had the child been out there to begin with? Whose bad judgment had they followed? She still remembered the expression on Shelley's face as she'd run from the crowd of chasing adults. She'd seemed so spooked. Was it possible she'd been running from someone? Might her house contain a clue? She searched the basement first. She passed the pile of bricks in the laundry room, which had once made up the front walk. She opened the closet full of empty wine bottles, added 2 more. Fruit flies buzzed, laying eggs in the wet slurry at the glassy bottoms. Nothing. She stalked in the kitchen, slamming dirty plates into the sink where they broke like sand dollars. She tore down the toile drapes because they were ugly, tacky, 20 years old. Up the stairs to her bedroom that she hated, which she shared with a man she only now realized she couldn't stand. A man who wasn't home, because when important things happened, Fritz Schroeder was never there. Stay in your rooms, she shouted all along the hall. Doors shut quietly, no hands visible, as if dispossessed of authors. She opened cabinets and closets in Shelley's room, flinging out all that belonged to her bright, sensitive daughter. The pretty red winter coat, the homemade snow globe with a sculpy snowman inside, the black knoll of shed braids sawed away with a dull safety scissors, the horsehair brush, the goddamn horsehair brush. She stripped the sheets so they floated, pregnant with old ghosts of the child who'd once slept beneath them. She turned the mattress. She took every book, unleashing ticket stubs and class notes passed between schoolgirls and blazing with hearts, and even one from a boy, Dave Harrison, asking if she'd sneak out to meet him at midnight at 7-Eleven. Shelley. The bottom drawer of Shelley's desk was locked. She used a hammer to smash it open. Inside was nothing, an emptiness. She yanked out the drawer and then all the other drawers. She overturned the entire desk. Something was stuck to the bottom tore away, a tin lockbox. Written across green and pink snowflake patterned masking tape, it read, "Pain box." She yanked. She couldn't open it without a key, so she tapped it with the hammer. The frame bent and she stopped. There might be something fragile in there, something just like Shelley. She took it, along with the other evidence, back down to the main floor. She hid the pain box in her office. Then she slammed the brush and the cut hair in the sink and poured lighter fluid all over, along with the broken dishes beneath. She hoisted the stepping stool and ripped out the ceiling fire alarm where it sounded, tearing batteries loose from their holsters. She poured more lighter fluid until the blaze was deep blue at its roots, the hair perfect, protein-scented kindling. She poured until the bristles turned to ash and the polyurethane melted and the compressed wood went to char. She did this until the sink itself was ruined, a proper mess, stinking and flamboyant. The char was the center, blue and orange and flaming out, like entering a black hole. She followed with her eyes and with her mind, a kind of unburdening. She was spiriting Shelley to the safety of the other side, a game with time itself. All the while she thought, someone else was to blame for all that was happening. She had not done this.
All right. That's from Good Neighbors, out in February from Simon & Schuster. Arlo, the character, is described as a burned out has-been rock star who always feels like he's a step behind the other dads.
You read it, the back of it.
Yeah, that got me right. Sold right there. I want to know more about this guy. I would clap, but I've been taken over by a cat. So
who's this cat?
This is my ex-wife's cat, Whiskers, who I'm babysitting right now, and she's been on and off the stream all night. But when you started reading, she came in here and hopped up, and she sat here the whole time. So
nice.
All right, so let's get Joe back on. Sarah, we really, really, really appreciate you taking some time out, helping the charity out tonight.
Oh, thanks. I hope it's helpful. Thank you for inviting me.
And one of these years, we're going to get our schedule synchronized where we can have you at the convention as a guest of honor and sign books for people all weekend long.
That would be great.
Yep. See, I'm trying to commit to it here.
I hope I was helpful.
And happy birthday again.
Yep.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
All right, Joe. We've got one more guest.
There's no way she's 43. No way.
I know. But, you know, there's no way this guy is 43 either.
No, I'm not.
Let's not push it.
Scares Care Board of Directors member Alfred Guy. Now, when I talked to you this morning, you were outside doing yard work.
I'm still outside.
Well, I was going to say, are you still doing yard work?
I'm not doing yard work, but I am outside in the dark on the deck watching movies. And yeah, I put in about 9 hours of yard work. Yeah.
Well, let's be honest, you are a physical fitness machine.
Yeah, well, whatever. Those leaves, those leaves. They have no mercy. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, but you're slinging kettlebells around, you're jumping rope, you're like running 3,000 miles a day, you're lifting weights. Those
Well,
leaves did not whip you.
well, I didn't need to do any of that today. That's for
I
sure.
would have come and helped you, man, but social distancing and all that. So
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, that's funny because everybody who's in the same household, they were doing the social distancing thing too. That's why I was out there by myself. So I'm not sure how that worked.
Wait, so your boys were inside and you were outside raking?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah. That's how that worked today. But
Okay.
whatever. You see, he said, John, he said, I'm in my 90s. That's funny.
Yep.
Anyway. So check it out. I'm out here. I just watched I'm in the middle of another movie, but I just watched this movie Ghost Stories.
Mhm.
So I figured that's kind of appropriate, and so I wanted to kind of tell one. Well, actually I want to tell an account that nice, Joe. Nice. This
now,
is
do you want Joe and I on screen for this, or would you like the whole screen to yourself? Make it more effective.
Give him the whole screen.
I agree.
We answered that question.
Yeah.
Okay, so
look at that, Al. We got rid of Joe. All right.
that's funny. And so the story goes like this. First, this story is about 50 years old, and in that 50 years, everyone who was involved in it does still maintain that this actually happened. I did not see it happen, but I was told this story when I was about 7 or 8 years old. So you can imagine it was quite traumatic at the time. And the story goes like this. I have an aunt. Her name is Marion, and she has a son named John. And they lived in an apartment. It's like 3-story old apartment with old wooden floors and old wooden staircases. And they were at the very top, last apartment in this building. She had several experiences that she thought were strange. But the culmination of that is the story I'm going to tell you. So they lived in this small, basically a 2-room apartment, and her living area was also her bedroom. And her son, he slept in a room that was actually just part of the kitchen, and then there was a bathroom. It was very small, right in the heart of North Philadelphia, next to Temple University's campus, where I wound up going to school later. It so happened that she decided to rearrange the furniture in her room, which was her living/bedroom. Shortly after she rearranged the furniture, she began to have these strange nightmares. What she had done is she had put the bed as the center of the room. So she moved it into basically the center of the floor. And she would have these awful nightmares, and they progressed. And the culmination of these nightmares were that she could see someone standing by the window. It looked like a child, but the face, even though it was in shadow, it resembled someone who was very old. And so by a child, she meant that this man, this thing, was about 3.5 feet tall. It would appear by the window, and she could see the eye. The eyes did glow, and she would wake up. But every other night, she would have this dream, and he would get closer to her, and he would in her mind, she could hear him wailing. And each night he would get closer and closer until the point where he actually tried to drag her out of her bed. And she would wake up, covered in sweat, and she'd tell her son about it. And he didn't actually believe her. He was older than me at the time. I was about 7 when it supposedly happened. And I believe he was in his early teens, like 12, 13. So she wound up having him and one of my other cousins sleep in her bed one night, and she sat up. And the night that she sat up, she said they began to have nightmares. She didn't see anything. She was sitting there watching them. And then what terrified her was that, and this is her account, she could see them tossing and turning, and then their bodies started to move toward the wall as if someone was pulling them out of the bed. So she rushed over and woke them up, and they were crying. They didn't know why they were crying. They just had a bad dream. Later on, they said that they really didn't see anyone. They just had terrible dreams that night. Every night this happened to her, and this man, this small man, shadow, would try and pull her out of the bed. She really didn't know what else to do, so she started asking around the apartment building about prior tenants, or had anything strange going on, or who lived there before her. And what she found out was that there was a man living there by himself for years and years. Never really spoke to anybody. They described him as sort of like a hermit. He just didn't get along or speak to anyone. He came in, closed the door, and no one ever saw him until he went back out. They think he worked, but he never spoke to anyone. So what happened, people noticed that they hadn't seen him for a while, and they began to get strange odors from that top unit in the apartment building. And so they called and had, I guess, fire and the police come. They had to break the door in, and they went in and searched the place. It was very small, so it wasn't, much to search. And as they made their way into the living/bedroom area, they found that this man had died. And I don't know the circumstances of his death, whether it was suicide or he just passed on. But he actually died in the middle of the floor, and he died on his knees. And on his knees, he was about 3.5 feet tall. When she heard this story, she realized that these nightmares and these terrors that she had didn't start until she had moved her bed into the middle of the floor, coincidentally, over the spot where he had died. So the simple remedy, or so she thought, was to put the furniture back the way it was. And while that didn't immediately cure it, over the next few weeks, it went away until it never occurred again. There were some other slightly strange things that happened in the apartment, but that was indeed the worst thing that happened in the apartment. She would hear water running and think her son was home, and find out that he hadn't gotten home from school yet, things like that. But after she moved the furniture back, everything was back to normal, I guess you could say. So the most terrifying part of that story is when I heard the story, I was about 7 years old, and I heard it in that apartment when I went to spend the weekend with her. That's the first time she told me that. And so until it was dark and I had to go inside, I sat out on the front steps because I was afraid to go back inside. And my parents told me that this was the first time I was spending with my aunt, and they were not coming back to get me until Sunday afternoon.
Oh my God.
And so I had to spend the entire night there, and I was completely terrified. I'm really not scared of anything now because I lived through being in that apartment, hearing that story. And
that is incredible.
And the adults, especially my parents, never believed her. But when I grew up, I asked her, and I asked my cousin, I was like, come on, I remember that story. Did that really happen? And especially he maintained that while he didn't see the person, the strange things that she talked about actually did happen in the apartment. And he did have those dreams that night. He and my other cousin slept in that bed. And I asked my aunt, I said, you tell stories to frighten the kids. Did that? And she said, it really did happen. That man did come to her every night and try to pull her away from that spot where he died.
That is crazy.
It was very crazy when I heard it. Can you imagine?
Reach out to the family. I want to option this right now.
Yeah, be my guest.
Joe, what do you think? I think that was the scariest thing we heard on the feed all night, right?
And nobody's fessed up yet. They all maintain that it happened.
Just how I'm sleeping tonight.
Oh, right. And I just wanted to leave everyone with this. Take care of yourself, be safe, and at least for tonight, leave your bedroom furniture alone.
Yeah. All right. Alfred Guy, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, man. We'll let you get back to the yard work now.
Oh, yeah. That's probably what I need to be doing. Good night, everybody.
Good night, all right, Joe.
Did you see I just faded away into the darkness?
Yeah. Yeah. He's superhuman.
He's beyond that. That's for sure.
So this stream goes to midnight. And we've ended up somehow, I'm not sure how, with some extra time. How about I get to do a reading? I never get to do a reading at these things. Yeah?
You have the con.
All right, I'm going to take you off the screen, okay?
That's fine.
All right, and then after I'm done, it's a very, very short story. And after I'm done, we'll bring you back on and we will do the final silent, not so silent auction of the night. Before I do my reading, though, I just want to remind people there's 2 ways to donate. If you're watching this, scaresthecareweekend.com. Right above where you're watching it is a click to donate button. And that's all you have to do. Click that button, fill out the form. We take PayPal, we take credit cards, however you want to do it. You want to mail us a check, we'll do that. Or on your mobile phone, text VCARE. That's V as in vampire, care to 91999. As Joe explained a couple times on tonight's stream, we're already lining up our candidates for next year, the folks who we're going to help next year. He told you about Trey, little 2-year-old who has tracheotomy and dealing with liver cancer. So we want to get a head start on helping them. We're going to announce our breast cancer recipient tomorrow. We want to get a head start on helping her. So that's where this is going. Tonight's final silent auction is going to be Heather Langenkamp's hair, her actual hair, along with her signature. Tonight we've auctioned off a signed Stephen King book. We've auctioned off a signed Vincent Price poster, all kinds of other cool stuff. All that money went to help our families. All the money you're donating right now helps our families. But yeah, since I never get to do a reading at these things, this is an actual Halloween story. I'm not John Urbansick coming in here with Rapunzel. I love you, John. I know you're still in the chat. This is from Love Letters from a Nihilist, the complete short fiction of Brian Keene, Volume 3. And this is called Halloween in Cayuga Creek. It's Halloween again, that ancient holiday which existed long before any of us did. It's older than our nations or our borders or our civilizations, but we've co-opted it, assimilated the darker aspects of the tradition, made it safe. And tonight, all across America, people will celebrate. Well, not just in America. Like every other year, I suppose Halloween will be celebrated in many parts of the world. Here in Cayuga Creek, New York, Halloween is always pretty much what you'd expect. Throngs of kids will line the sidewalks, moving from house to house, stopping anywhere with a light on. They'll be dressed in costumes, their favorite fictional character, or perhaps their scariest monster. Cries of trick or treat will echo throughout the neighborhood. There will be parties and music and games. With all the political correctness that seems to be so out of control in our country, you might think the town council would tramp down on the festivities, but so far, no one has complained. Even people from different cultures and religions have gotten into the act. Our street is pretty diverse when it comes to ethnicity and religion. The Egyptian family next door, the Bakaris, have Halloween decorations hanging in their window. And the family from Geneva, the Myers, have adorned their yard with decorations as well. My wife, Miranda, and I decorated our house too, as we always do. Usually our daughter Tina helps, but she's been ambivalent about Halloween this year. She's a teenager now, so I guess that's to be expected. She's not openly disdainful of the holiday, but it's clear to me that she's less interested in trick-or-treating than she is in the boys who might come sniffing around. Just thinking about that leaves my stomach in knots. Halloween is a safe, fun holiday, sanitized for modern culture and consumption. But I know differently. I know that the monsters we dress up and parade around as, the things we decorate our houses with, I know that they were once real. And I know that some of those old monsters are still around. This happened to me last year. I was out hunting, an activity that I've always enjoyed, and unfortunately one that is getting increasingly difficult to do in this area because of suburbanization. A lot of my friends from work travel farther upstate or down to places like Pennsylvania, or take fancy trips to Alaska where a guide walks you right up to a deer or an elk or a bear. Me, I like to stay local. I'm not after the big game. I'm happy with a few turkeys or a pheasant or the legal limit of rabbits. And I don't have to travel for those. Wild game can still be found on the outskirts of town, out past the housing developments and strip malls and warehouses. That's where I usually go. There's a farmer out there, a fellow by the name of Bailey. He's the last farmer in the area, and he lets me hunt on his property. I used to love it out there in those quiet autumnal fields, listening to the wind and the birds, feeling the leaves crunch under my feet. Now, the thought fills me with dread. I haven't gone hunting this year. I buy my meat at the grocery store, same as everyone else, because last year I came face to face with a monster on Mr. Bailey's farm. It was late afternoon, and I was at the far edge of the cornfield where the ground begins to slope down toward the forest, terminating in a hidden, shadowy hollow beyond the trees. Evening comes quickly in October, and I didn't want to get caught out there after dark. I've never hunted the forest around Bailey's farm because that hollow always gave me the creeps. It seemed unnatural, and I always felt like there was somebody watching me from just beyond that tree line. Now, of course, I know why I felt that way. The sun continued its descent. I bagged a pheasant, a quail, and 2 rabbits and decided I was done for the day. I was just about to hike back across the field to my truck, and that was when my whole world changed. I smelled it before I saw it. A musky, stinking scent like nothing I'd ever smelled before. Nose wrinkling, I frowned in disgust. Then I heard a twig snap behind me. I spun around, glancing toward the woods, and then I saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the field, partially hidden in the shadow of the trees. It stood about my height and had a head and 2 arms and 2 legs, but that's where all similarities ended. At first, I thought it must be a Halloween costume, but then the monster's eyes widened and its mouth formed a frightened oval shape. Then I caught a glimpse of something dangling around the creature's neck. The object flashed in the dwindling light, and I screamed when I realized what it was. The monster reacted, backing away with a startled expression. It let out a horrific shriek and then plunged into the forest. The undergrowth rustled and swayed in its wake. Then it was gone. I stood there dumbfounded, barely able to breathe or blink. My pulse hammered, my vision blurred. I thought I might pass out, but I managed to keep my wits long enough to turn and flee. I ran back to the trunk, flung the door open, and collapsed into the cab. Then I sat there, panting, staring out to the field, waiting for the monster to emerge again. Eventually, I started the truck and, desperate to be away from there before nightfall, drove home. I've never told anyone about what I saw, not even Miranda. I mean, who would believe me? Like I said, that was a year ago, and now it's Halloween again in Cayuga Creek. Throngs of kids will line the sidewalks tonight, moving from house to house, stopping anywhere with a light on. They'll be dressed in costumes, their favorite fictional character, or perhaps their scariest monster. They'll dress as priests and exorcists and soldiers. Cries of trick or treat will echo throughout the neighborhood. There will be parties and music and games like bobbing for eyeballs. And at midnight, we'll put a pig in the wicker cage that's been erected in the town square and sing songs together as it burns. Newcomers from different cultures and religions will celebrate too. The Egyptian family next door, the Bakharis, have decorations from their culture hanging in their windows and pinned to their bandages and wrappings too. Cats and jackals and emblems of the Eye of Horus. The Swiss family from Geneva, the Myers, have adorned their yard with decorations as well. 2 huge lightning rods, symbols of their religion. I'm told lightning represents their creator, who was supposedly created man with lightning, and then went on to create a woman for him as well. Miranda and I will celebrate too, as we always do. I hope that Tina will join us just one last time before she completely outgrows the tradition. But as I said before, it's clear to me that she is less interested in trick-or-treating than she is in the boys starting to come to sniff her hindquarters and hope to catch her in heat so they can rut with her under the full moon out where the teenagers still go to park. Thinking about that still leaves my stomach in knots and puts my fangs on edge. Halloween is a safe, fun holiday, but I know differently. I know that the monsters we dress up and parade around as, the things we decorate our houses with, the humans, I know they are still around. I saw one last year, and now when I howl at the moon, I can't help but wonder if it's out there, listening in the dark. And when I close my eyes, I shudder, remembering the deadly silver locket that hung around its neck. Thank you. As I said, that's Halloween in Cayuga Creek from Love Letters from a Nihilist. I'm going to bring Joe back on the stream now. I think you should sing. Alfred told a story. I told a story. You should sing.
No.
You should do the WAP, which I just learned about tonight, or WAP, however it's pronounced.
No. No, I need about 3 of those, what you're drinking right there, before I even attempt that.
So
what a wonderful story, Brian. That was absolutely the whole take on the monsters celebrating Halloween instead of humans. That was awesome.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Great. That's great. Glad it had an ending. Anyway,
thanks, Joe. Do you remember the day I bought this in the silent auction? I won.
Yeah.
I bid like $275. You're like, why are you bidding so much on that? I said, because I'm going to have fun with it for years. That right now is why I bid so much on that.
And I have no comeback. I have nothing.
All right, let's do the final silent auction.
Well, before we do that, does anybody have any questions about anything we've covered this evening? Any questions of me or the charity or what it is that we do or how we do it? You know, I did a phone interview today, and the station or the podcast I did the interview for was an all African American podcast. And, you know, they said that what it is that we do is phenomenal, except, well, you just did. You heard him reference Cardi B. What we do is phenomenal, but it's a shame that we don't reach more people. And, you know, I think we're pigeonholed into a certain genre where, you know, it's, and we've talked about this, and I've talked about it with Al Guy. We're probably about 94 to 96% Caucasian. And what we really need to try to do is to let other people know, much to your point earlier, Brian, that it's charity first, horror second. And, you know, hopefully by reaching out and having the conversation with them, they were absolutely amazed about what it is, how we do, why we do it. And I told him about Bert, the young man we helped that had the oil poured all over him a few years back. And they were just, they're going to do what they can to help us boost the signal.
And I mean, with guest we've always kept in mind, we want folks from different backgrounds, different walks of life. And I think we do a good job at that with the guests that we book. And our attendees are very much from all walks of life. But yes, outreach to other communities who we can help, very important. So I'm glad to hear this.
Yeah, so it was a very, very good conversation. I was brought on specifically to talk about the charity, and then it started segueing into law enforcement and what's going on with law enforcement in the African American community. But they realized that, wait a minute, we can't ask you these questions. You're not here for that. You're here to talk about your charity. So we're going to bring it back to your charity. So kudos to them. They're extremely professional, and I was very, very happy with the interview. And, if that brings us, one more person to help or one more person who wants to donate, all the better.
Yep. I want to throw this comment up from my friend Uptown Horror Reviews. Horror community is a lot more diverse than people would think. And it is. I've been preaching that since I started in this business back in 95. I see it every time I go out on a book signing tour.
Mm-hmm.
I see it in the people I work with, my peers. So yeah, if we can get it in the minds of folks who we can potentially help, if we can reach a more diverse audience in that aspect, yeah, man, that would be great. I think we're working towards that. There's a specific reason why, when I initially started the board of directors, that we had an individual who was openly gay male, a woman, an African American, myself, and another individual who was professional, works for the government. And yes, the board of directors has changed to a certain degree, but the feel of the mission is still there, and that is to outreach across all demographics to try to find people that need help. Absolutely.
So that's something that really proud of all across the board here.
Jay wanted to tell the story of the action figure, please. I mean, it's not much of a story. One of our attendees makes custom action figures, and we talked about it earlier in the stream. Every year at our physical conventions, Joe dons this very, very ample brassiere on Saturday night, and he walks around and folks stuff cash into it until it can't fit anymore. And, all that goes to the charity. It's to honor our breast cancer recipient every year.
Yeah.
So he made this, and I don't know if he wants his name out there or not, so I'm not going to say it. But he made this in 2016, and he entered it in our silent auction, and I bid on it all weekend long. I think the winning bid was $275, and
it was more than that.
Was it? Okay,
I
don't remember.
It was like $500.
Okay, but it was money well spent because of the expression you get every time I pull this out, every time I post it on social. That expression right there, your llama face, resting llama face.
The resting llama face. Yeah. So, I mean, it's as we move forward into 2021, I'd just like to touch base about, what we're thinking about with Racine. Racine is due to be April 16th to 18th. Now, folks, there is nobody who wants to get out back to the convention circuit more than I do. And I don't care what convention it is. However, we are planning the convention with the caveat that we might have to pull out and cancel it once again. It's better to be prepared than them all of a sudden say, oh, here's a vaccine, the virus numbers are down, everything can open back up, and we don't have a plan. But it's better to have a plan and then be able to say, well, we still don't feel comfortable, we're going to pull that back. So the plan is right now that we're going to continue planning for Racine in the hopes that the numbers drop, vaccines presented, and so on and so forth. Again, it's all incumbent upon what the science is telling us and what the numbers are, because right now numbers are exploding everywhere all across the United States. Having said that, we are in communication with both hotels. Our Williamsburg hotel is dying to have us back. They miss us greatly. A lot of the people who work there are actually in our weekend group because they enjoy having us so much. So they want us to come back as well. And so we are planning for next year to get back out to the convention circuit, just like every other person is. But I want to make it clear that I will not hold an event where I think somebody could potentially get sick. And the question was brought up to me by two of our state representatives about, hey, do you want us to go to the Mad Monster event? And after thinking about it, I love Mad Monster. I love Eben. I love his wife, Jeannie. I could not in good conscience send them because I can't have anybody get sick on my watch. I would not be able to live with myself if that happened. So I hope this answers a lot of questions about what it is that we want to do next year and what it is that we're looking to do, but the way we're planning to do it. And I think it's prudent to do it that way.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would agree. And if I can add to it, you know, from the perspective of somebody who, not at our shows, but at other shows, is sitting behind the table signing and taking photographs for people all weekend long. You know, we not only have to keep the safety of our attendees and our recipients in mind, we have to keep the safety of our celebrity guests in mind as well, and our volunteers. You know, you heard Pruitt Taylor Vince talk about it tonight. You heard Rath James White talk about it a little bit. You know, we're all anxious to get back out on the road and meet fans and sign for people. You know, speaking me personally, I'm high risk. My son's mother's high risk. Mary San Giovanni's parents are high risk. I can't put them at risk, and I'm not going to until science and data tells me it's safe to do so.
Well, as you know, okay, everything is highly politicized at this point in time. You know, we have a situation that is unique. You know, we are in an election. We don't know what's going to happen after the election, but ultimately it is the responsibility of myself and to a certain extent the board of directors to make a determination as to what we feel is in the best interest of the charity as a whole, not what people want because they want it. You know, it's just like, you know, if my daughter wants something from Walmart, you know, can I afford it? Yes. Does she necessarily need it? Maybe not. So again, it's one of those situations where we are going to abide by the science. I know there may be some people that don't want to hear that, but I just want to give everybody kind of like a forward-looking observation as to what we're doing. Having said that, we have a lot of kids that need help this Christmas. Right now, we've got Trey, and we've got, if once I receive the letter from our breast cancer gift recipient, she has 2 kids. And then Brian, why don't you tell us about the young man with the 4 kids that we're helping?
Yes, Joe Ortlieb. He's a fan not only of mine, but of many of the authors that we have at the show. Joe's one of these guys, you know, any convention within driving distance, any book signing within driving distance, he was there. Not only did he buy your new book, but he bought a stack from home that you hadn't signed the last time and sign them for him. You know, beautiful wife, 3 wonderful kids, an awesome dog, and lost everything in a house fire. They lost everything, you know, not just physical things like his horror movie collection and his book collection, but everything they owned. You know, like so many of us, Joe's you know, he's working. He works in a foundry, and you know, he and his family, they were living temporarily in a hotel, but literally everything he brought home from the foundry went to pay that hotel bill every week. They couldn't save up for security deposit, last month's rent. They couldn't find a new place. So we did a GoFundMe for them. Scares That Care contributed $500 towards it. We were able now, they're in the process of getting their new place and moving in. And, but you know, in talking with Joe, I've got 2 boxes of books back here that I'm gonna donate to him. I showed somebody asked earlier if I was going to be auctioning off a book, and I said no, because my shelf over here is pretty empty. That's because I'm giving them all to Joe. I'm going to replace his collection that he lost. But they're going to have to buy furniture, groceries, turn on the new utilities. So we're going to be helping them out for Christmas with 3 kids. We're going to be helping them out as well.
Yeah, and I've already gotten the Amazon wish list for them. So we're going to be posting that up as well on the group page, because you know we have a lot of supporters whose kids are either grown or they don't have kids themselves, and they absolutely love buying toys for kids that are in need.
Yep.
So, and that's another great thing. Mary Caputte is I hope I'm saying that right. I always slaughter last names. She's I made her the head of the Ghosts of Christmas Presents. She's the department head of our gift giving team in that aspect. So she's going to be working really hard, making sure we get those gifts purchased. Now, one of the things I always tell the family, have the kids put whatever they want. Okay, it doesn't matter. Will we buy them everything? Probably not. But having more information is always better than less. What we have to avoid is somebody saying, well, I want this video game and these 3 video games over here. Well, you can't buy the video games unless the console is purchased. So we make sure that that's all squared away. And that's what Mary's going to be doing for us. So a lot of good things. A lot of good things are getting ready to come down the pike here, folks. And I'm just glad that you all spent the time with me. And while I have the opportunity, once again, Brian, thank you for everything you've done for this virtual thing. I love you. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And you're a good man. And I do appreciate everything that you do to help the charity.
The feeling is mutual, my brother. I mean, this is why we ride.
Yep.
What is happening?
Huh?
You don't hear that feedback on your end? No, I guess not.
Is somebody playing Sarah McLachlan in the Arms of an Angel right now?
That might be what it was. I why we ride, and making an iced tea and body count reference, and then you go with Sarah McLachlan.
Well, it's the Arms of the Angels. Like my angel wings that I had earlier. But why don't we go ahead and we'll do this last auction?
Absolutely. Once again, tell folks what they are looking at right now.
Okay. So what we're looking at is Heather Langenkamp was a guest at year 1 or year 2 of Scares That Care Charity Weekend. And she decided to donate locks of her hair to the charity because as a kind of homage to people who have lost their hair. And she signed these 3x5 cards to go along with the locks of her hair. So you can actually own hair from Nancy of A Nightmare on Elm Street. In addition to that, we're going to partner it with this Stephen King Funko Pop. Now, this is the Barnes & Noble Bloody Stephen King exclusive. It's not signed. There is no signature on this. But Heather Langenkamp's signature is on the card.
That's right. I don't even know what to suggest we start that bidding at. But before we start the bidding, I know we've had folks coming in and out of the stream all night. The way we do this is we're going to suggest a starting price. You type your bid into the chat. We keep an eye on it. Eventually, we will announce the end of bidding, and we will start a countdown from 30 to 1. When you hear that countdown start, type in your final bid, because there is a delay between Joe and I on the stream and what you're typing in the chat. It's only a delay of about 5 seconds, but that does make a difference in getting in your final bid. Once we reach 1, that's it. That's the bid, even if more bids pop up in the stream after that.
It's like when we do the silent auction at the convention, folks. Once I say that's it, pens and pencils down, we're done.
You know what just occurred to me? You know what I miss? You know what the pandemic has taken away from me?
What?
The bullhorn.
Yeah, the bullhorn was awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah, and the second year, you and the rest of the board of directors finally decided I was allowed to touch the bullhorn, because you had it the first year I wasn't allowed anywhere near it.
Well, we had a change in personnel.
Yeah.
That
but even still, you finally let me play with the bullhorn, and that worked out well for everyone.
That afforded you the opportunity to touch said bullhorn. So, but nonetheless, let's get started.
Let's get started. What is our starting bid, Joe?
I'm saying $10.
$10. $10?
10. What? You got to start low. $10.
$10. Now, we've had a whole lot of awesome auctions tonight. We've had Vincent Price signed movie poster. We've had a Stephen King signed book. We've had Funko Pops signed by the stars of The Lost Boys. Kiefer Sutherland signed autograph photo. But this is a one-of-a-kind item, folks. And we are already, Joe, up to $75. Christy Duke on the board with the high bid right now. Oh, Amy Lynn on the board with $80.
We have $80, and you get 2 items, not 1.
That's right. Maybe you're a mad scientist and you want to clone actress Heather Langenkamp. Maybe you want to buy the rights to Nightmare on Elm Street and remake it and have a cameo by her in the background.
Well, since Christy Duke was making fun of me about my facial expressions when Robert Bradley was talking about getting attacked by demons.
Right now, speaking of Christy Duke, it is on between her and Amy Lynn. 100, 105.
105.
105. Amy is on the board at 105. Can Christy beat that? Let's wait and see. 110. Yes, Christy comes back with 110. Cindy Heyer on the board, matching her at 110.
Well, the first 110 is the high bidder.
Okay, well, Cindy's on. Well, actually, it's got them timestamped to say, oh, never mind, because Amy comes in with 115, and then Christy sneaks in behind her with 120, $120. Heather Langenkamp's hair.
With an autograph. With an autograph.
Yeah, with autograph.
Stephen King.
And this limited edition Barnes & Noble exclusive. Yep. I almost feel like I should have that here on my desk.
Well, I got another one.
Not Heather's hair. I'm talking about Steve's Funko Pop. But
I got another one.
That's okay. I don't need one. We are now up to $130, Joe. This bidding has not ended. 150 from Christy Duke.
Wow. Look at all this hair that's in here.
That's more hair than you have on your head, Joe Ripple.
And that's why you shut your ass, Brian Keene.
All right. Is 150 from Christy Duke going to be our winning bid? Let's see here. 180. Amy Lynn coming back in with 180.
Wow, 180.
What do you think? Should we start the countdown?
Well, right now, Christy's probably talking to Mike.
This is true.
And she's probably saying, I really want that. So normally, like my wife, she doesn't ask me anything if she's going to spend money. I just go spend it, tell me what I need to do to make more. But I understand that other relationships aren't like that. So Amy is just here for the pop. Shut your face. So we'll have we moved at all? Mike is asleep, so I bow to Amy.
All right. So the bid right now is Amy Lynn at $180. We are going to start the countdown. I don't know that we need to start at 30.
Let's start at 15.
15. All right. So, folks, when Joe starts the countdown, that is your last chance, and you have to type fast. So, go.
15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. Congratulations, Amy Land. All right, Joe, one final time tonight. Tell Amy, just so everyone's clear, what she needs to do next.
Amy, thank you very much for your winning bid. Here's what I need you to do. I need you to send us the donation via PayPal. In the notes section, even though your address may be in the profile of PayPal, sometimes that's not right. Down in the notes section, please write your full name, your address, and your phone number, including your zip code, in case I have any questions. Once I have that, once I have your donation, these 2 items will go out to you on Monday.
There we go. I'm sorry, I'm talked out. Can I tell you, I'm so glad we opted for 6 hours this time rather than 12 or 24.
Well, I told you that. I told you I just wanted it to be real brief.
Yep.
Come in, let's have a little bit of fun, because look, we're not 20 anymore. And
Sarah Langan is, but the rest of us are not.
Well, yeah, she's 23, so let's, between Rath and Al and John and Lansdale and everybody else who's physically fit, I don't, it is what it is. But again, Brian, thank you very much, my friend. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for all you're going to continue to do. I appreciate you more than you know. To everybody who's tuned in tonight to have a little fun with us, we want to say thank you. If you are watching this in a review type of setting because you didn't get to tune into the live view, please remember you can still donate. I will be happy to accept your donation. And hopefully by tomorrow, we will be announcing our 2021 breast cancer gift recipient. And we just have one more to find, and then we'll be good to go.
Absolutely. And you raise a very important point. We do these types of fundraisers throughout the year, but you can donate to the charity at any time throughout the year. You can donate and help us out. Again, one last time, from your phone, just text VCARE. V is in vampire, care to 91999, or online. Go to scaresthecareweekend.com and click the big click here to donate button. All right,
folks,
brother.
We love you. We thank you. And we hope to see you again really, really soon.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.
John Jack, cheers.